Sorry, I was messing with my headphones. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. How's everyone doing today? Welcome on in, y'all. How's it going? Welcome on in, Zargon. How you doing, Cyrus Fox? Welcome back, Cardi. Hello, Nile. Hey, Alpine. Hope you're doing well. How you doing, Crack? Camdall? Hey, Revel. Been a little while. Happy to see you back. What's up, Tal? Good to see you all beautiful people. How's everyone's weekend? Haircut? Yeah, I got a haircut a little while back. A few weeks back I did my haircut. Or last week I did my haircut. And Hawk Tua! Thanks for the 7 months tier 1. Heck yeah. Appreciate the heck out of you. Hey, Unvalid, how you doing? Ooh, Cardi 95 stream. How you doing? Hello, Greg. I'm gonna guess that's like Greg, but Greg. So you're now Greg. Not Greg, Greg. Very important difference. How you doing, Vernon? Welcome on back. Give the boy a treat, Tal. Okay, I'll give the boy a treat. He does get his treatums. He deserves them. He's a good boy. He's not very much of a cuddly boy, but today he did give me like a 30-minute cuddle before stream, and I was very happy. Chilling at work, 3 minutes, 30 minutes till you get off. Heck yeah. Cardi, you know what we gotta do. All right, y'all know what we're doing. We're gonna go do our dailies real quick here. So who would like to join us? We're gonna go do Red Veil and New Loca dailies. Got room for 2 if anybody wants to join. Otherwise, Cardi and I can just go tank this out real quick, and then we'll get going with the rest of our dailies. Soon. Yeah, he gave me a treat. He gave me a cuddle for like 30 minutes. It was very nice. He's not much of a cuddly boy, so it is always appreciated when he is cuddly. E Hunter, what you got? See your little story in general? No, I did not, but give me a moment and I'll take a look at it. Cascade of Flare doing, where's your crit chance? Creeping Bullseye. Because Creeping Bullseye is only 13% more, but 20% less fire rate than Prime Target Cracker, I would always recommend Prime Target Cracker over Creeping Bullseye. Fire rate is just super, super powerful. You're also running, Prime Heated Charge as well as Scorch. I would probably recommend dropping just Scorch. For Lethal Torrent, because fire rate is so incredibly important for misses regulators, and then multi-shot on top of that for more damage, more applications, more so on and so forth. So I would replace this with Lethal Torrent, and you could replace this with Prime Target Cracker depending on your personal preferences. Are the 2 big things I would recommend there. And yes, Revel, if you want to jump in, I will take a look at it. You're a Canadian Goose attempted to steal a $300 package. What the? Canadian Geese are truly menaces to society. Aragon, how you doing? Welcome in. Okay, we got room for 1 more. You'd love to, but you have to make breakfast. Ooh, well, hopefully your breakfast is delicious. We got room for 1 more for Red Veil dailies, and then we're gonna go do New Loca after that. And I see a defense mission, so I'm gonna grab my Nova. Good evening, Bonsai. How you doing? How was your weekend? Welcome on back. Hey, Vsauce, Zenos here. Lord, no. Vsauce is much cooler than me. But how you doing today, Let's Krill? Hey, Hellblade, how you doing? Red Veil hates your guts? Well, I don't hate your guts, so that's what's important. Hey, Commander Knight. Hey, Atari, what's up? Revel, can you remember what your... Never mind, you're right there. Yep. You also went from Mastery Rank 26, you think, to LR4 since you've been here? Well, welcome on back. Happy you're back. Commander Knight, you want to join? Sure. Hey, Halo Knight 35. Halo, let me know when you're online. Tal for a 55, Alpine for a 5 stream streak. Heck yeah, appreciate you both. A lot more better, that's for certain. Well, that's great. Weekend was good. ETA loot was not. Oh no. Hey, Paulo, how you doing? Okay, Halo, let me know when you're online and we'll take a look. Crackham Doll, what you got? Bo. Influence, Electricity Blessed. You gotta go eat dinner? No worries. Hope you enjoy your dinner. Where's your normal damage? You have no damage on here. That's mostly problematic. So I would probably recommend, depending on what you're wanting to do with your bow, either you need to drop something on here for condition overload or prime pressure point. Unless you're using this as like a stat stick for something, which is totally fair, but you definitely need to get condition overload or prime pressure point on here. If you're wanting to run blast, what do you got here? Crit chance, crit damage. You could potentially drop one of these two, depending on which one you don't necessarily want right away. For some form of base damage, because you have no damage here, is the only concern I have with that. And realistically speaking, with such high status chance that the bow has with its Incarnon, I would probably drop Weeping Wounds, just because crits on that thing can do some pretty wild stuff. Nami Solo. So for the Nami Solo, you want to very much be having range on this thing. The reason why is this weapon has 100% follow through when you pull it out. Like when you on PC, it's hold F and it pulls it out like fully. It has 100% follow through and like a ton of range. So you actually want to go harder into that range on here if possible. Realistically speaking, I would drop Organ Shatter here. And the reason why is you're getting critical damage from here. This is the most likely mod for a replacement. And primed reach or regular reach or spring loaded blade is what you'd want to swap in there. Your Strun Riven, multi-shot, weapon recoil plus damage. I mean, certainly not bad. Could you roll something better? Absolutely. Would I keep rolling it? Nah, I mean, it just replaces a damage mod and gives you a bunch of multi-shot. It's not like recoil is super necessary on that weapon, though. All right, let's go do the defense, shall we? Hey, Tiny, welcome back. What stats do you want in a Verglass Riven? Basically, just crit chance. Crit chance is like the necessary stat. The reason why is if you get a good enough crit roll, I think it's like 175% on a Verglass Riven, it can get up to 50% crit chance, so then you can do Tenacious Bond. Otherwise, multi-shot damage, an element of choice, critical damage if you really want it, status chance somewhere in that area, but critical chance is the stat that you're looking for. You like my Nova fashion? Thanks! Hey, Kojade, how you doing today? Welcome back. Good to see you. You got 205 in damage? Yeah, then that's basically all you're looking for. Like, more damage is not necessary on the Verglass, but you're also not going to say no to it, right? But really, crit chance is the most important part of a Verglass Riven. Hey, Captain, how you doing? Pipe Longo, how you doing? Welcome on in. Thanks for the follow. Did a refresh had a nasty bit of delay? Yeah, that sometimes happens. Did I get a haircut? Yeah, I got annoyed with my hair, so I buzzed it all off. And I'll let it grow out before TennoCon, and then I'll go get a real proper haircut before TennoCon. Playing a little bit of Star Citizen. Ah, yes, yes, the Pyramid Scheme game, yes. For the record, I actually do want Star Citizen to be a good game, but because I love Elite Dangerous, so I want more space games like that. I'm always needing more. Freshly sheared for spring? I mean, you're not wrong. Is it okay to use your Zar crewmate? Oh no, you can go ahead. It doesn't matter to me. We chill. For Banshee, you want a Verglass Riven that has multi-shot fire rate and electricity? Yeah, but if you're looking for the most common thing, which is the Tenacious Bond interaction, you're looking for crit chance, of course. The Dormazone vendor has a companion ribbon. Well, seems like I need to go roll and see if I get a Verglass Ribbon. You thought Xenos was a red panda, not a sheep? It's a little column A, a little column B. Depends on the day of the week. Hey, Jolly, welcome back. Good to see you as always. How did a goose wander off with a $300 package? Like, that is crazy. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that. Hope all's been well, Swamp. I'm doing well, thank you. How you doing? Welcome on in. How was your weekend? You stayed up till 1 AM farming sisters for the null audit mod, only to get the same 2 hounds back to back. And turns out your boyfriend had to spare the whole time. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That is unfortunate. Crit unlocks way more build variety, just specific choice of the build. Yeah, absolutely. Just like everything, right? It's like, can you can sort of optimize from there, but just in general, you want the crit chance for the Verglass, and then everything else is just kind of gravy on top of that, right? Oh, Voyage, Zoes had a goose almost wander off with a $300 package because Canadian geese are menaces to society. Hey, Riaz, welcome back. Hope you're doing well. How was your weekend? Hope everything's a little bit calmer than when we last chatted. Ooh, and you got a 56% Arca Plasmor? Okay, well, you know what? That's totally worth it then. Definitely worth it. Gothic, welcome in. What you up to? You hope DE improves the codex? Honestly, the codex is like the one thing I really wish the DE would spend more time on, because I feel like it's really underutilized. Like, hell, DE, I will I'll come and fix it. Just tell me. You can pay me in, like, I don't know, raids or something. I don't care. I'll do it for free, man. No, I won't do it for free because that's devaluing other people's work. But I would very much appreciate it if DE paid more attention and got the codex cleaned up. How do you feel about the Vincubus? You just cracked a ribbon for it. I actually really like the Vincubus. It's a very fun sort of fluid playstyle by going in between the two. Between melee and ranged. I tend to find it best like this. Quibus. There's my build there, and it has both a build for the melee and rifle. So feel free to check out that. Pretty good weekend, currently downpouring. Well, you know what? I love the rain, so that sounds like a good time to me. Hi, currently doing the sacrifice quest. Ooh, you're in for a good time. The sacrifice quest is largely considered to be one of the best quests Warframe has ever put out, so I hope that you enjoy the hell out of it and don't spoil it for our friendly new Tenno. Hey, Knight, good to see you. Didn't notice me? Well, that would be a little bit weird for you to not notice me. I am on the screen. I am the main character, as they say. I'm clearly not the main character. You're the main character. Why don't I master rank up? Great question, Revel. We just set it back by another day by you asking. There's not really a reason for me to level up. Because I don't need the daily standing. I don't need anything that comes with a master rank up. So I've just been not doing it for a bit. And then people kept asking me. I'm like, okay, well, in December, when I got LR5 unlocked, I set a 6-month timer. And then everybody started asking me about it. And every time someone asks me, I set it back a day. So it's been going since 5 months ago in December. And I'm currently, won't be doing it for 5 months and 6 days. Because you asked. So, yep. Not going to be around for about 6 weeks. Oh, are you heading back to see family? If you don't master rank, you keep mastering stuff up, you could jump. Yeah, I mean, other than the 24-hour cooldown for doing it. Oh yeah, or if someone gifts 100 subs, then I will be forced, if they choose that option for 100 sub bomb challenge, then I will be forced to do my LR5 test. Your hair? It was bothering me. I actually, believe it or not, I really just don't care for long hair. It just gets in my way and just is really, really hot and buh. So I, every once in a while, especially when the weather changes, I'll just like buzz it all off. And I actually prefer my hair being short. Why haven't I ranked up yet? It's on cooldown. And you can, again, another bit in the community is I told someone once that the only way that you can find out what the cooldown is if you have a tier 3 sub. And the moment that I said that, 2 people did tier 3 subs. So now if you want to know the cooldown for the ability, it's a tier 3 sub to find out, because I am a man of many bits. How you doing, K-Chart? Welcome back. Doesn't look bad though. Looks good. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Posted a picture in general with the size of the box for what the goose stole. Ooh, goose. Well, hello, May. How are you? Doing good. Hope I'm well. Yeah, I'm doing really, really well, actually. Hi. Do you have a Kuvasovic build for Zaku? I mean, for Zaku specifically, no. For just general use, which then you can obviously just translate to Zaku by putting on blast rather than other elements, yes. And you can type exclamation point Sobek for those builds. There's 2 of them in there. I believe there's 2 in that build. Yeah, there's 2 because one's a debilitate and one's just a normal one. There's this one person, I feel really bad for it, but there's this one person who keeps trying to post an essay on my Jade video, but they don't realize that they can't post links. So like I have to deny their comment every single time because they put a link in their comment. So if this person who's posting a essay in my Jade video shows up or is wondering why their message keeps getting deleted, the answer is you're posting a link. And I feel really bad for it, but I can't let people be posting links in my comment section because it ends up poorly. Is War Zaku's better assume for Saren Sobek build? Probably Roar at that case. The reason why is because you'll be doing sort of other elemental damage. And with Zaku's, you kind of want to go into Blast. And you don't really want to go into Blast with, I mean, you don't necessarily not want to go into Blast with, Saren, but typically speaking, you're going into other statuses. Yeah, you get bots spamming stuff in your comments? Yeah, exactly. Well, also, if I approve it, and then they edit it afterwards to put in a malicious link, which I have seen people do before. So, like, I can't do that. So, like, I feel really bad for that person because they keep trying to, like, write an essay to me, but I can't allow it because they kept posting a link in it. So it just creates like a messy situation where I appear to be an asshole, but I'm not trying to be an asshole. I'm just trying to stop, you know, bots spamming links in chats. So I feel bad, but there's only so much you can do. Drama. Hey, anyone got an air support charge? You want to pop it over here? Oh, gotta run a quick ad break. See you in a second. Woo. Hey, I was there. Screw you. Rude. Whoa. Where's the door? Let me out. Ah, my lord. Yeah, my lord. Get out. Bet. Remember when YouTube had the DM function? Yeah, I remember. Luckily, not when I was a creator, though. You like using Nourish, Jade Susume, or Thermal Sunder? Ooh. Yeah, I mean, all those would be very good options on Saren. Right, she's just a weapon platform. Anything else to increase her weapon damage is happy. Happy times, happy days, you know? And for that person who's asking for my Sobek builds, there you go. The size of the box in question with a water bottle for reference. Stupid goose. Stupid goose trying to steal stuff again. Damn geese. This is why we can't have anything nice. Hey, Okami, welcome back. What you up to? Coffee. We love caffeine. Oh, we're going to be doing some, a little bit more variety this week. We're going to be playing Repo with the friendos again on Thursday. And then I think we're going to be jumping in with Brozyme and Ken to do RuneScape of all things on Friday. It's actually pretty neat. RuneScape 3, I think. So we'll see how that goes. I've never played RuneScape. Ken's like, come join us. I'm like, oh, yeah, sure, yeah, well, I'll do it. Sounds fun to me. Is the Sobek good? Yeah, the Sobek is one of my favorite second primary shotguns and does a lot of damage. It works best with specific Warframes because of the way the buffs operate with acid shells. So that's like Uriel with his runes. Technically Sight should be able to do it, but it's bugged at the moment. Oraxia, Saren, those 4 frames are especially good with the Sobek when acid shells. But just in general, it's very strong. You'd start an out-of-game version of the Codex, arguably the wiki, but the wiki doesn't track personal stuff. Yeah, it would be nice for them to go in and finally fix up the Codex a little bit. It's a little bit rough, and it could use the work. RuneScape 3, I believe, is what we're playing. So whatever one that one is. For RuneScape, was friends with one of their devs and liked your ideas, storyboarding. Oh, cool. Is Bronco Prime and its incarnate any good? It's all right. It's certainly not the best incarnate out there. Can you make it work? Absolutely. Does it deal pretty good damage? 10,000%. But the biggest problem with it is just its ammo economy. Even when in incarnate form, it has very bad ammo economy. So it's not necessarily the worst incarnate out there, but it's a far stretch from the best. I mean, it's not even the lore part of the Codex that's the problem for me, Bacon. It's the fact that it's just missing a ton of information. Like it's just either the information isn't there, it's like it's not very well formatted. It's not in the shape that it could be. Let me put it that way. And I think that they could invest a little bit of time and effort into that, and really to help out new players so they don't feel like they need to be using the wiki as much, and they can instead use the Codex much more. Because I think that, like, the way I always look at it is games should have all of the information that you need to play the game in the game. Like, you know, we get by with the wiki, but I think that they should be adding more into the Codex. Blonded Maverick, how you doing? Welcome in. And hi, Rue. Give the boy a treat. All right, Rue, I'll give the boy a treat just from you. I assume we have all 8, right? Yes, we do. Wait, do we? We've only got 7. What are you doing on Extract? You will continue giving the boys treats. Very good, very good. As you should. As you should. Just want to see if it's up there because I don't want to climb up there. It's annoying. That tile is annoying. Alrighty. Okay, well, if we can't find the 8th, I'm not going to be too stressed about it. Although I think I just saw it. Okay, head to Extract. Also, Club Delegation is for sale on the Nightwave right now. Yeah, I'm really glad to see that one back in the Nightwave shop. It's really tasty. It's really good. Oh, thank you so much, Okami, for the sub. Thank you for the 2 months Prime. Super appreciate you. Just a little bit loud. The boy has been given his treat. Wasn't it 2 weeks ago? Yeah, it was there like 2 or 3 weeks ago, and now it's back again. I'm glad that it's in the shop. It's such a useful augment for that weapon. The status chance and the multi-shot just goes crazy. Super duper nice. Alrighty, I think that's everything for Red Veil, so we're gonna work on New Loca now. So if you are in the squad and not here, don't have New Loca, please exit the squad so that I can find new people. Bonds Boy, you have a Hema. Shred Thermite, Vital Sense Thermite, so you're doing Viral Blast on here. Galvanized Shot for this last slot here, Bonds Boy. Galvanized shot is multiplicative damage on here, so you want to be getting galvanized aptitude. Sorry, it's a rifle. For this last mod slot, galvanized aptitude. Cause assists. They should make all augments excellent slots. Nah, I like it the way that it is, and I understand and agree with their reasoning. Part of the joy of build crafting is having to make choices, so that's I'm with them on that one. This is an incredible weapon with condition overload because the heavy attack projectile that it spits out is actually multiplicative for condition overload, so super strong. I would recommend, since you have gas and you also got slash, if you want to go into influence, this is a very good influence weapon, obviously. You are running 2 heat mods, so you could move that over there and then get electric on here if you wanted to go into influence, or if you want to go afflictions as you have now, or if you want to go into something else. All solid choices. Weeping Wounds, Blood Rush, Galvanized Steel. Yeah, so I would say maybe some more attack speed, or maybe electric so that you can do influence. But otherwise, I think what you have here is super solid. It does also have fairly decent range, but you could go harder into that range if you felt like it, because you're running Truth's Flame, so having a little bit of extra range is nice, just so that you can continuously chain Truth's Flame. So you might want to look at maybe replacing Molten Impact with some more range. Otherwise, the build there looks good. Okay, nobody's leaving for New Locus. Let me just finish off with Bonds Boy here, and then we'll get going. Ooh, this looks really good. Yeah, so going back to the whole augment thing, I think that having augments as like mod slots is actually super smart of them, because it forces you to make build crafting choices, right? Like, you have to make a choice if you want to be using an augment. Now, that said, I think that some augments obviously should be just baseline, but you know, that's a whole nother conversation. Decent duration, no range, high strength. So you're basically doing shield gating type shenanigans here in between spectral spirit activations. Energized, multi-augmented. Realistically, you probably shouldn't need energized here. You're not going to be spamming a lot of your abilities very often, unless you're casting for Doom quite frequently, at which point I might recommend some range on here. And you could do, of course, Archon Stretch for some more energy, and then that also would allow you to replace Arcane Energize if you felt like it. Because between Equilibrium and the health orbs that are dropping to Grave Spirit, you should be probably fine energy-wise. But you could go Archon Stretch for a little bit more range, so that Doom gets applied a little bit more frequently if you're using it in that way. Otherwise, I think what you're doing fine. Like, you could probably drop Boreal's Hatred for it, and you'd be perfectly fine. And you could maybe then remove Energized for more power strength, or something along those lines. Otherwise, that looks fine there. A lot of augments should be baseline. Oh, no. Like, there is a number of augments out there that should be part of the baseline kit, 10,000%. There is quite a few out there that I call Band-Aid augments. But just because there's the existence of Band-Aid augments doesn't mean that all augments should become, you know, not all augments are created equally. Let me put it that way. Okay, cool. Sabo, survival, easy. Easy peasy. Auslander. I feel like a lot of recent frames are kind of built around having at least one augment at all times. I feel like that's just kind of more all frames are that way, because they release augments that do such cool and interesting things. So, you know, it's kind of one of those things of like, could they... I don't think that all the new frames, or really any of the newer frames, are augment required. Like, they're all pretty well constructed frames, especially basically since Kome. Kome is really the only frame that, in my opinion, needed an augment, which they gave her. But in reality, I think that again, that augment should be part of her baseline kit, in my opinion. Didn't even know how you'd augment Dante. Yeah, I don't think Dante could really ever get an augment, if I'm being real. Dante's in a really good spot. Kieran, how you doing? Probably mispronounced your name, but welcome on in nonetheless. Happy to have you. Hey, Andromeda, swinging by as you gotta go study for your final tomorrow. You got this. Easy work. You have no problems with this final tomorrow. You're a champion. You're built different, truly spectacular. You've got this, easy peasy. You lost your stream streak? I know, I'm so sorry. Don't forget that if you are worried about your stream streak, you can always watch the VODs, right? So if you're ever worried about your stream streak, you always can just watch the VODs for like, I think it's like 20 minutes or something. Ah! Damn gravity. Always getting in the way. Didn't they say Dante was getting an augment next patch? I don't think that they said Dante was getting an augment, but he's getting a deluxe skin next patch, which maybe is what you're thinking of. Oh wow, they put two candies right beside each other again. Hey Scamcat, how you doing? But then got busy and missed out the window to save it. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that works for the view streak. Yeah. Yeah, if you want to save your stream streak. Yeah. A lot of the newer frames don't need augments, but they could definitely get one that changes up their playstyle a little bit. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You need a Dante augment where he reads you fanfiction. What kind of fanfiction, Octo? Octo, what kind of fanfiction? Octo, I'm judging you. What kind of fanfiction? Cardi, I assume you're deploying the child. Tool fanfiction, you know how Phillips head screwdriver and the screw meet? Sensually. Without any abilities, who do you think is the fastest Warframe? Like just using sprint speed? I think like the highest sprint speed naturally in the game is like 1.2, and I think that's Gauss. Has the highest natural sprint speed without using abilities, and then like whatever you mod on there would obviously increase or decrease that. I think the highest sprint speed naturally is 1.2. But I could be wrong on that. You were deploying the speedy? Understood. Mirage is fast because of her passive? Oh yeah, maybe Mirage, because she's, well, I guess it kind of depends. Like, fast, like, what are we defining fast? Like, full movement or just sprint speed, I suppose? Kind of wish the augments had their own slot when it comes to modding. Yeah, I know a lot of people want that, but I do actually agree with Pablo on that one. I agree with the team on that one. Having to make choices in build crafting is part of the fun of build crafting, because if you could have your cake and eat it too, what's the point, right? Like, there's a lot of things where it's like, what's kind of, you know, when you can have everything at once, it just kind of feels like a lot of the joy of build crafting is removed, at least to me personally. So that's kind of where I stand. I'm with the devs on it. You mentioned the new update in June. Can't wait for it. You're a Nidus main? I can't wait for it either. I love Nidus. Nidus is one of my old top 5 frames way back in the day. I used to play him a lot back before I was a creator, when I was a PS4 player. I love Nidus. No! Nullifier demon! Hiss, 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 hiss. Hiss, 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 hiss. Limbo augment whenever someone that nobody can shoot their guns other than Limbo. Oh my lord. Gauss with 1.5 base? Yeah, so just like straight spin speed. It's Gauss. Oh, I found it first. I found it first, Cardi. Your child is not as good as me. Get out of here. Make augment part of the base kit. In some cases, it would make them broken. However, there are some cases where mechanic can be added to the base. Should be good. Yeah, and that's kind of like where I'm at. Like, some augments I could certainly see as being added as a part of the baseline kit. But other augments are so strong that they should require you to make sacrifices. Like, Nezha's Divine Retribution definitely makes sense as an augment. That thing is way too good. Sevagoth's 1 and 2 augment combo definitely should be augments. Way too good. Actually be somewhat decent. I mean, Sevagoth is very good without his augments, but I agree that I personally think that his augments, being augment slots, are totally make sense because they're so incredibly strong, right? And you got to think of the trade-off. You're sacrificing mod capabilities for massive power, right? There must be a trade. Titanium Razor Wing's the same? Yeah, exactly. There must be a trade. The monkey paw must curl. Chromatic Blade being nuts, but Shock Trooper being the only one to use Shock. Wait, but Shock Trooper is the only reason to use Shock? Yeah, I mean, typically these days, absolutely. But again, it's one of those things of Shock Trooper in itself is so incredibly powerful. Because it gives all of your weapons to you and all of your allies non-combining electric damage, which is a lot more powerful than people think it is. So, like, that is a great example of, yes, it should have an augment because of how good it is. You know? At least in my opinion. That's the way I always look at it. Something else, one of those frames you can just turn your brain off and play as nice. Yeah, exactly. Ducky, where have you been? I was wondering what happened to you. Actually, I was thinking about you just like the other day. You'd like to see more augments change to the ability works? Yeah, I would love to see more augments like that too. Yeah, I'm with you. Do you like playing Foley? Her mission sucked, but she's worth it. Oh yeah, I love Foley. She's a ton of fun for when I'm just like feel like goofing around. Like she's a goof around frame for me. Like let me go do something weird. What's my strong build? Type X. How much points strong? You'd hate it if Titanium's Razor Wing augment was base. All it would take is a Volt. Well, Volt is now Volt's buff is now capped for allies, so it's not as bad as it used to be. It's capped at 150%. Recovering from a hack attack. Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch, Twitch Turbo, the West Side, say goodbye. What's the goal for the stream today? We are gonna just do our dailies, and then we're gonna do our weeklies, and then we'll figure out what we're doing from there. How quickly these syndicate medallions? Yep. And then you turn them all into relic packs when new Prime Access comes. Ooh, tasty relics. This is how I have so many relics in my inventory all the time. So many. More than I realistically need. Oh, Rue, do we need a goblin cackling scream into the microphone? If you're getting burned out on Warframe, what's the chill thing to do? Stop playing Warframe for a few days. If you want to keep playing Warframe for whatever reason, then I would always recommend to make sure you're switching out your weapons, switching out your Warframes, because variety is the spice of life in Warframe. So if you're getting burned out, the biggest thing I would recommend is put away whatever your main weapon in Warframe is and use something else. Because without a doubt, that is surefire the quickest way to get yourself burned out. Is by playing the same frame, playing the same Warframe, playing the same weapon, playing the same style, so on and so forth. You think Foley would get any augments? I feel like she doesn't need any augments right now. I think that I wouldn't mind seeing an augment where, like, I don't know, if you were to, like, an augment that's like you choose one of the summons and you use that summon for the whole mission, but you summon like 2 or 3 of them instantaneously. Like the arc traps, you summon 3 in a circle around you or something like that. Could be kind of interesting. Yo, Blue, how you doing? What you up to, Blue? How's it going, bud? How was your weekend? Hopefully you didn't work too much this weekend. Can't go back to League of Legends. I thankfully never really got into League, so doing good. Just woke up. Heck yeah! I hope you had a good sleep. Hope you're refreshed for another weekend of Warframe shenanigans. Karu, welcome in. Thanks for following. You wish there was a random button for selecting Warframes and weapons? There is. That's the neat part. There is. It's hiding in your loadout section. I'll show you when I get out of here, Icicle. Name is Dan. You think of me as Zeno? Yep. I just put Dan there for whatever reason. You lost everything about 2 months ago, including your Warframe account. You had, if you had permanently lost your Warframe account, you've never played it again. Oh no, I'm so sorry to hear that. Hopefully you got everything back, though. Sounds like you might have. There's also a button. Yeah, it's in your loadouts, right? Randomized loadout. It's just hiding in your loadouts section, if I remember correctly. Teamfight Tactics. I have heard Teamfight Tactics is pretty good. I played it when it was the original version of the game, which was Dota Auto Chess before they decided to look at Dota again and steal ideas. It's always the joke between League and Dota. TFT doesn't work on Linux? Hey, but Dota 2 Auto Chess does. Because Dota works on Linux. Hey, just got back into Warframe since you quit during the Cyto 9, and this is so overwhelming. Okay, well, first off, don't panic. Second off, stop panicking. Third off, continue panicking. All of that is, of course, a joke. Don't panic. The biggest thing I would recommend is just, take it step by step. Warframe is a marathon, not a sprint. Take it easy. You'll get there. Dota's kind of cool. I do like Dota. Bam, bam. Up, let's go. Let it up. Second stat for Zaku duration. Zaku is, they're largely range is the primary stat, and then strength after that. Zaku's forced ability, the Vast on Time, will lock the duration of the rest of their other abilities. So you can see there, my second ability is not moving from 8.7 seconds. So you don't really need duration on Zaku at all if you're using the fourth ability properly. Foley's Grind's boring. I mean, I liked Foley's Grind, but it always depends on what your personal preferences are, right? I thought it was nice as a little bit of a change up to the regular gameplay loop. And it was a fun mission. At least I liked it. Anyone alive? Your very first account is the one you wish you could remember the login stuff to? Well, I mean, if you can remember like part of the login stuff, you might be able to contact Digital Extremes to get the account figured out. No, it does not. Zaku's fourth ability does not freeze the Helmet's ability durations. It only freezes the duration of their innate abilities. Is Prime Reach worth it to use on Atlas's fists? It doesn't increase the AoE, if I remember correctly, but it does increase the reach, so I would say probably unnecessary, and you'd be better off modding for range on the frame. Foley's Grind's way easier than Citrine. I actually think Citrine's Grind's not that hard. You just got to know, what to do. Pick up the crystals. Killing enemies spawns more crystals, makes the grind faster. Made it in 2013, no idea where to start. Okay, well, fair enough. But if you do remember it, you might be able to reach out to support and be like, hey, so this is my super old account. So damaging enemies spawns an Ampher. I mean, I really like the lingering transmutation probe. Augment that he's already got on there. But yeah, I mean, if we get more ability augments, I wouldn't say no. It's very rare for abilities to get more than one augment though, right? I think that could be kind of cool though. All right, we are heading to extract peeps. Let's get out of here. Scales with range. I think I'm 99% certain that it scales with range on the frame, not range on your fists. So like reach is not what I'm talking about. Overextended is. Is my party full? Yeah, my party's full at the moment. We're just doing our dailies here real quick. 3 accounts, 1 on PC, attempted to play on your mom's computer, and 1 on your PlayStation 4. You only got halfway through the Arcwing. Oh. Do I play everything or have a main? I play everything, yeah. I mean, my main is Nezha, 10,000%. He's my favorite frame. But I play everything. I played whatever. There's like 3 frames that I don't really play just because I don't find them fun for me. So like I don't play Oberon. His passive is too strong. Like I like working for my survivability. I don't play Revenant, same problem. I don't play Saren. because I hate Siren. Was thinking stretch? Yeah. So stretch would increase the AoE of Atlas's fists. I need some advanced GG in my life. Oh, and whoever did an advanced GG order over the weekend using my code, thank you very much for that. Appreciate you. Tal, it's still on cooldown. But yeah, I play everything. You know, if the way I look at it is Warframe's real joy is the variety of it. It's not the sort of one thing. So I play a little bit of everything. I play different styles on different frames, blah blah blah. So like that's where my real joy is. It's why you don't play Dante, because Overguard is too easy survivability. Yeah, and that's why like I don't play a lot of Dante either. Like I find invincibility boring. Okay, so don't forget that they like to hide some candies in the Void Portal as well, so just make sure that if you're in the Void Portal to take a look for it. So once we get to the Void Portal of the Sabotage, just make sure that you are keeping an eye out for candies in there, and one of us might want to save our air support charge for that room. That's why you stopped playing Valk? Yeah, I mean, Valk is like a ton of fun, but she's really, really over the top. Friend brought you on here now. Well, welcome on over. Happy to have you. You'll save charge for the portal? Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Commander. Appreciate you. Need a squad with me over the week? You need the potato for the clan rewards? Oh, yeah, I mean. Yeah. Always happy to, man. And Galito? I probably mispronounced that. I apologize. I have dyslexia, so me and words no good. But welcome on in. Happy to have you. You love playing Kulvo and Valk? And that's the thing, right? Is like there's not ever a wrong answer to enjoying Warframe. Play whatever makes you happy. It's okay, call you Angel? Perfect. My apologies for mispronouncing. Do I fix builds? I give recommendations on what I would do on builds. And then it's up to you whether or not you like that information or not. You have employment now? Congratulations, Ducky! I'm very happy to hear that. Hell yeah! Can we get some congrats in the chat for Ducky there? We love good news for the peeps. Portilla starts giving overcard with Heat Inherent Fortifier? Yep. Have you seen Elemental Ward giving overguard because of Elemental Ward's interaction with whatchamacallit there? Secondary Fortifier. It deals cold damage, but it reflex damage, and for some reason activates Secondary Fortifier for reasons unknown to all. Also melee unique traits for some reason. Dance floor. You mean chicken grabber? Ah. Yes, the good old chicken grabbers. Hey, listen, work is work. All work is valuable. The plague taught us that. No matter what everyone else thinks. All work is valuable. Except for mine. I don't know what I'm doing with my life. Ha ha ha. Self-deprecation. Elemental Ward also triggers influence? No. It triggers melee unique traits. I do not believe that it triggers influence. The electric one might trigger influence, but I can't remember if it does. I'm specifically talking about the interaction with the cold Elemental Ward. Gun or a weapon that'll help you? At rank 10, basically anything that has an Incarnon, or anything that's a primed weapon should do you pretty well. That's within your master rank range. But otherwise, if you're, depending on where you are in the story, if you finished off, I think it's Chains of Horror or the old war, one of those two, you can start doing Kuva adversaries, so Kuva liches. And if you finished the Sevagoth quest, then you can do Sister of Parvos and Protea quest. I think you need to do both. Then you can do Sister of Parvos, and the Tenant weapons and the Kuva weapons are incredibly strong. And don't, as long as you're not buying them from a shop, so some of the Tenant weapons you can't get because they're a shop item and thus have the Force Mastery requirement. But Kuva and Coda, or Kuva and Tenant weapons that you get from fighting the boss, you can get at relatively low MRs. Liches take so long though. Yeah, liches do take a while, but they are very powerful weapons. All right, I think that's it. Get on my squad. GG. Did you miss the fashion show? Yeah, Bonsai, I took a look at your stuff already. I mean, you could just send me your ribbon. That's just kind of there for people to spend points on if they want to. Crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot, minus puncture. That's actually pretty dang tasty. Yeah, that's a nice ribbon for the Taunt Core. Architriton, Titrun, damage Grenier, minus combo duration. Combo duration can be offset by arcanes, so absolutely no problems. Yeah. Punch through, multi-shot, critical damage. This is, if you had a negative, would be 10 out of 10 God Roll Ribbon. Straight up. Punch through is incredibly important for chain beams, because every enemy that the chain beam hits with the main beam will split off. Multi-shot is multiplicative status chance and damage for continuous fire weapons and chain beams, and critical damage is what this thing really wants. This is a very, very nice Riven Revel. The Bratton, yes, I do have a Bratton build. Here you are. This is using the Incarnon, but if you don't have the Incarnon yet, that build will still work perfectly fine for you. We saw that. Anything else from here, Revel? Nope. Away with you. Redacted. Oh my lord. Mirage. What you got? Course of protection, total eclipse, haul, augmented, energize, pillage over the 3. I would say drop over extended here. You don't really need range if you're going for pillage. You don't really need that. Because duration and range, it's a wave-like ability, so both duration and range affect its effective range. So I would drop over extended because you'd much rather have that strength for the Eclipse, Hall of Mirrors, augment combination. You could go Rolling Guard for survivability, because but you got Pillage, which is a status cleanse in itself, so you actually don't need it. Or you could just go Adaptation to make your shields last longer, but I wouldn't run over extended here personally. I would be going more into duration or more into strength, or another form of survivability function. Otherwise, the rest of the build looks good. Proboscis Cernos. Speed trigger. Vial acceleration says speed trigger. It's more fire rate, significantly more for bows. Shivering Contagion. You can offload Shivering Contagion to a Sentinel's weapon if you want to. Save yourself a mod slot. Primary Frostbite for more multi-shot and crit damage. If you got a high energy frame, you might want to look at Overcharge instead. Because you'll get more multi-shot, and this doesn't really help you. The critical damage doesn't really help you on this weapon. Otherwise, yeah, it all looks fine. I probably wouldn't run Vigilante Armaments, but 6 of one, half dozen another. Dex Furus, Lethal Torrent, Heat Charge, Elementalist, Enervates. What are you running on here? Blast Corrosive, so this is just for their blast damage. Pistol Ammo Mutation. Probably don't need Pistol Ammo Mutation on here, but if you want it for the extra energy, I hear you. Yeah, I mean, it all looks fine otherwise. Yeah, nothing really to say here. MOA, last slot will be for Coolant Leak. Force Vacuum, Health Shields, Reinforced Manifold for Security Override. Yep, looks fine. Tazcore, Shivering Contagion, yeah, so if you're running Shivering Contagion here, you don't need to do it somewhere else. Do I have an Angstrom build? I do have an Angstrom build. Angstrom. And here you are. Boop, boop. Do I have a Titanium Prime set? No. Can you send your Nidus? Yeah, so you just shoot me a private message in game using the same in-game name as the stream name, Zenosfire. And then once you got a private message opened, you go here, you go to upgrade, you click link config in chat. My molt augmented fell off again. Or if you want to send appearance, link look in chat. Why is it showing a headless cat? Great question. Protea! Ooh, pretty. I think I would tone the red back a little bit, or maybe the green. One of those needs to be toned back a little bit, but that could just be look link doing look link things again. And, ooh, cool looking Araxia. I like that. I think I would maybe try to add another color into the Syndana, just because all red makes it a little bit samey, but I would probably do a little bit more there. Build your melee Jade build to confuse your friends, and it's amazing. Yeah, Jade's fantastic. Jade's great. I love Jade. Battery molt augmented, so battery is going to be for your energy. I would probably drop flow. It's unnecessary here because you have battery. You could switch it out for equilibrium and bring a companion with some kind of ability, the synth deconstruct specifically. I would probably drop augur message for stretch. I find a little bit of range on Valkyr for ripline is nice, but it's not necessary. Otherwise, this I would probably drop either equilibrium or more strength or more duration or stretch here. And molt augmented, get that leveled up when you can. Otherwise, this all looks fine. Riaz, Argonaut. Aptitude, yes, this is multiplicative on here, which is great because you got multi-shot crit chance or crit damage and regular damage here. So Galvanized Aptitude being multiplicative here plays very well into that. Using primary deadhead, what are your elements? Just viral? Yeah, just viral is fine. You might want to, you could potentially switch this out for heat, but 6.5 doesn't know there. What melee do I recommend you get? You said your MR10? If you have access to it, the Jack Cuissard is a ton of fun. That's a build you thought you'd have made? You're amazed? What build? Think Protea was an Evangelion reference? Oh, maybe, yeah. I don't really care for Evangelion, so I'm kind of 6.5 dozen other there. Okay, just gotta run a quick ad break. Zachary looks fine, thanks. I like it. It's all right. We'll just wait for this ad break to be over before we keep taking a look at stuff. And then we'll continue on with our weeklies here. See what we got on for this week. Enemies with abilities, containers, Scaldra with abilities, Techrot with abilities, Xmas units, Scaldra with melee. Same as the channel, Rems, Zenosfire, exact same spelling. And if you're uncertain of how to send a private message in Warframe, just remove the space from the front of that. And it's just like that. Alright. Remind me of Vsauce? You know, more and more people have been saying that. It's because I have a beard and I have a buzzed hair. What's the melee name? Jack Cuissard. I don't know if it's MR10 though. It's a very fun weapon though. I like it. Okay, Ollie, what you got? Fleeting expertise, transient fortitude, adaptation. You probably don't need adaptation. You're basically unkillable with keeping up your abilities. But having more is not a bad idea. Maybe Rolling Guard instead, but it's kind of a 6.5 does another. Strike is the melee attack speed. Good, it is. Reactive storm, fleeting. Yep, all looks good. This is very typical for a Baruch build. You usually run low duration for the whole restraint tech, so that looks good to me. Desert Wind, Galvanized Elemental, Sweeping Winds, Shocking Touch, just electricity. And then whatever, of course, you get with the ability. You could potentially get another element on here to go in with the Shocking Touch. Like Magnetic Rush would do really well here, just for some more elemental switching around, and then also another stat to go through with Shocking Touch. Not super necessary, of course, but just an idea for you. Especially with this weapon, it's so slow that getting a little bit more attack speed. Yeah, you do have this, and you have the Arcane, but maybe a little bit more might do you good. Otherwise, what you have here looks pretty standard. Afflictions, yeah, this is the other way to play it. With an Afflictions build, using gas. Yeah, nothing to say here also. Nope, it's Rams. Just look at the message that I previously sent. It's /W space my in-game name. Danny, what you got? Baruch. Transient, reactive, blind rage. So this is the other way to play. People like high duration, and then you use wrathful advance. So you might have some survivability problems, because I'm pretty certain it's the first ability that's like the one that keeps your restraint meter going, right? So you maybe want to move that over, but you should be fine. I don't really play a lot of Baruch, so I don't know a whole lot about him, I'll be completely honest. What you have here, though, looks good to my knowledge of how Baruch plays. The only thing I would say is Archon Stretch. You don't gain... no, this doesn't take energy. So, yeah, that takes the restraint meter. So never mind, Archon Stretch works well here. Desert Wind, Blood Rush, Shocking Touch, Prime Pressure Point, Condition Overload. I'll probably just choose one or the other. Probably don't need both. Why are you using Reflex? Are you going all in for heavy attacks on here? Just going in for the heavy attacks on here, I suppose. It's not a bad choice, just a different choice. Yeah, all that looks fine. Nautilus. So move these two, right? You want Manifold Bond immediately to the right of whatever ability you want to be cooling down, so just switch these two spots. Contagious Bond, Momentous, Reinforced, Coolant Lane. Yep, all looks good. Verglass. So keep in mind, these only activate. You can scroll up to Angel. I linked it to you in the shorts there, so you can scroll up and grab it there. Hunter Track, status duration isn't super necessary, but status duration is not a bad thing. You're running gas and cold. So just keep in mind, these don't activate the on-kill effects unless you are activating them on your own rifle. So if you're playing this with your Baruch, these are not doing anything. Like the extra stuff to them, the on-kill stuff. These only activate when you have a rifle and you have activated these mods on your rifle. So keep that in mind. Hey, Sir Bolia. Fishy, yeah, you can send me your builds inside the game. Why is everyone running Verglass Prime now? It's the highest damaging companion weapon in the game. Very easily can do damage cap when you use Fired Up with it. And that's not a joke. It's actually bonkersly strong. Outrageously so, actually. It's really dumb. It's really, really dumb. Really, really, really dumb. Thanks, Anthem. Sorry about being dumb, but that's all good. Don't worry. If you don't, how would you know if you don't know? Fix your Wisp and Mesa build. Yeah, let's start with your Mesa. Avenger for the crit chance, velocity for the attack speed, roar over the one, equilibrium, muzzle flash. I'm not a big fan of muzzle flash, but it does have its uses. Instead of going into efficiency, you could go into duration, because both duration and efficiency will reduce energy drain per second sources from channel abilities, which her fourth ability is, and then will also make her other buffs last longer, which means that you are spending less duration. Spending less energy on duration. So here I would drop Fleeting Expertise and I would switch it out with Flow. Because, right, you're gonna have to be recasting these and it's a 1-to-1. So if you drop Fleeting Expertise, your energy drain per second of Peacemaker won't change. But if you add in duration, then you won't be recasting these as frequently and thus gaining energy efficiency for energy economy from there. Otherwise, just keep in mind that while you're in your fourth, you can't activate Rolling Guard unless you're using Peacemaker, or sorry, Mesa's Waltz, which then you would switch out Power Drift for that. I'm not necessarily a big fan of Muzzle Flash, but it does work pretty well. Otherwise, what you have here is super good. I would just say drop this for a Flow, because this is not doing anything for your fourth ability, right? Duration and efficiency are 1-to-1 energy drains. So if you were to remove this, theoretically, your Peacemaker's energy drain per second should not change. But then you won't be having to recast these as often, and thus gaining energy efficiency in that way. For your regulators, Fishy Man, welcome in. Thanks for the follow. Creeping Bullseye, Jolt. What are you running on here? Corrosive Magnetic Heat. I would definitely recommend Lethal Torrent on here. Realistically speaking, I would probably drop Magnetic Might for Lethal Torrent. More fire rate, more multi-shot, both solid things on here. Yes, you lose critical damage, but you'll gain more damage out of the fire rate and out of the multi-shot than you would be gaining from this. Welcome back, Greg. So I would just switch that out for Lethal Torrent. That will really improve your damage output. For your Wisp, Transient Fortitude, Blind Rage, Molt Augmented, Energize, no Helmet, Fused Reservoir. I'm not a big fan of Fused Reservoir, but 6 of one, half dozen another. What you have here should be really good. Wisp is just basically high strength, high duration, Warframe. So what you have here is perfectly fine. Shouldn't have any problems. Yeah. I mean, Prime Continuity, that's kind of the only thing. Otherwise, looks all good there. Starta. It's multiplicative, so good you're using that. Toxin, critical chance, multi-shot, minus ammo maximum. And the ammo maximum's a little bit rough, but you'll be fine. Ammo drum to boost back up your ammo maximum, which kind of helps to solve that. Primary deadhead. Yeah, this all looks good. Nothing to say on here. Looks really good, Breachy. And Technic Exec, you guys have this too, that you run with Gauss. Electricity, crit damage, minus damage to Corpus, perfectly good. Pressure point, conditional overload instead, but 6 of one, half does another. If you're doing the heavy attack spamming, Galvanized Reflex makes sense. It kind of looks like you are doing the heavy attack spamming because you have the slam here, which the heavy attack on this weapon, I believe, has slams to it. Afflictions, because you're knocking people up in the air. You could go with something other than Viral, but Viral is a very good choice. You might want to look at, depending on your... maybe you don't need Blood Rush. Yeah, nothing really to say here. Maybe some heavy attack speed stuff if you're doing the slam tech with it, with the heavy attacks. But yeah, that all looks good there. Nothing really to say, Breachy, other than a few little changes. Oh my lord, Bondsboy, you have sent so many things. Where the hell did we stop? I'm gonna just start here. Physique for more health, I would probably run Brief Respite, Circumvent Commissado. Commissado will activate off of your companions, but I would recommend not using Commissado. The only reason is because you're going to be spamming Whip Claw. The ability strength is just going to be getting immediately drained. So I'd switch out Commissado for Molt Augmented. I would also switch out Augur Secrets for the Whip Claw augment. It's her best augment. You should absolutely be using it. Otherwise, what you have here is perfectly fine. Maybe a Rolling Guard for a little bit of survivability. Venari Prime, Contagious Bond, Reinforced Bond Momentum, Link Vitality, Territorial Aggression. Yeah, nothing really to say here. Looks fine. Claws, Bite, Magnetic, Radon, Shocking, Shock Collar, Maul, 100 Synergies. Yep, all looks good there. Your Whip Claw, Influence, Blast, Prime Pressure Point. Obviously, when you can, Weeping Wounds, Blood Rush, Galvanized Steel, Elementalist. Yeah, nothing to say here. Looks good. Wait, where are you getting the blast from? Oh, Volcanic. There you go. Do I have a Gyro Prime build? I've got a couple of Gyro Prime builds on the channel. What's the most fun Warframe I own? I mean, I think that Nezha is my most fun Warframe, but I'm also completely addicted to Nezha. There you go. There's all my Gyro builds for you. Pillager Prime build? Yeah, I just worked through the messages. So wherever your message is where it shows up. Ooh, nice looking Inaros there. Bondsboy, I like that. I like the orange. Sort of burnt orange color. Necros. Bondsboy, you know me in black and red. You know me in black and red. Not a big fan. Looks cool, but I don't like black and red. So it's not a you thing, it's a me thing. But that does look cool. I like that sage green on there. And Whipclaw Prime, the funny melee exposure, yeah, for the just more damage. Yeah, I mean, I would probably look into something else other than these. I would probably drop these here. Like Drifting Contact, you can offload into a companion or Archon stuff. Galvanized Elementals is only working on your slash, so it's not going to be activating very often. Okay, you with the 90 in your name. Soma. Crit chance, crit damage, status chance, very nice. Very, very good Riven for this weapon. It is a crit-based weapon and has decent status stuff as well. Could you, of course, roll something better and have a negative? Yeah. Would I keep rolling it? Absolutely not. That's a very nice Riven. Your Broken War. Okay, let's take a look. So, Duplicate, just as a heads up and a reminder for everybody, Duplicate only works on yellow crits. You are at yellow crit range, so you're in the right range. But just keep that in mind. I would recommend probably switching out Prime Pressure Point for Condition Overload. This thing is more of a status-based weapon, or sorry, can play very well into statuses, and then you can use a companion with status priming to make it even better. So if you have Condition Overload, I would switch out Prime Pressure Point for that in this case. And I would maybe switch this out for the Gladiator. Oh, but then you would be getting into too high of stuff there. You could switch this out for more attack speed with Magnetic Rush, and then you gain another element for Condition Overload, and also some more attack speed, and you could switch out Fury for Berserker Fury, gaining 40% attack speed over regular Fury. So that's the only two things I would really say here. You could go for some range. Yeah, it only has a 60% follow through, but you know, a little bit more range is not always terrible, and you should be good. Heimdall, Evensong, status duration, fire rate, toxin, certainly not bad. Could you roll something better? Yeah, toxin of course can just go into viral or corrosive. Fire rate is great on bows. Status duration isn't super necessary for this weapon, but you're not going to really say no. Could you roll something better? Absolutely, but it's perfectly fine the way that it is. Your Varuna, ooh, very pretty. Ooh, I actually really like that. That looks very nice. Zephyr's the most fun frame because you get access to Happy Zephyr. True. True. Ooh, Heimdall. Love that. Angel, I'm going to be working on some endgame stuff today for our weeklies, so most likely won't have time today, but if you are looking for people to play with, give me a moment. I'll get you the Discord link. And we have a very happy and welcoming community on our Discord, and maybe you'll be able to find someone there to give you a hand. But today I kind of got to get my dailies, my weeklies done, and all that jazz. Yo, Foog, how you doing? Slide, Sheila, it's a ducky. Ooh, I love that. Ooh, I really love that. Send your Bratton build, it's on the channel. And here you go. Excalibur Umbra. Ah, it's flesh colored. Yeah. Yeah. Frost. Oh yeah, that's right. The Floof Frost. Forgot about that one. Rhino. The Floof Rhino. What a silly little thing. Mesa. Ooh, I actually really love that grayscale there. Mesa's Waltz over Muzzle Flash. Personally, that's what I would do, yeah. But you remember, Mesa's Waltz is an Exilus slot, so you could put it up there and not take up a mod slot. And then you could put something else into your regular mod slots. I like that a lot, Sheila. I like that a lot, Ducky. And, ooh, that Varuna is really cool. Hey, Kyle. Flippins, Burstin. Okay, so for the Burstin, this was... Oh, you're running... What? Where's your damage? Just Deadhead for your damage? Okay, that's fair. I'm looking for cryo rounds. Status duration. Yeah, status duration doesn't really matter, but multi-shot and crit damage is both very tasty on here. Just running a viral heat. Yeah, it looks good. Nothing really to say here. Yeah, nothing to say here. If you aren't enjoying the ADS playstyle, I'd swap this out for just Serration. It'll really boost your damage. So I think that you're running too much neutral damage here. The Burstin doesn't, the Boltor doesn't get like multi-gunco from here. So you got Deadhead, Serration, and Aptitude. I would probably drop the Amalgam Serration here, realistically speaking, and I'd switch it out for Shred. Some punch through, more fire rate. This weapon loves fire rate. That's what I'd recommend here. Otherwise, the rest of your build looks perfectly fine. You could swap out into a different element here, like there's the radiation or magnetic, so that you have another element for Galvanized Aptitude to play with, and so that's the only thing I'd really recommend is maybe switch this out for the magnetic mod or the radiation mod if that's more your style. And I wouldn't run rifle ammo mutation. Since this is a rifle, I would suggest Vigilante Supplies, because then it has the 5% chance to boost you up a crit tier, just more damage, and then also gives you more ammo, but this weapon doesn't really have ammo problems. So Shred here instead of Serration is the only thing I would really say. Vigilante set bonus for the Verglass. Yeah, I would still run Vigilante Supplies on your frame. I would still run that. Remember, this doesn't activate unless you're activating Galvanized Aptitude on your rifle, which if you're using it with your Boltor, you're activating, so just keep that in mind. You have a goal of getting primed ammo? Yeah, I would probably still put, whatchamacallit. I would still put whatchamacallit there instead. Nidus. Okay, so triple umbrals are perfectly fine. Teaming virulence. I would probably recommend the parasitic vitality. Oh, you took off parasitic link? That's interesting. If you want to use Thero Strike, I would probably throw Thero Strike over Ravenous and use parasitic link instead. Parasitic vitality. Because with parasitic link, you get damage reduction or damage redirection, status immunity. It's very, very strong, and you're getting a ton more health. So I would probably move Thero Strike over here, and I would look at more range. Like, I would drop these for more range, because Thero Strike it's got short length, wide reach. So you want to increase the range on it as much as you can, and Nidus already wants high range with both Larva and Virulence. So I'd look at some more range on here. Otherwise, this your build here looks perfectly fine. Instead of battery, you could throw on a flow or some purple blue shards. Like, you switch this out for flow, and you could also go with persistence, because he has such high health and armor. Arcane persistence plays very well into his kit, meaning that he can only take 500 damage a second. It's very, very powerful on this frame. Very, very powerful. For your Zaw, Virulent Scourge, Exodia 4, above, Voltaic Strike. Are you doing a heavy attack build specifically here? So you got electricity here. I'd probably swap this out for something else. Some attack speed would do you well. I would definitely keep rolling this Riven. IPS mods, so Impact, Puncture, Slash, are just not that good these days. The range on here is not bad, but I would keep rolling this Riven. I'd also not use Carnus Mandible. If you want more range, I would go for more range on here. What's your nice fashion look like? Ooh, I like that. I like. Penta? No, sorry, I don't have a Penta build out yet. Ooh, I like that one too. I love this deluxe set. This is one of my Laggers deluxe sets, like the older ones that they did, are absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Ooh, I love that one too. I love that sort of brassy color on there. Coda Bubonico. Okay, so this is multiplicative on here for the direct fire, so very good choice if you're using the direct fire mode. I wouldn't run double cold on here. Switch out one of these to something else, another element, probably heat instead. But then you might be going into blast and toxin, because it has blast, toxin baseline, but you also have toxin here so that you can force that in. Again, IPS mods aren't super necessary, but having toxin here and multi-shot's not a bad thing. Yeah, I mean, otherwise fine. I would probably say you could go into the crit chance and crit damage here, which, you know, these ones here for crit chance and crit damage would not be a bad choice, because this thing is actually a very good crit SAS hybrid weapon. So you might want to look at doing some switch arounds there. Okay, we're gonna take a break from taking a look at people's builds and go play some missions, because we got some weeklies to do. And I gotta run a quick ad break here. Y'all know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, sit tight. See you in a minute. And Rauta, and Tenet Detron, and Super Spreader, and what are we killing? Just enemies with abilities. Easy. Easy peasy. Easy peasy. Yeah, we just take we'll take a look at builds sort of in between what we're doing today. So if I haven't gotten to look at your fashion or your builds, just be patient. I'll get to it eventually. Your stream streak is gonna die. That's okay, Riaz. It's a very, very positive reason why. So not a problem at all, of course. You'll be back on August 11th? Hey, that's my mom's birthday. Your build works against 999, but not 10,001? That seems very odd, because if your build 2 levels won't make that big of a difference. So that's certainly what I would call an odd circumstance. Improved survivability with Mesa. If you have it, secondary fortifier on your regulars is an excellent survivability tool for Mesa. Is 10,001 possible? Yeah, when an enemy gets corrupted, it will sometimes bug out and increase the enemy level above 9,999. Because when an enemy gets corrupted, it will typically increase the enemy levels by a small amount. And sometimes it bugs out and does that whole weird thing. Just classic Warframe spaghetti coding, you know. You know how it do be. Masha, 12 months! Happy anniversary! Why, thanks, Masha. How you been? Thanks so much for the Prime sub. Oh, tier 1 sub. My apologies. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Did we finish there? Not quite yet. Remnant 2 hardcore run? Heck yeah! How'd it go? There we go. And now we can leave. Ba-da-ba, ba-da-ba. That's not what we wanted. We want to be over here, and this is breaking 75 containers. So we're going to swap to Zaku, and we're going to swap to normal because we don't need to do steel path for this. Let me just make sure. Oh, ow! I goofed. I goofed. Yeah, I goofed. How to celebrate your LR4 achievement that you got this morning? Congratulations! That's awesome to hear. LR4. I forgot to choose my prizes. Yeah, energy pickups doing stuff. Sure. Nope, nope. Here. There we go. Now we're back on track. Okay, I'm done with Sandstorm. That song just goes on forever. Whee! Whee! Right, I'm not on Steel Path. I can just spam that stuff. This is not the way I wanted to go. Apparently it's this way. ZZ Fix, thanks so much for the 3 months Prime. Appreciate the heck out of you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thanks for the hype train, y'all. Appreciate y'all. If you want in for a fun little emote, help support the community, all that jazz, biddies, sound alerts, Twitch subs, Amazon Prime gift subs, all that jazz. Hey Angel, welcome back. How you doing? Whee! I fly. There we go. That was nice and easy. Love to see it. Really hope Banshee will get some needed changes in the future. Yeah, I would like to see Banshee get a little bit of love. Nice haircut, thanks. I got rid of it all because it was way too hot. I'm a very temperature sensitive person, so before I get my AC in, I get very sad with heat. Scaldra Troops abilities, and we'll throw it on the Steel Path. Go Scaldra. Oh. How have you been, Angel? What you been up to? And also ZZ. Thank you again for the Prime. Hope you've been doing well. What do you think Grendel's favorite type of rock is to eat? Planet. The whole planet. Every single one. He likes to eat planetoids. Whole entire galaxies. Let's just get a little bit more energy. Not that we really need it, but we'll take it. Impromptu Soulframe dev stream coming up? Wait, what? Like, actually? Chat, we might be going for a quick 5-minute coding adventure. And by that, I mean a quick ow. I died because I wasn't paying attention. The most common way of me dying is in fact attention span. Because I could have slash dashed there to get me to safety, but I didn't because I was not paying attention. They're in talks about how to fix the issue for the Incarnants. Yeah, I wonder what they'll do for that. I wonder. Preludes 14.5? Ooh. Ooh. Okay, first off, Vsauce has much less hair than I do. Let's just make that clear. I cut my hair short because of heat, not because of bald. Did you change your stream display? It looks a little bit different. Yeah, just did a little bit of a change. Moved the chat off to the corner there, and also got the little music box down there too. You got another minute to get in for the hype train, everybody. If you want in to help support the community, get yourself a cool little emote, all that jazz. Gifted subs, biddies, sound alerts. If you wanna, obviously no pressure if you can't. Am I done? I am. Easy. An impromptu Soulframe dev stream. Apollos! Thank you very much for the 69 biddies. Nice. Covers chat, which is nice. Yeah, it just kind of moves it over there. I mean, the chat doesn't really matter if it's covered. Thankfully, Warframe's auto filter catches anybody who's being real dweebs. So it's never that big of a deal. What do I think about Mesa in general? She's very, very good frame. I just don't find her very fun to play. Because I'm not like a huge fan of just that sort of brain off playstyle just in general. Do the Vsauce intro? I don't even know what Vsauce's intro sounds or looks like. I just know Vsauce exists. Damn it, Dalen. Every time. You'd think I'd be getting immune to it. But no, no. Thank you very much, Dalen, for the biddies. Appreciate the heck out of you. Hey, Crow, welcome back. Ha, your Discord's muted. Tricks won't work on you. Yes, they will. Hey, Mordecai. Or Mordak. You breathed in dirt? Well, don't do that. I'm not a doctor, but I have heard dirt in the lungs is bad for your life. I have no scientific evidence, but you know, you probably shouldn't breathe in dirt. Your Discord's muted too? Phone makes a different sound? Well, listen, sometimes it will get you. Does this build even require aiming? No, because Excalibur, you just sort of swipe in the general direction of where enemies are, and then you'll hit stuff. Just ask any coal miner. True. Sure, Universal Orbs, why not? Riven? A pistol Riven? Bet. Bunch of Xmas units, and then just Scaldra with melee. Easy. You wonder which build's better, Valkyr or Excalibur for melee? Kind of depends. Like, Valkyr is better for single target damage. She can crit for 600 million without much thought, especially on her heavy attacks. But Excalibur, because melee influence goes burr, you know, it's a little bit of a different case there. How good is the Brat and Prime with an Incarnate? I think it's quite good, yeah. I like it. I like it. It's not as good as the Burson, obviously. The Burson is like the highest damaging Discord, or highest damaging Incarnate in the game. But it is still very fun, and I like it a lot. Yeah, I will get you Discord link here in a second, Ducky. Just let me get done here. What is this one? Core is the best melee frame. I mean, Core is not really a melee frame. Just like how Atlas isn't really a melee frame, and Garo's not really a melee frame. They're more casters. Brat and Vandal was the Star Wars gun pew pew sound, and that is fun. Xmas units, yeah. Chop, 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 choppity, chop, chop. Where are my Xmas's? They need to die. Drink my water. Okay, I'll drink my advanced hydration flavor. It's very tasty, and you can use code Zenos at checkout to get 10% off your order and support the community. Don't we all just love Windows? God, I want off Windows. I want to break free from the shackles of Microslop. But I want a new, I want a new hard drive before I make the switch over to Bazite. Spider-Man, Hey, Wild Frost, I'm doing well today. How are you? More Eximuses, please. More Eximuses. Oh, that gave me like no damage because there was no enemies there. Impressions from the Soulframe stream patch notes? Yeah, sure. Chop, choppity, chop, chop, choppity, chop. And done. I mean, Ivara's got some fun tech with, what's that ability? Navigator? For, the Zenosfire. It's actually a fun little combo. Kova! Melee attack speed, energy restoration. Ooh, I do like energy restoration. Happy birthday, Flare. Even though you don't like me. Skaldra with melee. Hopefully able to get your Wisp Prime today. Ooh, I wish you the best of luck. May the odds be ever in your favor. 14.5 will be an experiment for the crafting changes in P15, so that's with the weapons with random rolls, right? Let's do that. Do this. Activate abilities. Do the attacky tacks. Attackity tackity tack tack tack. Attackity tackity tack tack tack. Nah, I mean, I screwed up with the flare conversation, and my personal goal is to never reset any of the Kim system. So I'm just kind of a little bit SOL'd. I don't want to reset the Kim system, so I just won't get that Shazin decoration. Hold on. The Great Club will be the first randomized stat weapon and adds a bunch more information to the stat card. Ooh, interesting. Ooh, interesting, interesting. I'm really interested to see how the community is going to take that. Because I actually kind of like the idea of the random stat rolls. But I understand that not everybody's going to be liking that cup of tea, you know? Prisms are getting reworked again. I mean, that's always the joy of a pre-alpha game, right? Things are constantly changing. New source that would only run on Windows. Well, yeah, I mean, Steam right now is the vanguard of Linux, getting Linux working better for gaming, right? Because they're just like, yep, we're putting out machines that run on Linux, and we're also throwing a bunch of money at Linux, and we're also throwing a bunch of money at the devs who make Linux stuff. So go forth, make my GameCube better. Probably because SteamOS, yeah, that's literally what it is. They're just like, well, we don't want to build a whole OS, but what if we just throw money? What if we just give all these devs who are doing the open source coding a bunch of money, and they do it for us? It's like, barp, 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 barp. There you go. My name is Gabe Newell, and fuck you, Bill Gates. I used to work for you. Potato. I mean, I don't really need any more potatoes. I mean, the song is really good, champ. Inventory will be consolidated. Kind of sounds like minor. Think playing attention, but you think paying attention to these kind of things. What do you mean by inventory is going to be consolidated? Lavish Prime. Super hydration, nourish over the 3 or the 2, double umbral, but you aren't going into any strength. You are running persistence. I would probably recommend a little bit of strength on here. Like, if you're already going to double umbral, you kind of have the mod capacity. You could potentially get a triple umbral on here, which I think would be really nice. Just for the extra strength and the extra health and the extra armor too, of course. Circumvent for stealing armor, health and armor shields and whatnot. Yeah, I mean, this looks good. I would probably look to see a little bit more strength on here for the build. Nourish isn't necessarily a great choice on here because he doesn't have energy. So like you go roar instead or something else. But yeah, I would probably say a little bit of strength on here. Like I would probably drop Augur Message for strength. Otherwise, the rest of this all looks good. Nothing really to say. Good evening. However the hell you say your name. Hemikar. Could you show your Garuda Prime? Yes, I don't know over. I'll take a look at it when I get a chance. What's your Angstrom look like? Crit chance, crit damage, weapon recoil. I mean, certainly not bad. Crit chance and crit damage are very strong on this weapon, especially with Zincarnan. Could you roll something better? Yeah, you could get like multi-shot in there. But, you know, that's very good. What's your levels look like? Green! Green! Yeah, I could see him being a little bit difficult on mobile. I don't know if I would use Shred on here. You don't really need punch through because it's locked, so I probably wouldn't use Shred here. Otherwise, the rest of this all looks good. I would probably throw on another element here instead. I would use a different element, like throw on like magnetic or just heat or something instead of this. Merciless. Yeah, this all looks fine. Otherwise, maybe Deadhead instead of Merciless. Inventory will be consolidated. Kind of sounds right. But what does it mean by inventory being consolidated? You keep using that word. What do you mean by inventory being consolidated? Is the question of what I mean. That's the question. Post, welcome in. How you doing? Just wait for the ad break to be over and then we'll keep taking a look at people's stuff. Oh, actually, I'm gonna go feed the boy while we're in this ad break. I'll be back in a hot second. I've returned. Sorry, I was just feeding the cat. Blunder. What you got? Hildren. Aegis Gale, Precision Intensify to lock into the 4, Expertise because, yeah, you run Strength. Now, the only thing that I always wonder about this is I don't think Precision Intensify locks in that Strength into Aegis Gale using Expertise. So you may want to go for just like Redirect or Umbral Intensify instead here. That's the only thing that I can never remember about this here. Molt Augmented, yeah, Aegis Gale, high range, redirection. Yep, nothing else to say. This is a classic Hildren build. The only thing I would say is maybe instead of Precision Intensify, I just can't remember how Precision Intensify operates with Arcane Expertise. If I remember correctly, Arcane Expertise only works off your full ability strength, not your partial ability strength. Right, this is only going to the 4th ability. But you'll probably still get more damage out of just putting Precision Intensify into the 4, so it's kind of a 6 of one, half dozen another. I personally will always go with spreading the ability strength across, especially since you got Roar and Pillage, and then it'll also increase Balefire's damage. So that's what I would recommend, but 6 of one, half dozen another. On a Boar Riven, crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot, status chance, somewhere in that area is what you're looking for. And thanks for the follow, appreciate you. Somewhere in that direction. Crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot, status chance, maybe fire rate. Calibron, an Ash. Oh, that's cool looking Ash with the face mask. I like that. That's kind of neat. And then using the ephemera to give the face mask a bit of a glow effect too. Nice, looks cool. Danny, Jade, Void. Definitely Void Angel. Very much so. I wonder if that Jade Immortal skin is going to be showing up with this borrow or not. Ooh, this looks really nice. 9% shield capacity as long as the 4th ability remains selected from the wiki. Oh, okay. Yep. Then if it's going into the 4th ability, then yeah, as long as it's activated. I could never remember about that interaction. I would still, personally, I would always still put the extra strength into Roar and Pillage and Balefire, but, you know, both directions are perfectly fine. That looks really nice, Danny. I really, really like that Korra. Ooh, I also really like this Korra. Ooh, both of them are solid. What's your Varuna look like? I mean, cool looking, but let's wait for it to rotate around. Ooh, looks nice. No, that's just from the wiki for how Aegis Gale functions, is what they're talking about. They just went to the wiki and pulled up Aegis Gale to say the expertise thingy with Precision Intensify. I think I like the other one better, Danny, than this one. I like this one better, but it's always personal preference and beauty in the eye of the beholder. So if you do your thing. Broken War, but you feel, let me know if you're on the right track here. Going to Seal, Magnetic Rush, Melee Duplicate. Yeah, so the only thing is that before, with Sacrificial Steel, you were at 100% crit chance, so Melee Duplicate was working perfectly with it. If you want to use Galvanized Steel instead of Sacrificial Steel to play into the critical damage, I'd switch out Magnetic Rush for the Gladiator mod that gives you crit damage, and then the Gladiator set. I just can't remember what it's called here. Anything interesting during the quick dev stream? You miss it? I don't watch them because I'm busy streaming. So you could get a little bit more crit chance in here. The Glad mod would push you a little bit above 100, but then you gain more critical damage because then you have critical damage here, and then you have critical damage here as well. So it's just an idea for you. It's either using Galvanized Steel or Sacrificial Steel. Both are fine directions for Melee Duplicate. Just remember, Melee Duplicate only works on yellow crits, so that's from 0 to 100% crit chance. And then anything above 100% crit chance will start reducing its effectiveness. Archon Shards, trying to make her 4 do more damage. If you want her 4 to do more damage, the Radiation or Corrosive Shards that will increase ability damage is what you're looking for. Her 4th ability, when you have a blue mote on, will do corrosive damage. Will do corrosive status effects, and it of course also does radiation. So either the topaz shards for radiation damage or the emerald shards for corrosive ability damage against enemies affected by corrosive, and so on and so forth. So that's the only thing I would maybe recommend. Those type of shards will do really well here. Yep, that's kind of really the only thing I would say if you're looking to boost up this thing's damage. If you're looking for more duration, instead of multificiency, I would go into concentration. It's just more. and you're going to be, you have three abilities that you can spam for that extra duration to lock in with concentration. So that's the only thing I would say there. And what's your core look like? Ooh, pretty pink. I'll probably add another color in here though, like this silver. I'd make it a little bit brighter so it pops out a little bit more against the black. Kyle, Valkyr, steel fiber. Without knowing why you're running steel fiber and Reaper, I probably wouldn't run either of those. You're not running batteries, so there's not really a reason there. And this increases your armor by that amount. And this increases that armor by 3 times. So you don't really need this much armor on here, because you already have 1 billion armor from just playing Valkyr. Intensify for the other Intensify. Did I see your Mesa? I don't think I've seen it yet, no. Yeah, I mean, everything else looks fine. Yeah, I would say more strength. So like Umbral Intensify instead of this. You don't really necessarily need steel fiber, but if you like it for whatever reason, perfectly fine. You don't know how to build her? Well, if you want to see my Valkyr builds, there's my Valkyr builds there for you. Your Talons, reach, good. Quickening, you already have so much attack speed on her from Warcry that you probably don't need quickening. This doesn't, I wouldn't recommend either. It's not super great. Viral is a perfectly fine stat on here, but I would probably say Galvanized Steel instead, Condition Overload if you have Status Priming Companion, Primed Reach, or Spring Loaded Blade instead of Reach. I would probably drop this. You go for more elemental damage of some variety, same with this here. Throw on another element, go into more crit chance, crit damage, somewhere in that area for these two. Riaz, now we're at your Mesa. Mesa's Waltz, Adaptation, Concentration, Multi-Augmented, Bright Bonded over the 1, High Strength. You got a lot of range on here. I feel like you don't need that much range. I personally would run Rolling Guard instead of Adaptation for FOV for the 4th. Okay, if that's the reason. And then also makes it so that Bright Bonded has a wider AoE too, so that you can play around a little bit more with Mesa's Waltz. I would just switch out Adaptation for Rolling Guard. Yeah. You invested a bit into him and got a bit bored. Yeah, that's my problem with Oberon too. Oberon's passive really makes him boring for me. I mean, Archon Stretch, drop it down to regular Stretch because you're gonna be playing in your 4th and you don't really need the energy. You got Bright on it. Man, that's the only thing I would really say. Yeah. Toxin on the claws for Archon Continuity. Yep. Yeah, but remember, she's only got a 10% status chance, so it's not really going to be applying many there. Ooh, that looks nice though. I like that a lot. The orange there. Okay, let's go do our ETA now, and then we'll take a look at builds once we're done that. What do we got? Haro! Hell yeah. What do we got for Haro? Terra, that was very well timed, and I know that you probably didn't mean to do that, but that was beautifully timed. Well done. Can you join Cardi, please? Okay, who wants to join me for ETA? Scourge, Queller, Ambassador. We'll just throw on the Ambassador. Angel. And Angel, it's Lilith, right? And Hamdal, can you just type your in-game name into the stream chat, please? Can electricity procs from Mesa's 4 trigger Archon Stretch? Yes, but you do not gain energy while you're in Mesa's 4. So it'll activate it, but you will not gain energy during its time. So might want to think about that. Cycron. And Nami. Do I play my melee? I think I might play melee. My silly melee build. I think you misspelt there. There you are. 90, we're filled up on squad here at the moment. Oh, that's not Nami solo. That is Nami Skyla. Ooh, I've got bad builds. Siam. I don't really have much of a build here, actually. Casting an ability reduces armor, don't care. Don't care about gear. Using an ability opens a rift, don't care. Don't care. So I can run 4 of these and then we can switch out to something else weapons-wise. What am I thinking weapons-wise instead here? Do I want to play melee? Do I want to play normal? I think I kind of want to play normal. It's safest. So for primary, what am I thinking here? What do we have? We have from heavy weapons and Thermian RPGs. Okay, so we need to pull out our heavy weapons for that. That's all fine. And that's all fine as well. And that's all fine as well. So what do I want to use instead here? What do I want to use instead for a weapon? I could just go bursting and just make this a snooze fest. I could just do bursting. I could just do bursting. Do I want to do bursting? Yeah, let's do bursting. Make this easy. Boop, boop. Starting ETA or similar game modes. So on Sunday, log in after weekly reset. Take a look at your parameter, frames, and weapons. If you do not have builds in each slot, spend a few days making builds on these slots. That's the best thing that I can give you a recommendation on. Survivability is the most important factor. Everything else is nice to have. I would always recommend us focus on survivability over anything else. Because you can always find more damage in Warframe. You can always find more damage in the thing. Change a lot during the week. That's when you pull out weapons from the foundry. It can change. Weapons or Warframes. Time to sit. You're behind me in the relay? Am I gonna turn around and get spooked by a May? Love metric? Thanks. I love metric too. All right. Oh, there's a May. Wait, where's the May? Hi, May. Ooh, pretty Valk. Hi, May. Hello. Oh, hold on. Did my Haro lose one of his arcanes? Nope, we're good. Is this the right build? Yes, this is the right build. Feeling like I am. Thought for a moment it was metric rather than metric. No, they're Canadian. They spell it properly. Most Canadians can spell properly. I cannot. Is this just being a little bugged? There we go. Had some tracks featured on Forza Horizon. Oh, really? Whee! Whee! Very rainy, you get headaches. Oh no, you're one of those who gets the air pressure migraines. That happens to me every once in a while too when it's real bad out. Anyone deck for Deep Archimedia? Not yet, no. Now if only I could land headshots. There we go, that's enough. Oh, why are you invincible? Oh, that's why you're... Oh. You see, I saw the gear wheel thing. And then I remembered that this is the heavy warfare. And I remembered that late. So, best of luck, squad. Ooh. We're just doing way to fire on these assholes today. All right, Burson, go forth, friend. I forgot this was a heavy warfare, and I hope that you all have a gear wheel. Because I do not, and I didn't think. But I'm playing a Haro, so it's okay. It's okay. I'm figuring it out. There's a raid boss over here. It doesn't have a weak point. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, it's a leech Eximus. Don't stand in the red puddles on the ground, squad. You're healing it. If you're standing still, you're healing it. Don't stand on the red puddles on the ground. I've run out of burst ammo. Oh no. Oh no. Do none of us have heavy weapons? Did all of us take the no heavy gear wheel? Oh no, we all did. We're all stupid down here. Oh. Hey squad, I think we might need to back out and rethink our life choices here. I think we might need to rethink this one. Yeah, let's go rethink this one. Let's just do a quick little restart here. Whoops. Let's just rethink our life choices, shall we? How can you run out of the Burson? Because that enemy doesn't have weak points, so you can't charge the Burson. Oh, shoot. Do I even have anything here? I mean, I guess I could do the Cycron and I can just, like, switch this over to, like, the Scourge, I suppose. Or the Queller. Do I have a build on the Queller? Blah! Toroid! Blah! We hate the Toroid. I don't have anything on this thing. Do I have anything on the Ambassador? Can we, like, force this thing to work here? Yeah, we can make it work. We'll turn off the gear embargo. Okay, just gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. Gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community. Out there who would disagree that Haro is absolutely shit, anyone who thinks that Haro is bad is, in fact, not understanding how Haro operates. At least you won't run out with ammo with a Cycron? Yeah, exactly. No, Haro is an incredible frame. People who think Haro are bad, I don't know what to think about them. Come out over here, peeps. This is bugged. We need everybody off of the point. Come over to Zenos. Come hold hands with Zenos. Okay, we got 1, 2. Okay, now go back in. There we go. People who think Haro sucks are generally new gens. I mean, people who think anything sucks in Warframe just don't understand how the thing works more than anything else. It's largely speaking just knowledge issues. Whenever someone thinks something's bad in Warframe, typically speaking, it comes down to being knowledge problems more than anything else. Hello, victims. I would like crit chance for my weapon. Thank you. There we go. Now we can play. Now we can play. You're gonna lurk, Rolius? Hope you have a good lurk. Hope you're having a good day. Fun with Haro melee? I mean, he is a really fun melee frame. Jin is, I have no idea how to pronounce your name, but hi, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Yo, Jokes, how you doing? Evil duo. Oh, you're where? Huh? Oh, you. Now, a lot of people get into the mentality with Haro is be like, he's a solo frame, but he's not a solo frame. Draco, thanks so much for using your Prime Gaming sub here. Appreciate that out of you. Not too shabby. Getting Capturas if your drifter covered in blood. Ooh, fun. Oh, I gotta do a Captura day one of these days. This week, maybe. I want to refresh a bunch of thumbnails on my YouTube videos. So, Genesis, thanks so much for welcome on in. Hope you're doing well. Living in America, America. Haro gives buffs to his team. Definition of not being a solo frame. Yeah, but people always think that he needs to be a solo frame because his buffs don't activate. Unless you get kills, and then my answer is it's Warframe. We measure success in kills per minute. What are you on about? Hey, you turned off my abilities. That's rude. Why would you do that? Oh, I'm out of energy. If only I was playing a Haro and could get energy just for murdering people. Oh, wait. Now, that said, I also play a really greedy Haro. I don't care about supporting you. I care about me, so I run really low range on my builds. Or at least this build when I'm playing Pillage, I run really low range. Turns the Coda fight into easy mode. I mean, Haro turns basically everything into easy mode. Yes, I would like to have a billion crit. Yes, I would like to have infinite energy and health. Yes, I do love high fire rate. Yeah, I do love high attack speed. He is like just an ultimate weapon platform. He is so much fun. Very different than Grendel with competing to cast. Yeah, Grendel's a little bit of a different case, of course. I'm really happy this is not the temple turns off your abilities thing here, because that is frustrating when that pops up, especially when you're playing a Haro. If Grendel used health, that would be kind of cool, actually. But I mean, most of the time you're playing like a fairly decent range on a Grendel, so you can do the sucky suck thing, the nomming. Where you going, bud? That sucks. We got 2 weeks of that. We need a break. 2 weeks of, oh yeah, that one was, I really dislike that one. Evil people, where are you? Are any of my missiles gonna hit those fools? Yes. Oh, it's just we're not hating on Grendel. We're saying that Grendel has some problems sometimes eating people because enemies, you know, you need to eat people for his abilities to function. We're not hating. We're grumbling. Grendel is very good. Very, very good. Go forth! Random missiles! An ascension mission going into the skybox? I think that would actually be pretty cool, like climbing up a like skyscraper or something. Oh, that would actually be really cool. Hey Tazzy, how you been? How was your weekend? Welcome back. Phantasm build complete. You'll send when you're done with that. Perfect. I'll take a look when I get the chance. Oh, Temple is having a hard time. Uh-oh. Kill faster, squad. Temple's dying. We can't let Fleur die. They're fine. It'd be very odd if they took 35,000 damage from one enemy. Ooh! Oh, we got the yellow and the blue. And the blue. Tell me now. Ooh, Lavos Prime. Ooh. We love Lavos. Become ungovernable. What one's this one? Okay, go find the supply cache and do that so that we don't have to fight double enemies. See you. I'm off to the supply cache. Never mind, I'm picking up Crackheim Doll first. To the supply cache. Why is this circle so effing huge? I thought they fixed this. What happened to that? Okay, well, find the charges, squad. So we don't have to fight more enemies than we need to. There's two. Yeah, it's not supposed to be this big. It's not supposed to be a city block. I thought that they fixed that, but apparently not. I just heard. Sorry, I need to listen. Where the hell is it? Yeah, I really dislike it when that happens. Okay, we're good. Oh, the ambassador. Oh, the Cycron as well. Wait, do I have mods on my Cycron? What's going on here? Oh, damage? Where are you? There's our damage. Just needed to charge it up. Just got out of the pool. Needed a second. You wonder what they'll do for the ambassador? The ambassador's already got a buff, and it didn't help. Which incarnate's better, the boar or the strun? I prefer the strun personally. I think the strun is just mathematically higher damage, but it's kind of a 6-1 half dozen another. Didn't they talk about it on the LabSev stream? I think that they spoke a little bit about it, but I don't think that they said that it was happening or not. Not to my recollection. Because they did already give the ambassador a little bit of a buff, but it very much needs more of a buff. It's a bit of a sad weapon. Get out of here. Oh, where you going? Delete. 60 stream streak, Tazzy. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. ZTA, yes it is. Soulframe update, yeah, we someone said that they were doing a little hot fix, or they were doing a 0.5 update. Hello, Decadent. Where's your weak spot? There we go. Oh, the ambassador. You need so much help. The poor ambassador. Hey, you. Come back. There we go. All right. Let's head off to extract. We got this. They just need to double its base damage? Yep. Or give it like guaranteed electric effects or something. They need to give that. They need to give the ambassador something. It's a little bit of a sad time. Also, Douche Lord, I hope that you're doing well. I saw you wandering. Hope you're doing a little bit better. At that fire rate, just give it blast. Yeah, I don't know why I don't have blast on here. Find the tank. Ease. Wait, what's the modifiers on this? Excuse me. Ow. Yeah. Can we get an ATV in Holvania? Come on, people drove around on ATVs in cities all the time in the 90s. What's the modifiers in this one? Tech Rot. All enemies replaced with Tech Rot move much faster. Enemies within 4 meters. Okay, easy. Not even a concern. Still do where you live? I mean, fair. Do I play much Kulavo? What's the Zoom do you think works best on him? I mean, kind of depends on the build, as always. I do have a number of builds for Kulavo on the channel. If you just want to type !Kulavo, you can see those. Crit chance, crit damage, cold? Certainly not bad. Because, oh, where? Oh, crit damage, cold? Yeah, I mean, the boar, you know, it's a good stats-based weapon. The cold can go into blast, and blast on chain beams or continuous fire weapons are super nice. So you got some pretty good options there. Ah, Madon. I love Madon. Let me just grab that, and off we go. Excuse me. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through, excuse me. Just goose, just goose. Bah. 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 Oh, hi, random Scaldra guy who's not supposed to be here. He's supposed to be Oops All Tech Rot. Anyone drop their cell phones? Anyone got a cell phone? Oh, there's a cell phone that way, but I think Lilith is grabbing that for us. You just checked the Archon shards are one purchase? Yeah, they did say that. Armor ship, if you have enough armor. I don't think that's how that works, but I wish that it did. Nope, that's not the button I wanted to push, but thanks. I want to push that button. Grand finale. Fall from the heavens. Up. Kill squadron with the melees? Do you have a frame with an exalted weapon that's a melee weapon? Kulvo, Korra, Gara, Atlas, any of those? You don't have Excalibur? Everybody's got an Excalibur. Hey, look, a tank. Oh, the ambassador. Oh, the ambassador. How I wish you were better. Let's just get some more energy for the squad first, shall we? There we go. Okay, rude. The ambassador. Oh. This thing is made of not you, Rue, but I'm always happy to see you. Ah, why is it so bright? Okay, gotta run. Quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me, and you want to support the community. Twitch up, Twitch Turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you in a minute. Hey. Oh, I'll go save Heimdall first here. Okay, let me get the one who died first. Remember, you can pop out of your, if you got last stand or last gasp, you can pop out and res other people who are down. Just as a pro tip there. There we go. Imagine Ribbons on Exalteds. Lord, please no. I mean, Magnetic's not necessarily the new Slash. Magnetic is just very useful. Very, very, very useful. I wouldn't say that it's the new Slash, but it is very nice. I just absorbed 100,000 damage to you all. You're welcome. My weapon choices are not help. Wait. Wait a second. Will you land the weak points? No, you won't. Well, it's still doing something, so it's better than nothing. Yes, Jade Light Beam, hit me. Yes, give me some damn. Oh, never mind. Just absorbed 500,000 damage for you all. You're welcome. And this is why you don't run Haro's Augment for his 4th ability. Because I just saved my allies a bunch of health. Slowed. No. Slowed. No. No. No slow. Slow bad. Get off. Not like that, chat. Not what I meant. Get out of here, nerds. You want to stop screaming, bro? You want to chill the F out, perhaps? How's it going? Also new overlay? Yeah, I did a little bit of a switch up there just to make things a little bit better for everybody. How you been, Jubilee? Welcome back. 7 degrees Celsius in May sounds like my perfect weather. That is the weather that I look forward to the most. Sweater weather, baby. I go for a walk every morning before I start working, and just, oh, it's so nice. Sweater weather, my favoriteest. Just, okay, do you want to let me through the tank that no longer exists? Thanks. Okay, let's go. To the extract, GG squad. Isn't it summer in Canada? No, summer in Canada really kicks off more towards like, or at least here in Ontario, more towards June. Usually May is like still our spring. And then once we get into like June, then we get like real gross hot. Canada gets very, or at least here in Southern Ontario, we get very wide flinging temperature increases. Summer in Canada is like 2 weeks in July. No, our summer is more like mid-June till September. And even in September, it's like sometimes plus 30. It gets really hot here. Like plus 40 after humidity. GG! How is it only 7? You're much further north of me and it's already 20? Because I think you're on the East Coast, right? Or the West Coast area? The West Coast has been having a heat wave, so that's probably the reason why. Fort McMurray? Yeah. You've been having a heat wave. That is probably the reason why. Alright, we're done there. GG, GG. New Velox augment? Yeah, Hero. If you look at the pinned message there, you might find a build using it. Cosmic, what you got? Saren. Nice. The floof. Oh, what a silly color palette. Wolfwind, what you got? Titania. Ooh, very pretty. Ooh, I really love that blue. Going with like the darker blue to offset the really bright energy color blue. I actually really like that a lot. Titania Prime. Precision Intensify, Razor Wing Blitz, Fast Deflection, Pistolier Aegis. Yeah, so you're basically going to be invincible. Aviator for damage reduction. You're not really going to need it though. Archon continuity, so I guess you're doing Blast Toxin on your Dex Pixia, hopefully. Maka, welcome in, how you doing? You must have Toxin here. Good, you do. Secondary Enervate, get that max when you can. Heated Charge, Pathogen rounds, Lethal Torrent, Elementalist. Yeah, I mean, all that looks good. Nothing really to say. Yeah, that all looks fine. Looks good to me there, Wolf. Shoo, what you got? Jade. Ooh, pretty Jade. I think maybe I would make that more of a saturated blue on their shoe, so it pops out a little bit, but that could just be Look Link doing Look Link things. A Baruch. Hotshot, multi-augmented, null stars over the 4. Interesting. Interesting. Very weird. I'm down with it. That's odd, though. If you want to play more into the neutron stars, I would say maybe like drop transient fortitude so that you can get that duration back up for the amount of neutron stars. That's the only thing I would really say on here. And like maybe Archon Vitality instead of transient fortitude so that neutron stars are applying more heat effects and then it plays well into Hotshot. Maybe. Just a thought. Archon Vitality is what I would do. I'd swap that out for Archon Vitality. What's your Brook look like? Ooh, I love this Brook Deluxe. Null Star's mainly there for Hotshot? Yeah, but if you might as well take advantage of it if it's there. Now, obviously, if you don't want to, then just ignore me, obviously. But just an idea. I like that. I love that fashion. It actually goes very well with the whole Null Stars idea, right? With the little fire effects on the sleevey parts there. Azorus Ribbon. I mean, crit chance, crit damage is very nice. Attack speed, I don't think really affects the heavy throw function, but that all looks really cool. Segak Prime, Cascade of Flare, Heat Viral, Toxin, crit chance. Yeah, this is just replacing a 60-60 and giving you more crit chance, and you want high crit on this because it's a unique trait. Yeah, nothing really to say. Yeah. Maybe Lethal Torrent. Because you already got Toxin here. Right? So maybe Lethal Torrent instead. For more multi-shot and fire rate, which goes really well in this weapon. That's what I would do. Or if you want to play more into the crits, and you don't want to do Lethal Torrent, because of your formatting, maybe Merciless Gunfight for punch through and critical damage. I would drop this for one of those two options. My preference would be Lethal Torrent. X52, Shred, Acuity, Aptitude, Scope, Deadhead. Okay, so you're playing for the crit build here. Bladed rounds for more critical damage, vital sense. Yeah, no, I mean, looks fine. Yeah. Segak, revert inverse Gotha, basically, yeah. When you crit, then whenever you crit, you have a chance to apply 5 status effects on the weapon. Biotic rounds is there, so it's bad? I mean, no, it's not. I got biotic rounds. That makes it good. Cardi, ooh, very pretty. I think I would maybe add a little bit more pigmentation into this purple, though. Make it a little bit brighter. Ooh, but I do like that one too. Very nice. Fox Spirit? Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, the Nine Tails with the helmet and sort of the, for lack of a better term, kimono-esque. Ooh. Oh, so I would bring this purple up a little bit more, but that could just be Look Like doing that. But I think I would add a little bit more saturation into that purple. Killing Whipclaw, Pilfering Strangledome, Rolling Guard, no helmets, Energize, Fury for more damage. Dreamer's Bond for energy, Archon Stretch, Rolling Guard. Yeah, I mean, nothing really to say here. I'm not a big fan of Pilfering Strangledome, but it's 6 of one, half dozen another. The rest of your build here looks very good, yeah. The only thing I would say is make sure that you have an Augur mod on your pistols or Brief Respite, because you're going to be spamming and accumulating Whipclaw anyway. So just something to activate your shields is what you're looking for. Don't forget that cast speed charts now affect the cast speed of Whipclaw, so you can do the funny haha Zenosfire spamming Whipclaw shenanigans. So that's the only thing I would say is maybe Brief Respite there. You got 2 on her? Okay, so if you got 2, then you're perfectly fine. Weeping Wounds, I would say Blood Rush on here, certainly. I would drop Drifting Contact because you can offload this into Dexterity Arcanes. Influence, just Electricity. You don't need Reach on here, so this range isn't the AoE range. This is the range out from Gara it is, which is already getting boosted by the range that you have on there. So I would probably drop this for Blood Rush. Or another element to play into your influence. Like you could drop Organ Shatter in this, give this to Blood Rush, and then get a damaging element here instead to play into influence. That's the only thing I would really say. I agree with using prime pressure point instead of condition overload, because generally speaking, you're not going to be getting much. What should you go for? Might not see, because it's going to eat. Okay. More multi-shot, more damage, shred, that kind of area, champ. Can Limbo Prime come back? I don't know when Limbo is going to come back. But I have a Bratton build on the channel if you need to take a look at it. Yeah, this is heading in the right direction. But I would say, like, Serration, maybe Aptitude, maybe Shred, something like that. Hey, Lion, how you doing? Garuda! It's already 3? I know, it's crazy. So Garuda's basically invincible as long as you're keeping Dread Mirror active. So you probably don't need adaptation, maybe Rolling Guard instead. Arachne to jump on the walls for the blending talon shenanigans, yeah. Transient Fortitude, Augur Reach. Yeah, all this looks good. Nothing really to say. Nothing really to say. I would maybe drop adaptation for Rolling Guard just for emergency status cleanse. Although if you're within the AoE of Blood Altar, you get status immunity. So 6-1 up does on another. Lilith, Baruch. Gru doesn't even Rolling Guard because she has her 3. Yeah. Oh, her 3, right. Her 3 is the status cleanse, not her 2. My apologies. I thought it was her 2 for some reason. You're not getting bored of watching Warframe content? Good. And honestly, if you're getting burned out on Warframe, then just take a break. It's all good. Just take a break. You know, we're in a bit of a content waiting period as we're waiting for the next patch, hopefully in just under a month from now. So it makes sense if you're a little bit bored. Like, I'll be doing a lot more variety days over the next couple of weeks. Play the Soulframe update? Yeah, probably sometime this week. I hate to be something along those lines. How you doing? Ooh, nice Brook. I like that a lot, Lilith. What do you got, Haro? Ooh, very nice. Although I would maybe change the color that's showing up on the filigree here, just so it stands out a little bit more. But that's a personal preference thing. Oh, nice rune as well there, Lilith. Very nice. Not a big fan of the helmet, personally, but I'm just generally speaking not a big fan of that helmet. It's a personal thing. How did the bee taste? Spicy. Purple. Hey, Ronnie, welcome back. Ooh, that looks nice. I like. Incompetent Prime. Hey, that's me. Arachne, Crepuscular. Okay, so you're gonna be invisible because you have Crepuscular here, so that tells me that you're playing around the passive, jumping on walls. You don't need adaptation here. You're gonna be invincible, basically. You'll be out of line of fire. You'll be on walls. You're not gonna have any problems. You need a lot more strength than what you have on here. I would highly recommend a lot more strength because Silken Stride scales so incredibly well with strength. Like, drop this for strength, drop this for strength. Like, get Araxia is high strength and high range, the Warframe. So you'll want to be looking more into strength and range on here than duration, because as long as you have this and you use this properly, you'll never run out of energy. So you're perfectly fine there. Archon Shards for your Garuda build. You have 2 yellow for casting speed. Yeah, I would recommend casting speed on her, absolutely, because it's a little bit slow. And I would probably say honestly, just like strength. Like casting speed, you probably want 2 at least. And like some stuff there. Best arcane for Madasar Slam, probably influence or exposure. I don't do slam builds, so I'm just guessing. Is negative damage good on a Boar Ribbon? Depends on the rest of it. See the Prismoma? No, not yet. So yeah, I would say a lot more strength on here. Strength is really the power of Araxia. Tal, what you got? Ooh, nice Grendel. Ooh, I really like that one, actually. Very nice. I like. Look Link destroys that ephemera? Yeah, Look Link is... Haven't played Nullstar Mirage? No, I haven't played Nullstar Mirage. Well, sorry, I haven't made a video on Nullstar Mirage. I have played it. It's very strong. That looks kind of cool, actually, Uzi. I like that. A little weird, but, you know, it's Urelli. Or not Urelli, the other one. Venato, the Venato I don't play as a slam weapon because I play it more as a straight melee. It is very good. And here's my 2 different builds for you. One using the new augment and one not using the new augment from when it first came out. What is this? Akbolto, Deadhead, huge amounts of crits. Ooh, the plus zoom is bleh. For Kome, besides cast speed or equilibrium, strength, duration, depending on what kind of playstyle you're going for, maybe some of the ability damage increasing shards, something like that. What are you doing? Just heat, lethal torrent. Yeah, this looks cool. Yeah, nothing really to say. Maybe since you're going such high into strength on here, Merciless Gunfight for punch through. Or such high into crit chance, I mean. Merciless Gunfight for punch through would do pretty well. And then also gives you more critical damage to play into that really nice crit chance. Urelli Prime. Ooh, I love that. Akbolto on Neutron Star Urelli with Hotshot and Topaz Shards. Ooh, yeah, then I would definitely say the punch through on there. Merciless Gunfight Uzi. What do you think is better, Occucore with Augment or Kuvanu Core? I find the Occucore boring as hell, so I personally think the Kuvanu Core is better. But what is statistically better is probably the Occucore. Like, what's statistically stronger? It's probably the Occucore, but I prefer the Kuvanu Core. Any day of the week. A Necros. Ooh, I love that green on the Necros. That's really cool. I can't wait for the camera offset. Cannot wait. Cow's our boss. Strun, any improvements? I mean, leveling out your mods, but I'm sure that's not what you're asking. You probably don't need Crux on here. I would look at, if you need more damage, which you probably don't between Savvy and Point Blank. Merciless, Primer Merciless for the extra reload speed is kind of nice. Shotgun Vendetta for the more multi-shot and reload speed is also a valid choice. You're doing Viral and Electric, which is a very good combination here. Yeah, I mean, nothing really to say. If you wanted more damage instead of using Point Blank and you don't necessarily care about your fire rate, Cannonade would be an excellent choice here. It's kind of a 6-1, half dozen other, depends on which one you prefer. But I would probably drop this for a 60-60, but it does work very well here. It's not like it's a necessary thing. Just more status chance on this weapon is very strong because it has such a high status chance Incarnate Evolution, so more status chances plays very well into that, but it's not needed. Otherwise, yeah, it looks fine. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to subscribe to the show. Otherwise, so take, see you, bye. I just want more Advanced GG. Started saying that and realized I was thirsty, so then I had to finish the song off. Just wait for the ad break to be over, and then we'll keep taking a look at stuff. Does ability sometimes crit? Yes, some abilities can crit. Also, against some enemies, abilities can crit for some reasons. So, in Holvania and in Sanctum Adonomica, those enemies will give you, for some reason, crit chance against weak points. It's really weird. And some abilities can also crit on top of that, depending on the frame, depending on the ability, etc., etc., etc. So, Reed, if you were with Garuda, I'm assuming you mean Garuda's 4th ability. I don't think that Garuda's 4th ability can get crit naturally. So I'm assuming that you were probably in Holvania or Sanctum Adonomica, and that's why you were seeing crits. I think that Garuda's 1st ability can crit, if I remember correctly, but you need Avenger in order to do that. The Lee! I'm guessing that's how you pronounce your name. Hi, how's it going? Welcome in. Got a Sobek Lich with a Toxic Progenitor. Is Acid Shells as strong as it looks? Yes. Yes, Acid Shells is insane. Acid Shells. There you go. I got a video just on acid shells. Keep in mind that acid shells is really inconsistent sometimes. It's the bee. Well, even better, the bee. Happy to have you. I'm dyslexic, so sometimes when people do funny names like that, it breaks my brain. But I'm happy to have you nonetheless. Yeah, no, acid shells is fantastic. Don't forget that you can, once you... Max apparently was nuzzling my microphone. You can switch out the element on your adversary weapons at any point once you've put 5 foam into it and install an elemental vice. Which, if you need more information on that, I also have a short on that. Black Shadow, Kulovo. Ooh, I like that actually a lot, Black Shadow. I think adding in some brightness into the energy channels would do well just to offset the complete darkness there. So like going for like a bright blue to contrast the dark blue and the blacks that you have there might look nice, but personal preference as always, but it looks nice. Mostly or fourth that created out of nowhere. Yeah, so I'm going to assume based off of that it's probably a Sanctum Adonomica or a Holvania thing. Bungo! Hello, my favorite shitty dragon. How are you? If we got a mod, can we get a shout out for Bungo? Where are we at? Prismobex. No? Mods? Shout even harder. Nope. No, that's not how this works around here. So the only thing I would say here is maybe drop Organ Shatter for Weeping Wounds so that you can get that whole influence tech going here more. Maybe go Condition Overload instead of Prime Pressure Points. Maybe some attack speed would do you well here because you don't have any attack speed at the moment, but you don't really have room for attack speed. And you have Magnetic Rush for a little bit of attack speed. Doing well, just vibing, working. Hell yeah. Or Duvari Circuit. Oh, I don't remember if Duvari Circuit allows you to. By the way, if you ever want to see me off stream, I'm probably hanging out in Bungo's chat. Pro tip. It's where I hang out. It's where Barty hangs out. So if you like me and Barty, you'll probably like Bungo. Go follow Bungo. Seriously, that's where I'm always lurking. Like if Bungo's online, there's a 90% chance that I'm lurking in Bungo's stream. Influence and no Weeping? Yeah, I would highly recommend Weeping when it's on here. And Condition Overload. But other than that, looks good, Riz. Redacted. Orexia. Just got back into Warframe after not playing since 2018. You have a lot to catch up on. No. You have a lot to enjoy. See? Change your mindset. You have a lot of things to enjoy. The Hornet? Yeah, it does look like a Hornet. Little bit. Protea Prime. Samus. Oh, that's who you were going for. Samus. Hey, you know what? That does look a lot like Samus. You're right. Yeah. That's kind of cool. I like that. Octavia. Here's the problem. I've never liked this deluxe set. This is, in my opinion, the worst deluxe set in Warframe. I've never liked this one, Redacted. I'm sorry. I can't compliment this. I'm sorry. I hate that deluxe set. It's not a you thing. It's a me thing. Mr. Polia, what you got? You have a Savvy. You have a Hell. You have a bunch of mods. I would probably drop Chilling Reload. More fire rate or something like that might do well on here. Or just another element of some variety. You are running heat, magnetic radiation, and viral, so you could go into... Honestly, I would put more damage on here. Like Savvy plus just like more straight damage just to boost up this stuff. You don't have enough like dots on here to go into Elementalist, but I would drop this for like more damage. It's already got such a such a fast reload speed. I feel like you don't need Chilling Reload. But I would just go more damage, like whatever the hell this shotgun just base damage mod is. Oh my lord, Hamdall. So many things. Ooh, Vanta Black. Very nice. Oh, there's a sigil in the white part of the dress, but it Look Link. Yeah, good old Look Link. One day they'll get Look Link figured out. Saren Prime. What the hell? Is your Saren made of asteroid? This looks like an asteroid. Citrine reminds you of a fine wine. Yeah, a little bit. I just love that deluxe skin so much. I really love the deluxe skin. Not a big fan of her base skin. Danny, you're here, lazy artist. Hi. Ooh, really pretty. The only thing I think I would do here is maybe tone this gold back a little bit warmer, so less silver, more yellow, but just like a smidgen. Just so that it gets more contrast against the white, you know? Cody Bubonico, it's crazy. The Cody Bubonico is a wild-ass weapon. Hi, would you like multi-gunco? Hi, you want to do something silly with Uriel? That's how I play my Bubonico. No aim. What you got? Mirage. Oh, cool. I like that. That's neat. Not a big fan of the faceplate or the chest plate there, but I find that those are a little bit too bulky, so that's a me thing there. What's your Mirage look like? Avenger, Crepuscular, so you're playing Invis. How are you going Invis? How doth thy go Invis on this build here? Dog? So you're not using weapons at all then, I assume? You're just spamming null stars, I assume? Or spamming null stars, maybe Prism as well? Avenger, so that null stars will create? Yeah, this looks like it's a null star, just damage build. Hey, Navo, how you doing? New player, but she's been your favorite frame. Well, I hope you enjoy her. She's a ton of fun. I really like her. The one nice thing about Jade is that she's so viable, right? She's got a bunch of different ways that you can play her, either grounded or with her exalted weapon flying around. She's a ton of fun. Yeah, I mean, I see where you're going. Does Eclipse affect Null Star's damage? Is this one of those universal weapon buffs so it actually boosts Null Star's damage? Build for Mesa? Yeah, type exclamation point Mesa. Yeah, it buffs Null Star and Breed Surge. Yeah, I know that it buffs Breed Surge, but I didn't know. Actually, I didn't. I didn't know if this was a universal weapon buff and thus activated on Null Stars. So that's super good. Actually, that's super cool. I like that. Nice. It's kind of interesting. No aim. You're Necros. I wouldn't use the spoil. You know why? You have Equilibrium. This spawns health orbs. This is a dead mod slot. Don't use this. So if you want to do the total eclipse thing, I would recommend maybe a little bit more range than what you have on here. You could drop to spoil for more range, and that would kind of solve that problem for you, because this does actually work on the shadows, so it's actually quite a solid choice there. Summer's Wrath, Cunning Drift. You could, I would be inclined to use Kamisado, which you can lock the extra strength into Eclipse, because it just makes them move faster, right? And it's them just sort of moving faster so they can start firing a little bit better. It doesn't have a set range. I think that it is not a set range. I think that it is reflective. Total Eclipse. Range is affected by ability range. Yes, it is. So I would drop to spoil for Archon Stretch. A companion can give you energy. And I would drop Molt Augmented for Kamisado, because then you can lock that extra 60% power strength into Eclipse and into Shadows of the Dead, right? Just recast and you lock it in. So that's the only thing I would really say, is I would drop this for that, and I would get more range on here to play into the total Eclipse. Otherwise, looks good. Yeah, it's kind of a cool idea. The other thing that's really funny is with it is Theorem Infection is multiplicative damage for the minions, which is kind of neat, but not super great. Oh, that's pretty. Flatline. I really like that pink on there. That actually looks really cool. I like that a lot. Cardi. New Nova Prime. Ooh, yeah, I like that a lot more. Just that, having that blue and sort of the purple tones, like the lavender tones there, pop out a little bit more. I like that a lot more, personally. Uzi. The long stick. You have the range evolution for the bow. Big range. Well, I mean, if you want even bigger range, you know what you have to do. Spring-loaded blade. Weeping Wounds, Blood Rush, Elementalist, Voltaic Strike, Pressure Point. I'll switch out Pressure Point for Condition Overload. And then run like a Stats Priming Companion. Some attack speed would do you really well here too. Like I would drop a Amalgam Organ Shatter or this last slot here for some range. You may also want to go into Elementalist for this last slot too for boosting up the electric damage. So some combination of that might do you well. Some form of combination there. Tiburon. Crux. Hey, Zero. Shred, Hammer Shot, Critical Delay. Yeah, I mean, some elements of some variety. Probably Viral, realistically speaking, on here. To play into the slash and just boost up the weapon's damage. Probably throw Viral in there. Revenant. Ooh, that looks cool. Oh, it's kind of neat. Although you may want to change in the colors here because this is probably the same color, but of course metallics look different. So you might want to go in and change the accessories colors to match more into the armor is the only thing I would really say on there. For Wukong, man, I love this skin. This is one of the best deluxe skins that they've ever made. It really sucks that he still has the Play-Doh problem though. You know, with certain color tones, his armor just looks like Play-Doh. Loki. Oh, that's kind of cool looking. That's a neat looking Loki. Wow, actually, that face mask goes really well with that helmet. Kind of just drags the face mask into the horns there. It actually looks really cool. And kind of goes well with that Syndana. The Great Sushi. Ooh, pretty Degath. Ooh, that's nice. I like purple. I like purple. 90, what you got? You have a Sevagoth. Hey, monochrome looks good. The only thing I might say is adding a gray into one of these color channels just so that you get a little bit more definition on the black, right? Just like something to break up the pure black is the only thing I would say. Just like a little bit of a gray on there would do well. Incompetent Prime. We saw that earlier. Your Frost. Ooh, I love that. This Syndana is waiting for me for that, or not Syndana, the ephemera is waiting for that camera offset. Really badly need it. Kuvachakur plus Toxin. Aptitude Scope, Firestorm for the extra AoE. I probably wouldn't play with Firestorm personally. The AoE on this is not that great. It's got a 2.9. But then remember, Aptitude isn't going to be playing into that AoE side of things, so just keep that in mind. Crit chance, crit damage, yeah, but you got the damage there in Deadhead, so maybe you don't care. Critical delay, vital sense, acuity. Yeah, I mean, I personally wouldn't use Firestorm, but it's not like it's a bad idea. Let me put it that way. So then you got Blast and Viral on here. Okay, yeah. Yeah. Hey, just a guy, how you doing? Wolfwind. Equinox. Ooh, pretty. I think I might brighten this color up a little bit just so that it's not as of a stark contrast between the two, but I do love that. Alrighty. Icicle. Is your time to shine, Icicle. Art thou around? Racing. Baby, come alive. Bring you along? I didn't say you were. That's very bold of you to assume that you're coming. Bold of you. Yeah, of course. Barrier? Icicle. 90, what's your in-game name? Redacted, you want to join for EDA? Sure. Okay, what do we got? Wow! Such variety between our two options. What the hell? Such variety today. The game is just very kind. Guess I'm playing the ambassador. What the frig? Is this the persistence build? This is the persistence build. Yeah, let's do this one. The Jaw Sword, the Kreshka. Yeah, 90. Just what's your in-game name? Just say it in Twitch chat, and I'll send you an invite. Crash car. Messaged me earlier. Yeah, I delete messages the moment that I'm done looking at it as a way to sort who I've looked at. So you're gonna have to tell me what your in-game name is. Yeah, we don't care about that. Oh, what do we have on our Zaku for status cleanse? We have nothing on our Zaku for status cleanse with this build? Wait, do I actually not have anything here for status cleanse? Why don't I have anything here for status cleanse? Maybe we don't play this build. Maybe we play a different build here. Maybe we play the Ice Storm build. Yeah, maybe we play this build instead. Yeah, we'll play this build instead. Yeah. That build will do better. And we'll play with the Cyclone mainly. Pickups do not heal. Health orbs cannot be picked up. That's fine. Casting ability reduces armor. Don't care. All right. Easy. Just need to go get a drink? How dare you? How dare? I have no idea how well the Zaku is going to do, if I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, let's play the more tanky build just to be safe. What do we got for missions wise here? Exterminate, alchemy, mirror defense. Yeah, having that extra lockdown will be nice. You're gonna head off, champ? No worries. I hope you take care. Thanks for hanging out today. Appreciate you. Fisher's ripping the mission. Okay, so enemy levels. Don't care. Hi, is it a good time to start this game? Absolutely. Warframe has only been getting better, only been getting more popular, only been getting actually a lot more fun. They've done a very good job, and it's been getting even easier for new players to get into the game. It gave you the Aphurus, but you don't have an Aphurus? Yeah, sometimes it gives you weapons that you don't own. Yep. But yeah, no, it's Warframe is always a good time to be getting in. Like, it's always a good time to get into Warframe. The game constantly gets better for new players, has been constantly getting more popular. The game has always been getting better, and we're actually coming up to our next big content patch in the next month or so. I'm guessing currently on June 10th. Is it best played on Steam? You can play it wherever you want to. It is completely cross-platform. So if you if you want to play on console or you want to play on mobile, but you also want to play on Steam, it's completely cross-platform. So you just log into the game on whatever account that you make your account with, and then you can play on different platforms at your leisure. So you can do all of that jazz. But one quick second, Grim, I'll keep answering questions. I'm very happy to answer new player questions, so don't feel like you're imposing at all. But I do have to run a quick ad break here. Y'all know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. And if you don't like ads, but you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch up to a turbo. Oh yeah, I don't read squad chat. Sorry. Yeah, I don't read squad chat. Because I get so many private messages of people sending builds, 90, that I don't read squad chat. Because it's just another bunch of stuff popping up on my screen. So, sorry about that. Forgot how OP Hildren is? Hildren is very stupidly overpowered right now. Outrageously so, actually. You have a single monitor? Yeah, no worries. It's all good. It's all good. Don't worry. I'll do my best to keep an eye on the squad chat, but just like as a heads up, I might not see it. Hooray for Zada's Whisper and Beams! Whee! Huzzah! Zada's Whisper and Beams! Whee! I'm what's right. I'm the enemy. I'm having some mild energy issues right now. Ah, jokes. No, I'm not. Zada's Whisper. Zada's Whisper. Heavy warfare means that you have to use your arc weapon. Well, I mean, you don't have to use your arc weapon, but you will deal a lot less damage unless you're using an arc weapon. Actually, they deal 95% less damage. So it's actually, you're only dealing 5% damage with that modifier. My Cycron needs to charge faster. Brr. Bah! I mean, to be fair, math is not my strong suit, so it is okay. Don't worry. I get it. I don't have blast on this thing? What am I doing with my life with this build? Oh, do we just have nourish? We got nourish. That's why, right? Yeah, that's why I'm not getting blast procs. Dang, nourish, too strong. And people in the squad, stay in the squad. Once we're done, we'll go do natural cells together. There we go. But yeah, new person. Always Grim. If you do have any questions about Warframe, we are more than happy to answer any questions that you have. Some important things to know if you're coming from other games, other shooter looters. Warframe is a completely free to play experience if you put in the effort. And the reason why I say put in the effort. Oh, Cardi, I'm so tempted. I'll let it. I'll let it. Just one natural cell? Yeah, we're gonna do just one natural cell because that's the amount that I can do. You played some D1, D2, don't know much about Warframe, looks sick. So Warframe is a complete free-to-play experience if you put in the effort. And the reason why I say that is we have a completely player-run economy. So you can trade with other players. So if you're, if you got spare mods or spare things, you can post in, there's a website called warframe.market. So you can trade with other players to get the things that you don't own. So, and that makes the game completely free to play because that includes you can trade with other players for platinum, our premium currency. So yeah, we have a premium currency, but because the system is designed in the way that it is, put a waypoint on your body when you go down. We can't find you. If you go down in EDA or ETA, just make sure that you put a waypoint on your body because sometimes it borks. So just make sure that you're putting a waypoint down so we can find you. Yeah, no, I mean, like, it's a very, very well-designed game. The devs actively play this game. Like, Reb, our creative director, and Pablo, our game design director, they play the game constantly, so they're very aware of what's going on in the game. And on top of that, they very much listen to player feedback. So if you're not liking something, as long as you're respectful, the devs will probably listen to you. Right? Like, a good example was we have a new fashion coming out in a few months. We call them heirloom skins, the game. They're like premiums, like ultra premium skins. And the community wasn't a big fan of the way that this new heirloom skin looked. So in 2 months, they designed a whole entire new fashion piece for the character to be like, okay, we get it. We went a little bit too horny. We hear you, community. We understand. You are not pleased with this. So here's an option for those of you who would like to see that changed and improved. And they listen to us all the time, not just in fashion, cosmetics, but they listen to us for gameplay loops. You know, the community didn't like the way a certain mission played that recently came out. So the devs went in and changed it. They're like, okay, cool. You guys aren't having fun with it. We were trying something a little bit different and you didn't like it. Hey, no problems. Let's make it something that you enjoy. For those of you who are wondering, of course, I'm talking about Foley's mission, where the devs they're like, okay, cool. You're not enjoying it. We took a risk. It's okay that you didn't like it. Let's see what we can do to make it better for you. And then they actively changed it and made it so much better. So like the devs actually really do pay attention to player comments, concerns. They pay attention to content creators when we voice our concerns, because we're just mimicking what you're wanting, right? Like we tell them essentially on a larger scale what you're already talking about. So it's nothing like they listen to us especially. It's more of they listen to us because we're a mouthpiece of the community. But no, they you know, they work really, really hard at making this game the best game that everybody wants to do. Do you realize they can remove 90% of the player complaints by taking the standard freemium model and didn't reverse? Yep. Exactly. Now, like that said, I would always recommend to toss a coin to your dev. You know, if you have the ability to, I would always recommend supporting the company so that we keep having this game lasting forever. But let me put it this way. The game's been around for 13 years, and it's never had a stronger player base. The game's in a really good spot right now, and the devs really care. So, you know, if you do want to give it a try, remember, it's free to play. And if you don't like it, that's okay. We get it. Warframe's not for everybody. It's a very, very fun game, but it's not for everybody, and that's okay. But if you like Destiny 2 and you like Destiny 1 and you like sort of shooter looters, you'll probably like Warframe too. Yeah. And like Warframe has a lot of different things that you can enjoy. Of course, this is the standard missions. This is a end game, very standard mission. Waypoint on your body, Icicle. Oh, you're good. Never mind. There's fishing, there's mining, there's crafting, there's build crafting, there's collectibles, there's a dating sim. Like literally this game, even the CEO of the company says, what even is this game anymore? Yeah, there's animal hunting. There's designing and crafting your living space, which we call IKEA frame. There's fashion, like decorating your characters, making them look the way that you want to. There is lots and lots of ways to enjoy Warframe and, you know, play the... Oh yeah, that's right. You can also make your own beats with some of the frames. There's a little Guitar Hero thing called the Shazin, so you can make songs and play like mini Guitar Hero. It's really cool. Yeah. There's also arcade games. There's a fighting game in this game. Everyone remember Frame Fighter? PvP? Yeah, we don't really talk about the PvP. Although, they've been talking more and more about PvP. I think that they might be looking at doing something with the Conclave. Is there a new Warframe coming out? 2 new Warframes coming out. Hey, kill things near the target, people. And yeah, exactly. There's a little bit of something for everyone. Now, one thing that like throws a lot of people for loop is Warframe doesn't have a structured endgame, right? So if you play Destiny, Destiny has raids, Destiny has trials, Destiny has hard mode fights and stuff like that. Warframe doesn't really have a structured endgame. And that sometimes throws people for a loop. It's more of a sandbox end game. So for instance, my end game is build crafting, collecting, fashion. One of my mods, May, her real end game is decorating the in-game living spaces, our clan dojo. We have a few different living spaces that you can operate out of in the game too, being the Orbiter, the back rooms, the Drifters camp, which you'll unlock as time goes on. Don't be too worried about those at the moment. But yeah, there's a lot. So I would highly recommend giving it a try. I would also I also need to stress what I'm saying is I am officially partnered with the devs, so I'm incredibly biased. But I think most of what I said is fairly reasonable of everything that I said there. I don't think anything that I said there would be like something that people disagree with me on. Satisfaction. Warframe's the only game with a lack of concrete identity as a good thing? Yeah, that's very true. Does it slowly introduce systems to new players, or would you be overwhelmed by progress? What you're probably gonna have more problems with, realistically speaking, is the game is doing its best to improve the new player experience. It's still not quite there. I would highly recommend to make sure that you check out the website wiki.warframe.com. That's the full URL. That has all of the information there. Ask them to buff Ember. I think the fact that every single person keeps complaining about Ember means that I don't need to. They're already fully well aware that people want Ember buffed. Me adding to the echo chamber is not going to assist. They're very aware that the community wants to see Ember buffed. I think that's the most obvious thing. Talforge Yellow? I love Talforge Yellow. Talforge Yellow, best yellow. But I will say, like, the game does, if you play it at a proper pace, it does introduce things pretty well for you. But the other thing that's really important to remember is that the Warframe community is always here to give you help. We want you to have fun. We want you to enjoy your time. So don't feel bad for needing to ask questions. The Warframe community is well known as aggressively generous. To the point where, like, streamers, when they come play Warframe, they need to put the chat in. Oh, guys, watch out. We gotta defend the target. This is a defense. This do be a defense. And it's a 100 glyph one, so we gotta be really on top of it here. If someone's got the Ancient Spectre, you might want to throw it down. The Ancient Healing Spectre, if someone's got one of those. But yeah, everyone here wants you to have fun. So we're not like a gatekeeping community. In fact, we look at gatekeepers with disdain. That's not a joke. Anyone who tries to start gatekeeping on a new player, we look at them and be like, "Oh, you're a piece of garbage." Is discovering entire aspects of the game? Yeah, that's certainly a thing there. Okay, we survived. Just make sure that you pick up all the candies on the way through here. And just be a little bit careful when we go back to that room, squad. We're very low on that defense target there. So just be a little bit careful and we should be fine. The big problem isn't being overloaded, just discovering entire aspects. Yeah, I would say that's very, very much the case. Type Nautilus, Serpolia. It's in the Nautilus video. I forgot how energy hungry this build was, and I did not think about that before coming in. Save the rest of the glyphs for when we make the transfer over. So don't grab any more glyphs here, squad. We need those glyphs for the we need those glyphs for the next area. Surprise update just dropped for SF? Yeah, I saw that. I'll probably go check that out on maybe Saturday. not mean to grab those. Oh, Lord, this is going to be a close one, squad. This is going to be a close one. That's for certain. Just make sure that you're being very careful about defending on our... For the next 2 rounds, is going to be a little bit close. In fact, let's just grab all of these extras here. We're going to need all of them. Primes are just better than normals. So for the Warframes, primes aren't super drastic change differences. Primes get small amounts of base stat increases, which can be very powerful because all of our stats in Warframe operate off of... I'm not grabbing guns here. Something is broken. They have small increases like shields, health, armor, a little bit of extra energy, stuff like that. But primed weapons are drastic increases. Hey, can you chill? Sorry, we're having a little bit of struggles on this defense here, so I need to pay more attention to what I'm doing here. We're having a little bit of survivability problems, so I'm needing to just play a little bit more careful. So give me a hot second here, and then I'll get back to answering questions. So primed Warframes aren't massive changes, but because all of our mods, so our build crafting, is based off of percentages. So if you increase the base value, percentages will increase it by that much more, right? Weapons, on the other hand, primed weapons are significantly improved over the normal versions. Like a primed, you know, of anything will do better than than the normal of something on like 99% of the use cases. Every once in a while, maybe not, but most use cases. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here. Yeah, and that's what I mean by most use cases. It was specifically to do with ribbons, but let's not information overload the new baby Tenno. Prime streamline when? Literally never. Daylith, how you doing? Welcome in. How we doing? Doing pretty good, blissfully. How are you? Just gotta run a quick ad break, y'all. You know the deal. See you in a second. Oh yeah, we gotta be really, really, really careful here, squad. Maybe shouldn't even summon to that. We really, really need to be defending. You all need to be on defense. You all really need to be on defense. We really don't want to be summoning the speed up necromech here. You really, really need to be all on defense here. Really, really need to be on defense. If you're not on defense, we are going to lose. Really need to be on defense. Oh, my lord. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Okay. Roll it back. Ugh. It's all good. Yeah, we got to be super careful on that last one there. On the defense. Just got to be super duper careful on that. Do I've got a better option for defense here? Yeah, not really. I mean, they have so much overguard that probably not here. Let me see what I have on my Psychron here. Oh, I'm running heat viral. Well, that explains why I'm not doing as much damage as I should be doing. What the hell is this build? What? Well, that explains why I wasn't doing as much damage as I thought I should be doing. What the hell's wrong with my build here? Blasts. No, not that. Why is it set to rad? What happened to this build? What the frig? Well, that was interesting. Why was my build so weirdly built? And where's my... Why do I have secondary radiate on here? What is happening here? That explains why everything felt not doing damage. No. Why is this build so messed? Why was this build so messed up? That explains why I wasn't doing any damage. All right. I mean, I was doing a lot of damage, but it felt like I wasn't doing as much damage, and it was because I wasn't running blast there. The mod goblin got into my build? Yeah, for realsies. What the hell? Okay, that should be much better. That should all be fine. Hey, DJ Thresh, how you doing? Really like my YouTube shorts? Thanks. And sorry for the other person who came in. Had to make a new account because your old one got lost. Well, no worries. Welcome on back. How you doing? Welcome on back. Happy to have you. You starting the game now? Yeah, give it a try. Just remember, it's okay to ask questions. A lot of people who start playing Warframe get a little bit confused. Warframe is a very complex game. It's not a hard game, but it is complex. So just take it easy and you'll get there. Someone hit no there. Question about one of your builds? Yeah, sure. What's up? Doing all right. Currently first time seeing your streams. Well, more than happy to have you on in. Welcome on in. Talos, how you doing? That is what I think. No, it's all good. Don't worry. All's well. All's well. Not a big deal at all. We chill. Oh no, we have to replay. First and prime, but you keep getting the pop-up for primary frostbite. Do you got frostbite on an arc gun? Best starter frame, you guess, choose between those three. All of them are relatively fast to get, so don't worry about it too much. If you like one of them, just use them. Volt is like a caster melee hybrid. Mirage is a caster ranged hybrid, and Excalibur is all about melee. So use whatever one that makes the most sense. Did I say Mirage? I meant Meg. Yeah, my apologies. Zeno speaking weirdly? Nah, never. Can you send me a clip? I mean, I assume that it's probably just that, but if you're in our Discord, you're welcome to throw a clip in there. I assume that it is probably just a... you have frostbite on your arc weapon, and it will still show that it's activating if you have it on your arc weapon. Hey, Grim, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome in. Furus and Strun. If you don't have those, then I would say Bow and Bratton. But all of them are good choices. I just like the Strun and I like the Furus more. Pugstrat, thanks for the follow. Yeah, you're absolutely welcome to send me your builds. Once I'm done here, I'll take a look at them. My in-game name, if you need information on how to send a private message in Warframe, just type !IGN and the nice bot will summon it for you. Yeah, now I'm doing my damage. There we go. I was wondering why my Cycron wasn't doing any damage. It's because I have no idea what I was doing with that build. Oh, I was trying to use the I know what happened to that build. I was trying to use the Cycron for the secondary radiate video, and then I realized that I would just do it with something else. I think that's what happened there. Yeah, I think that's what happened. Oh, Latron? Yeah, still Latron. Yep, the Latron's very good. Yep. But Strun and Furus would be the two that I would recommend. Both very strong, both very fun. The Furus is arguably one of the best, if not the best, secondary Incarnate. Certainly in the contender for it, at the very least. Alrighty. Oh. The other thing for our new player, Grim, everything in Warframe can be gotten for free. You can farm everything in the game. So don't worry, like, if you want to choose between things or if you feel like you need to spend money, I would recommend, like, first looking into how to get stuff. Because everything in Warframe is farmable. You don't need to be spending money if you don't want to. Okay, to the objective. You do have frostbite. Is that purely a visual bug? It's because it still technically activates. Yeah, I'm in EDA, so I might, if you're on the ground, make sure to put a waypoint on your body. Just a reminder. Yeah, it's just a visual bug. Yeah. It happens every once in a while. Because it's still technically on your arc gun, even though you don't have your arc gun out. So it's active, but on your arc weapon, not on your main weapon. Damn, dude, these status effects are kicking my ass. So it's blocking for your arc gun? Yeah. If you have frostbite on your arc gun, that's most likely the case. I bet if you were to take frostbite off your arc gun and go in and test in a mission, frostbite will not be popping up anymore. I would be willing to bet. Daily, thank you very much for the prime. Appreciate you. Have a prime? What tags? Thank you so much for giving me your bezo bucks. Hello? Okay, it despawned on me. That's fun when the thing you need despawns on you. What better than use it to support small creators? I know, right? I knows. You're new? You are new, and you are awesome. Welcome on in. Hey, Friendly Fire, how you doing? Oh. Boom. Double shot it. That was my bad. And blast. Getting a lot of false eats. Ooh, that's not good. Oh. Man, these status effects lasting forever are annoying. Ah. Unlocking Steel Path feels overwhelming. Have any tips? Well, I mean, you can send me over your builds and I'll be happy to take a look at your builds and give you recommendations. The biggest thing with Steel Path is just making sure that you went and did the things before the Steel Path. So like arbitrations will very drastically assist you. The galvanized mods, adaptation, rolling guard are some of the most important mods in the game. So I would highly recommend to make sure you go spend some time in things that are not the Steel Path, and like make sure that you get corrupted mods and stuff like that, because the Steel Path, largely speaking, is more survivability check than damage check at a certain point, because you can always find more damage. Survivability is, largely speaking, the more problematic thing that people have issues with. So if you can answer the problem that is survivability, you will be absolutely, usually more than fine. But once I'm out of here, I can take a look at your build and I can make a recommendation for you if there is anything that seems glaringly like it could use an improvement. Obviously I can't do that when I'm in here, this mission here, but once I'm out, I'd be happy to. You should check Descendia. You should always check Descendia. You gotta go see your husband. Cold? Any chilly people? For the Strun Prime, type exclamation point Strun, and the nice bot will get you my very old but still mostly valid build for the Strun. Zacti? Yeah, I like the Zacti. It's like one of those sleeper weapons that I just absolutely love. Hello, status effects. Do we want to save the Necromech spawn in between rounds? Yeah, because you all are getting distracted. Everybody's getting a little bit distracted, trying to kill the Necromech and not defending the objective. So yeah, let's do that tech this time. If it wasn't for the needing 100 of the glyphs, I would say it doesn't matter, but because we need 100 of the glyphs, let's go with that one. Yeah, I just haven't gotten around to making an Astilla build. I actually love the Astilla. It's a fun, not shotgun. It's a grenade launcher, we all know it. What about it? Ah! All right, let's go. Hounds of Hell. Redacted. What are you doing down there, bud? Okay. There we go. There we go. Now we find the more violence. All right, remember, defend the objective. Icicle, you're in charge of the Necromech. Don't touch the Necromech spawn-in thing. Let Icicle handle it. For the speed-up thing. Normally it's not a problem, but today, just because these things are a little bit annoying today, a little bit more problematic because we need the 100 glyphs. If we didn't need the 100 glyphs, this would be fine. But with the needing 100 glyphs, we kind of need to be playing a little bit carefuler. Hey, movie, how you doing? Huh. Did they make it so that you can't steal guns off of enemies with Overguard? Has that always been a thing? And how haven't I noticed that until now? I play a lot of Zaku. I feel like I should know that by now. Yeah, much easier this time. Good choice redacted with switching to the Necros. Very smart choice. Hit the barber? No, I just buzzed all my hair off myself. I just buzz it off myself. I can't afford a barber. Already 13 months. Hell yes. Thank you so much for the 13 months tier 3. How much do they charge? Way too much. Hey, Ben Ace. Hope everyone's doing well. Yeah, we're just doing our EDA. We had a little bit of a slump there with EDA, but with this defense, but we got there. We got it figured out. How much is the barber in Canada? Well, the barber I went to was like $100 with tip, because Canada has a tipping addiction, so yeah, it's too expensive. What's going on? Yep. So I just said no, and I'll just buzz my own hair. But I'll let it grow out before TennoCon, and then go get an actual haircut for TennoCon. Make myself look a little bit fresher, you know? Alright, just gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kinda like me and you want to support the community, Twitch sub, Twitch turbo. Otherwise, it's 8. Oh my God, do I feel day for revolution? I mean, that's like also the barber I'm going to, because like if I'm gonna get my hair done, I'm gonna get it done properly, so it's also me going to a higher quality barber. And it's like one of those things of like, if I'm not going to be going to like a good barber, then I'll just cut it myself, is the way I always look at it. I say, what's going on? That's still crazy. Yeah, it is. It's yep. Canada costs a lot of money to live in. That's just kind of the problem with Canada right now. It's real expensive to live. But isn't that kind of the way it is with everywhere right now, right? The world being on fire. What's going on? Okay, much easier this time. Much easier. Necros, minions, high threat, doing work. This is why you stay inside and make builds. Yeah, I'm kind of very lucky with the fact that my hair looks decent short, so I never really feel bad with a buzz cut. Might want to live in Canada after university. Just be prepared for things being more expensive than you think. If you have to impress no one, if I have no one to impress, you don't need to cut it. You haven't been cut in like 2 years now. I mean, that's fair. It's the beard. Yeah, the beard does do heavy lifting for me. Not that I don't have a chin. I do, but I just look better with a beard. At least I think I look better with a beard. Usually keep it at 6 inches. Yeah, I mean, I think I cut it a little bit too short this time. I think I used the wrong trimmer guard. Good place and all, how's the job and all that in a year. Was it a marketing lie? Well, housing in Canada is one of the most expensive in the G8 or G7. So yeah, housing is not cheap here by any stretch of the means, unfortunately. So if they told you that housing was cheap, they were probably trying to tell you to go live in like the Northwest Territories or something. Which, no offense to the Northwest Territories, but there's not a whole lot going on there. It's a pretty remote place. Sounds like the perfect place. Yeah, if you like polar bears, it's pretty good. Or like, you know, no civilization. How dare you duck me? How dare? As with 2 beds and bath is like 700K. Yeah, that's a starter home here. In basically everywhere in Canada. Though the housing market is doing a nice little crashy crash right now, which is, you know, not a bad thing. It could use a little bit of a crashy crash. What kind of bears? I mean, we got polar bears, we got grizzly bears, we got regular old black bears, we got everything. The other kind of bear. That's me. All that for a blue? I know. Okay, staying in the squad, we'll go do the one Netracell here as well. But no pandas. That's okay. Pandas are stupid. Remember it's screwing up alchemy? Yeah, just in alchemy, the only thing you gotta do is like click the button to resummon them so they come closer to you, so that their threat doesn't drag enemies away from the target. You needed to be the 29th now? I know. Soon. 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 And you need them to tell you anything about the Vectis Incarnate? I just heard from Rue that the Vectis Incarnate's actually just being deleted. Only 4 Incarnates are coming. It's the 12th already? Yeah, I know. I looked at the 12th and I started having a heart attack. I was like, oh my lord, it's already the 12th. Holy crap. I'm, for the record, clearly joking. They're not. They're obviously doing the Vectis Incarnate. I am very much kidding. What are the Incarnates that are being added? The Vectis, Ballistica, Destrata, Obex, and Stug are the Incarnates coming with the next update. Who wants to slow dance? Drop it down the hole, drop it down the hole. Remember, you gotta be killing the enemies inside the circle. You might be going outside the circle just to do the Nova speed up thing, but you have to be inside of the circle. Just as a reminder, in case anyone doesn't remember. Night in the mine. Down the mine. Lipstick light in the mine. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Dynamite. Down the hall, rabbit down the hall. I want to dance, I want a slow dance. Come on, enemies. I wish that they would fix the pathing in this place. So enemies actually, you know, came here instead of just getting stuck in a dog pile because their bodies are too freaking large. Stick like dynamite. Ba, 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 ba. The only person who has this issue, it happens all the time. At least to me, it happens all the time. It's Reb? Probably. Reb does, well, I don't think Reb knows I exist, but, you know. See, they get stuck in these stupid doorways every once in a while. It's just frustrating. Reb's been a sub for several months. I think it's Reb gets so many gifted subs by people trying to get Reb to pay attention to them that she probably doesn't pay attention to gifted subs would be my best bet. Meanwhile, Reb watching on an alt account? No. I think Reb knows I exist, but I don't think Reb cares for my existence. Not to be thinking that she's being rude, just I'm existing. It's like, yep, that's another one of the creators. Zenosfire's actually Reb? No. No. What am I doing? I got Zaku. I can just break boxes. Let me in. Let me in. Thank you. Whee! 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 Bump. There we go. All dust. See, that's how I know that it's aced. It's aced. Zenosfire's aced. I knew it. I knew it. It was you the whole time? No, I don't believe you. This is news to you? I don't know who it actually is. But hello, Zenosfire. Welcome back. Easy peasy. Okay, get on my squad. GG. Don't forget to grab your shard from Bird. Thanks for having him. Wasn't happy to. Sorry about that first run in the EDA there, but we got it. More candies. We need more. Or the real thing is that Zenosfire is in fact just Rue. And that's probably what it is. Drank my water. Will advanced GG hydration do? Advanced GG. You take the glasses off and just become Saren? Yeah, that makes sense. That checks. Oh, I need to go do my other shoppings. So let me go do my other shoppings first. And then we'll take a look at people's builds, and then we'll go do Archon Hunts and Descendia. Oh, so much pain. Did they show what the Vectus Incarnate does? No, they have not done that at the moment. Oh yeah, Duvary Lady's got a whatchamacallit. Oh. Husband time soon? Yes, soon, Cardi. Soon we'll go kill your husband. A kid gun ribbon. A melee ribbon. Ultimatum. Okay, that's all the items there. Let's go to Teshin. And then we'll pop by, pick up that other one there. Any tips for a Prism Guard build? High duration, high efficiency. High range as well. What you got for this week, Teshin? A rifle ribbon, sure, why not? Ace, thanks for giving a sub to Zenosfire. Appreciate you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And let's see, Akrethus. Because Akrethus apparently has a companion ribbon. So we're gonna fish for a Verglass ribbon. Maybe we'll actually get one. You don't have Pathos clamps? Oh no. Oh, I should save some Pathos clamps. Oh, I'm already below what I need for... Okay, well, we're gonna have to do some farming here. Because we're gonna need those Pathos clamps for the next thingy. The next patch, we're gonna need some Pathos clamps. companion weapon ribbon. Headshots to the single aim glide? It's actually pretty easy. I don't need to throw whatchamacallit at that. And good old Archiplasmor. Yeah, we can do it on Steel Path. And are you a survival? You are, but you're not the survival I'm looking for. You are. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna get a Verglass. This has been what, 15 or so companion ribbons, and I still haven't gotten a Verglass yet. One of these days. One of these days we'll get it. Oops. There we go. Archiplasmor. Headshots. Whee! Here it is! It's a Verglass! Hey! It's another Tazakor. Yeah, but I've gotten a few Tazakor ribbons. This is more the reason what I was saying there. Yeah, it's the saddest priming chain beam. Ooh, Haro. Ooh, with a new core. Well, I mean, if you wanna, sure. Sure, I'll play a Haro with a new core. Don't mind if I do. And my Magistar? Oh, I mean, I won't say no. You're gonna head out, Redacted? You take care. Thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate you. Hiccups help? I can't help you. Okay, who wants to join me for Archon Hunt? Let me know in the chat. I'm just gonna run to the washroom and run an ad break here. Does Nourish trigger Archon Intensified? No. Wait. If you're playing Grendel, yes. If you're not playing Grendel, no. Okay, who wants to join? We're doing Archon Hunt. Cardi, no one else is taking the spot, so you are welcome for both. Hook Hazard, Saren. Aegis, Molt Augmented. You might want... I would drop over Extended if you're playing around... Oh, you got rid of her... Okay, what are you wanting to do with this build? Before I tell you my recommendations. Hook Hazard. Because you got rid of what is largely speaking Saren's most important ability with Nourish. So that's why I'm asking. Especially if you're doing shield gating, which is kind of like what you look like you're doing here. So if you want to be playing weapon platform, you put Nourish over the 4, and then you run Molt because Molt is a status cleanse So that does shield gating stuff for you because it cleans off toxin. I would probably drop overextended here for rolling guard or not rolling guard, sorry, catalyzing shields, and then that's basically the build. Umbral intensify when you can. That's kind of the only thing I would say. Move that over there, replace it with catalyzing shields, and then you're basically good. For your Kuva Sobek. So you don't want to have cold on here on its own because, and you want to have toxin here on its, yeah, it's toxin for, what's her face? Because acid shells will spread toxin damage across. So I would probably replace this with some fire rate because you have savvy and merciless. That's more than enough base damage. If you want to be going into crit chance, you need to put some crit chance on here. So you probably want to be looking at getting some crit chance on here. So you could also replace this with crit chance. I would also run 60/60s because you want to be amping up the stats chance a ton here, personally. At least that's the way I like to play it. So if you want to be playing into crit chance, you need crit chance. Otherwise, maybe some fire rate, or drop corrosive on here because you're already giving your weapon corrosive from Saren's abilities. So you would probably want to have just like baseline toxin on here to play into Saren. Yeah, if you're doing a weapon platform, you want to move Nourish over to the 4. Yeah. If you want my Sobek builds, I have Sobek, 2 Sobek builds there for you to take a look at. And then you switch around your progenitor element to match the frame's damage. Okay, anyone else for Archon Hunt? Got room for 2. El Tito. Batacore. All this looks good. Just remember the Batacore augment is really, really strong, and I would probably replace this for the Batacore augment. Other than that, this all looks fun. Probably not radiated reload. You don't really care for radiation damage, so I'd switch this out for maybe something else, like heat. Would do well here. Commander Knight, you'll join? Sure. Gauss. Melee Kreen Gauss. Arcane Ice Storm, Circumvent. I don't think Ice Storm... Will Ice Storm get... yeah, Ice Storm will get activated by Kreen. Yeah. Yeah, the only thing that doesn't really make a whole ton of sense is this guy here. Unless you're doing a slam build, I'd probably remove this. I would really recommend the Aegis tech, or maybe replacing it with shield regen speed would also be another choice here. Super high duration. I would also say some strength would do well here as well. Typically speaking, Gauss is high strength, high duration, so probably want to look into that. Ooh, cool fashion. I like that. Electricity for the sole fact that you want the all-fire to headshot. Yeah. Okay, last call for Archon Hunt. If anybody wants to join. May, I think we saw your Baruch. No, we didn't see your Baruch. Eternal War just for the extra attack speed. Fury for the damage. Molt augmented. I mean, the only thing I would... but you got Eternal War, so you don't care about duration. Yeah. No, looks good. Melee crit purple, electric damage, strength is 1 is useless, so you a little bit, okay, that's fair. Organ shatter, shock and touch, galvanized sacrificial seal, sacrificial pressure. Yeah, maybe glad pressure or like condition overload or prime pressure point instead of sacrificial pressure and then glad galv steel. I would drop that for possibly elementalist since you're doing influence and electric. Gives you more status chance, then you can offload the combo duration to your companion. Blood rush instead of gladiator might. It's kind of the area that I would make some recommendations is here. These 4. You've also got double electric. You could diversify your elements if you wanted to for influence, but going double electric makes sense as well. Okay, nobody else wants to join, so we'll just go the 3 of us. Spaceman, got a rocket on your back. Versus down for my rape attack. Spaceman, got a rocket on your back. I'm raving like a maniac. Let's go. Do 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 do. Bow 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 bow. 'Cause 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 Trying to get a bunch of Aya in stock for the current resurgence before it ends with slacking Alpha Tide. Yeah, the Aya is always a hunt, right? You're always looking for more Aya. Always need more. Right, I'm playing horror. I don't need that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm playing a horror. I don't need that. Hey, you guys want to do some damage? Thank you. Send some more Ricks? Yeah, sure. Take a look at it when I get the chance. The Vanguard Aya farm? Yeah, I know a lot of people who got really burned out on Aya farm with the Vanguard relics, so I do not blame you. I have 7,000 shields. As it turns out, if you give Haro 300% more ability strength, he just gets a lot of shields. Who would have thunk? Who would have thunk? Oh, no one's clicked the button. I shall click the button. Oh no, it's this button. Oh no. You're gonna head out, Zero? No worries. Hope you have a good rest of your night. Best friends. Electric Elemental Ward Haro. But what would you put it over? Is it safe to say Nova's a top 5 frame? I mean, Nova's very good. Kind of depends on personal preferences, as always. But yeah, I'd say that Nova's certainly an incredible frame. She's pretty dang good. Pretty dang good. The 3? For Elemental Ward? Yeah, you can always solve energy. I agree with you. Energy is something that you can just sort of solve these days, right? Archon Stretch from Companion. Energized. Nourish. Equilibrium Shards. There's always more energy to be found. Orbs rain down from the sky? Yeah. Yeah, there's so many orbs. And the guy isn't casting a whole lot? I mean, you'll be casting the 1 to refresh your shield, so it just kind of depends on how much damage you're taking, I suppose. Just tried my Jade build. It's awesome. More than happy to. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you enjoys it. Why does Aya have to be so hard to get? I mean, you end up just getting it, a bunch of it over time. At a certain point. But I get what you're saying. It's not always the easiest thing to do and find. Sometimes it can be a little bit frustrating. Sorry, no Foley, only Jade. How dare you? Hey, Niall, how am I doing? I'm not doing too bad. I'm managing the best I can, as always. Protea, all How they can fit Protea ult to not be garbage? I mean, Protea's ult's very good, just a bit frustrating for people like me who have motion sickness from it. Auto breach! Oh, I love you, auto breach. Thank you. I love you. You're just the best. Enemies? Oh, there you are. Don't like bandits. Been a long time since you've been here. Well, welcome on back, Blex. Happy to have you. Weren't you here a few times last week? Or am I misremembering? But happy to have you here anyway. Either way, good to see you. Again, tell me where the demolisher target is. That way. Energy drain? Oh no. Whatever shall I do with my 350 energy headshot? Goodbye. Oh, you turned off my abilities. Rude. How rude. Hello, victim. Oh, you're not the victim I was looking for. You are, though. And there we go. Quick and easy. I go like bandits. Hello, victim. Hello, victim. Goodbye, victim. How it works now? It hasn't changed. That's how it's always worked. Oh, you would want it to just be teleporting back. Oh yeah, I mean, that's the way it's always worked. That's kind of part of the problem. I have no idea the words you just used, Riaz, so no comment because I don't know what you said. I don't know what either of those things are. You want to try something dumb? What's a dumb but fun weapon that you would recommend? A dumb but fun one. I mean, the phage is actually really good. I don't know. Oh, we got 3 defense targets going at once. I'm sure this will go fine. Oh, why are you so tanky? That's okay. We just remove your armor. It's fine, bud. There you go. Oop, I see a key. Halo Knight's got the key. Well, the Fulmination is just, the Icarius is just a bonkers strong weapon. Outrageously silly good. I speed. I kill. I run. Let's go. Pick up Strong Incarnate as well, but he chose Furious and Ribbon. I mean, I would highly recommend picking up the Strong Incarnate eventually. It's really good. It's very, very fun. It's certainly my favorite shotgun in the game, and my favorite primary weapon in the game. I love it. It's super nice. I am really out of energy today. In my opinion, what's the stronger weapon, Boar Incarnate or Toroid? I would say Boar, personally. The Toroid falls off at a certain point. The Boar tends to not. It's like a... Well, more blast radius makes the brain happy. I don't blame you. I mean, more blast radius is good. We do calculate success in how many things you murdered over a short period of time, right? So it makes sense. This is actually a chain beam, like the Toroid, yeah. I also will always say that I just generally hate the Toroid, so I'm very biased against it. I find it an incredibly boring weapon. It's good, don't get me wrong. Like it, you know, it's strong, but it's just boring. Whereas the Boar is just Boar. It does boar things. Did you guys confirm my video? Okay, you did. Stupid TikTok. You like the Boar more than Toroid? I think most people who have been playing this game for a longer period of time agree that they like the Boar over the Toroid. Hey, it's a song Dawn gave me. Hope Dawn's doing okay. I should mention Dawn. No, they swung by the other day. Okay, we gotta run a quick ad break here. Everybody, you know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. Yeah, see you in a second. See you in a moment. Well, Toroid is just simpler. Like that's all the Toroid really has for it, is it does good damage and it's simple to use. Because Warframe players don't want to use their brain most of the time, so. Oh god. You haven't heard in so long? I know, right? Brother Ali. Like, when was the last time you heard Brother Ali? Like, you're old like me. United Snakes. On the flame. You're only 23? This song is older than you. Okay, no, it's not. But it's very old. Kemui, how you doing? Welcome in. Day. Oh, Compressor's so good. Those two were standing on shoulders. Oh, there was a floaty guy. That's why I was like, what the hell? Go. Free home of the slave. Let's go. United Snakes. Oh God. Come on, Nera. Fight me. Your taxes. Stabbed. Stabbity stab. Your actions have consequences? It's fine. There's not much the stalker has. The stalker would be doing me a favor if he came after me, okay? I'm very lonely. He would come over and be like, hey, you want cookies? And he'd be like, damn, you're really that, oh man, I feel bad. Damn. National anthem. United Snakes. Man, I am really out of energy. I gotta wake the fuck up. I'll be right back in a second. Maybe we'll see if I have coffee made. Brah. I need to wake up. Boom. Hey, we got 3 former. Nice. Got my squad. All right, what do you got here? No aim. A mirage. Nourish over the 2. So this is a prism guard build. So the only thing I would say is I think that you actually want to have some range on Prism Guard so that the beams have a larger radius. I haven't really used Prism Guard all that much, so I could be wrong here. But I think that you do actually want to have some range in here. Like, I would maybe think about dropping Narrow-Minded for, honestly, just like a stretch. And then, like, oh, but then you have to get continuity in here for the duration. Hey, you got concentration to lock in some duration at least. Yeah, I don't really know enough about Prism Guard to really give you much of an opinion. I'm sorry. I don't really know how it functions very well. ESO, yeah, so this is just the Explosive Ledgerman build with Roar. Steadfast, so you can do spamming. Just remember that you can't spam super hard in ESO, right? So that's the only thing I would say there. Multi-augmented, yeah, all looks good, all looks good. Strun Prime, what you got? Status chance, crit damage, crit chance, very nice ribbon, yeah. That's a very, very tasty ribbon. Because the Strun Incarnate has a evolution where you can just do like 7 billion status chance on its Incarnate form. Or you can, of course, go into like full crit chance. I would recommend switching out Blaze for 60-60. You don't need that extra damage there. Between Savvy and Merciless, you don't really need it. I'd switch this out for just 60-60 heat to play more into that. And what, running viral heat? Nice. Yep. Looks good. Do we see your Sporthrix ribbon? Fire rate, status chance, multi-shot, minus crit chance. I mean, it's not really a crit-based weapon, so that's very tasty. That's really nice, actually. The only time that you really bring this into a crit weapon is by throwing on, like... You'd have to go super hard into crit mods, or Avenger, or Haro. Because it's got a 5% base crit chance. It's not super worthwhile going into crit here. But it has a good base critical damage, so it makes sense to go in that direction as well. The rest of these stats all look super nice, actually, yeah. Yeah, Acuity, well, Acuity used to be really good on this when it was a multiplicative crit, and now, of course, Acuity no longer does multiplicative crit. So it's not, like, massive damage increase for the, or crit chance increase now these days. But when it was multiplicative, it was the go-to build on here. It was bonkers. The thing was Red Crit City. Scourge Prime. Exhilarate. We love energy. Probably... Should you re-download Warframe? I mean, I'm incredibly biased, so yes. But you should do what makes you happy. So this looks like it's more just like to throw down on the ground and do its thing. With a Vile Acceleration, but maybe that's not where you're going with that. Maybe you're playing for the full proper mode. Support build? Yeah, so if you're just doing the throw on the ground, do the AoE pulsing. The AoE pulsing doesn't do status, doesn't have any status chance. So you don't really need to build it out for anything. Although if you're just doing it for the bullet attractor orb thing, you just want like fire rate, which increases the throw animation. But yeah, I mean, it looks good here otherwise. Is there new story stuff? Depends on when you stop playing. We had the old piece, which is a main story quest, and it's epic. Next month we're getting another cinematic quest. So it depends on when you stopped playing last. When Uriel came out, yeah, so that's the old piece. So we haven't had any main story quests in like additions since then. We had Foley, which has some lore. We and Varuna Prime and Gyre Prime was also part of the Uriel patch. But Varuna Prime came out, and so on and so forth. So we're about to get a new big story quest in June sometime, so you can see there. Yeah. Might have to sell your Hiroto Riven to buy the Strun and Karnan. I mean, yeah, the Hiroto's a fantastic weapon, but if you're not planning on using the Hiroto, yeah, swap it over. You can farm the Incarnate. They said that earlier that they don't have, they use their options already for the week, so they can't get the Strun this week, so they would have to buy it with Platinum for this time. Yeah. It's for the Prism Guard Mirage. Ah, okay. Oh my lord, Hamdall, you have sent me so many things. Vectus, status chance, reload speed, crit chance. I mean, yeah, without knowing what the Vectus and Karn is going to be like, this seems like a really good Riven, but obviously we don't know what the Vectus and Karn is going to be, so I don't really have much of an opinion. You could keep rolling it to fish for the minus ammo maximum for the Prime Chamber tech, but honestly, right now, until we know what the Incarnate is going to be doing, I would say keep this Riven for now. We don't know where it's going yet. So without more knowledge of like what everything's going to be doing, 3-day affinity booster at least. All right, Cardi, we're going to hell, Cardi. We're going to hell. All right, anyone want to join us for Steel Path Descendia? Erzman, I didn't even ask, and you already said you. Erzman, you're not online. Missed the boring Incarnate by almost a year, and you kept missing it the week it was in, so if you want that Strun, you're out of picks. It's worth. Yeah, no, it's absolutely worthwhile doing it. Give you a minute? All right, I'll give you exactly 60 seconds. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. Kidding. How do you get in? You just let me know what your in-game name is, and then we send you an invite. Is pretty easy. Rudium Reckless. Invite. Word. Thresh, what's your in-game name? Vows in the Pasture. Squeaky Zebra. That is an interesting name. That is an intriguing name. All right, let's go. We gotta go to hell. We gotta go see what's his face. On your mattress. How do you accept? You click the accept button when it pops in. Oh, are you on the Steel Path, Thresh? And have you done up to the old piece? You're gonna head out now so you don't procrastinate even more. No worries, Ronnie. I hope you have yourself a wonderful night. We'll catch you later. Yes, I saw your Brook already. Looks good. No major commentos. Feel super comfy in EDA? Probably, yeah. Makes sense. I just don't like Baruch. He's just not for me. Whee! Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. Why did I get knocked down? Why did I get knocked down? But I got back up again. They're never gonna keep me down. Hey Ultra, how you doing? Welcome on in. How was your day? I am mildly sleepy, but I am good otherwise. Where's the enemies? They're over here. Oh, we're done. See you. Peace, nerd. I'm out. Groslings? These little bastards. Come back, Grosling. Come back. Come back. Working on a Cotopox Araxi setup because the weapon is so silly. You want to see if you can make elemental damage dipping? I mean, yeah. Is Grendel good? All Warframes are good. Grendel is actually a ton of fun. I've been really enjoying playing Grendel lately. I haven't been playing a whole ton of him, to be fair, but he is very, very good. I do want to do another build with him because I haven't done my persistence addiction with him yet. Valk influence? Yeah, that's why I don't run influence on Valk. She's got a 10% base status chance. That is why I do not run influence on Valk. I made the influence build for people so that they would have it, because someone would be like, put influence, and I'd be like, yeah. And as I said, influence is not good on Valk. I would just run either melee Kareen or exposure is what I would personally recommend to run on Valk. And we're off. Next. Your friend coined the term slopfulence? I don't know if your friend's the one who coined that, because my comment section has been using that for a very long time. Oh, yet another slopfluence build. Be like, yeah. But I don't see any of y'all complaining about secondary enervate builds on pistols, but y'all will complain instantly about influence every single opportunity that you can. But nobody wants to complain about the free red crits. No, why would we complain about the free red crits? We'll only complain about the influence. Even though secondary innovate is just influence for secondaries. Well, same level of stupidity amount of like, this just goes well on every single melee, every single secondary. Because as it turns out, free crit chance is really tasty. Who would have thought? Collect offering. Via radiate? Yep. Yep. People like seeing red numbers? Yeah, exactly. People just like to... Ow! Help. I got lasered and I wasn't paying attention. Does that add a guaranteed random shard for every weak steel path? It would be nice to see some better end game mods or better end game loot for this place. I agree. It's a little bit... What the hell? I was just humping that on his leg. Come back! There's something about seeing on your damage. Yeah, exactly. But it's just funny that everyone always complains about influence, but then everyone's like, oh, yeah, secondary. Just like, this is literally influence for secondaries. Did I finish the 100 full Amnesia? Oh yeah, a few months back. We have yet to have anyone make claims to the other 100 sub-bomb challenges just yet. Trying to make weapons that have no business maximizing crit chance is the Green Goblin mask. Yeah, exactly. No, I mean, I get it. I get it. I get it. Soon? Maybe one day. Maybe one day. I love magnetic procs. That's a lie. I hate magnetic procs. They're very annoying. We done? Nope, not yet. Whee! Oh, Ace, thanks so much for the 5 gifted. Thank you. Super appreciate you. Thanks so much for supporting the community, as always. If you got gifted a sub, please make sure to say thank you. Cause that's the right thing to do. No, you didn't want to go into our incarnate there? Alright. I see how it is. Are we safe? We're not safe. This is a very long defense. We got some internet news this week. Oh no, what is it? Is it AI finally dying? Please. I want to afford life again. Watch Mojo crashed out this week. I have no idea who or what that is. Hey, hey, die. Are you the last enemy finally? Hello? What is going on? Oh, the YouTube that made Slop 10. Oh, really? Is it another defense? No, okay, it's an alchemy. I was gonna say, what the frig? Oh, did you? I didn't hit it. Man, I am really not here today. Holy smokes. I am not doing well today, apparently. I'm here, I swear. No, I'm not. That's a lie. Oh, man. Oh, man. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Everything just feels weird today. Maybe the brain worms are finally getting me, chat. Maybe it's finally come. Where's the... What is going on? Oh, you picked it up at the same time I tried to pick it up. That's why. It's like, what the f... Help! I'm losing my mind. Lurk, you enjoy your lurk, Alpine. You don't have the brain cell? Who the hell's got the brain cell then? Hello, Marie. Regenerate health and energy, rolling resource shields. I don't really need health or energy because I am playing Caliban. Might have been eaten? Damn it, not again. Dang nabbit. You'd probably not be playing Kuva Sobek slop frames, but it's fun. We love the Kuva Sobek. At least I love the Kuva Sobek. No, demon! Nullifier demons, be gone! Be gone, nully demons. Downfollow Watch Mojo, and Watch Mojo replied to the vid calling YouTube irrelevant, wrote an entire paragraph, looks like AI generated. Oh, that's... Wait, they just said that their own platform is irrelevant? The platform where they make money of? Huh. I mean... Alright. Alright. That seems like a choice. Oh, they called the YouTuber irrelevant. Oh, well, that's rude. That's just mean. Became a stealth bomber. Jade's really good. I keep trying to tell people that. They're all just like, "Burr, Jade, burr, burr, I'm Jade, burr, yeah, burr." Whee! You love your wish.com B52? True and real. Let me be free! Just can't do the funny slop thing with her. I mean, to be fair, Acid Shells actually does work pretty well on her, but just not, you know, the Acid Shells silly, spready shenanigans. Tiefling hides behind her tail. Astrolabs. All right, fine. I'll hang out by the Astrolab. Let's blast everything. Asher Cell's Garuda? What was the... Was it just sort of big damage on Garuda, or what was the tech for you with Asher Cells on Garuda? Because I don't think that Garuda has any of the tech, direct tech with acid shells. Nope, not up here. Oh, does the passive increase? Ah, the passive. Funny things with her force slash procs. Oh, interesting. Neat. Slash with Zatas, is that the tech? Interesting. Nifty. It's just a shame that Acid Shells is broken right now with Sight again. Yet again, Acid Shells continues to be the Telesto, almost as Telesto-y as Yorelli. Come along, enemies. What did the Telesto do? Oh, do you not know about the Telesto in Destiny 2? The Telesto is a haunted spirit of bug hell for Destiny 2. And Yorelli also is just a haunted spirit of bug hell for Warframe. So I always say that Yorelli is Warframe's Telesto. Whee! Just eliminate. Word. I love just murdering people. I love just murdering fools. You know, Warframe, the Telesto can't catch a break? Of course not. That thing's legendary. When in doubt, the Telesto is broken. Why aren't you... Huh? Why are... What? My bullets just didn't want to hit that person. Oh, maybe there was an arbitration drone. I just saw that the thing is an arbitration drone, so maybe it was an arbitration drone. I see. Hey, they should drop the candies here. They should drop the arbitration drone candies here, the Vitus essences. Be gone, arbitration douche nozzle. Whee! Be gone. Be gone. What was that? Whee! I saw you in there, RB drone. I saw you for a brief glimmer of a moment. Yeah, let's grab you, grab all of you, grab you, do the gunny gun. No, they don't drop their loot. No, I was saying that I wish that they did. No, I know that they don't drop their loot here. I was just like, it would be cool. What does one build for the hate? Influence, afflictions? I mean, both are solid choices. Obviously, influence is influence. So it's always a good choice. But if you're looking for my hate build, of course, you can type !hate and you'll get that build there for you. And down we go. Whee! More exterminate. The hyena pack. Oh, I haven't seen those guys in a while. Oh, is this head stoppers as well? Yeah, I mean, melee Kreen's always good. No, it's not head stoppers. That one person just looked a little bit small. He looks cool now. Yeah, Caliban is a ton of fun. At least I really like him. Hey, hyena pack, get out of here, nerd. I thought I just saw an arbitration drone again, and I had a small heart attack. As the Furious Incarnate, it's, yeah, the Furious Incarnate is hands down one of the best, it's in the contender for the best secondary Incarnate. Let me put it that way. Very, very strong. What it do? Well, type !Furious and you'll see. It turns it into a flamethrower, the Incarnate does. And it is very strong. Most people like to run it with Fortifier, of course, but I tend to use it with a Radiate. I just find it fun. Oh, flee. Secret tunnel through the mountain. Secret tunnel. Hey, Bear, how you doing? Oh, this one. I'm a Caliban and I don't care. I just go spinny spin and everything dies. Huzzah! Caliban! Huzzah! Furious Angstrom, Dual Toxicist, Dual Coda Toxica Compressor. Those are the strongest? Yeah, those are all in the strongest category, certainly so. Hey, it's a loot room. I shall go forth and break boxes. Spin me right round, baby, right round. There we go. Oh? Yeah, more hell. We love going to hell. Status damage over time, but gain 50% status. Sure, whatever. Sure. Every single dumb idea you have works. Yeah, the Codus, the Codapox is just a weird as hell weapon. It doesn't really make sense 99% of the time. It's a super strange weapon, that's for certain. Oh, but I don't want to... I don't want to be on the horsey. I can use Caliban, or not, yeah, Caliban things and not have to ride a horse, and I can break all these things. Mutilus Cernos has similar properties? No, the Mutilus Cernos is the devil. He aggressively T-poses at the enemies? I've never seen that personally, but not to say that it doesn't exist. Or if I have seen it, I have not registered that it was happening. I think if you get off the horse, you can't use all of your abilities, and I would assume that that would mean that I can't cast my first ability. I would assume so, at least. You know how good of a primer the Cedo is? I mean, the Cedo is one of those weapons where it's both a good primer and a good base weapon. This one again? Foes vulnerable to RPGs. Well, we would need foes to do that. Hey, I found some foes. I'll be good for my head. Okay. Oh, is the missiles only one shot here? What do you think it would be? You think gas? I think that if anything, it's going to be corrosive. I think that if you were to give gas or blast as a single mod, I think that would be way too strong. Oh, I can't even go into the last gasp here. I was not paying attention and I died for it. As per usual, attention span is the greatest cause of death. No, gas and blast are way too strong. I don't think we'll ever get those as single weapons mods. I mean, obviously it's Warframe, so who the F knows? But I think that those ones are probably unlikely. Probably a little bit unlikely. It feels like I don't have Prime Sure-Footed on, but I know that I do. Weird. Betting on status damage boosting status? Oh my lord, that would be really strong. Not saying I would say no, but that would be bonkers strong. Imagine that. Gas is already close to one of the strongest status effects, if not the strongest, whenever a build has room for it. It kind of depends. It's kind of a toss-up depending on the weapon. Because blast and electric is a really, really good combination. Gas, I tend to find be better on, like, high damaging weapons, and then blast to be better on like high fire rate weapons with high status chance that you can get multiples going at once. Okay, if I push that button, it does actually mean that I would like you to use that button. I know that sounds absolutely wild. No, okay, it's just I think force staggers from mini bosses and bosses. What's happening to me here? Roar's boost your damage. Roar is supposed to boost your damage, allegedly. I mean, the other thing that's important to remember with the whole gas thing is that both gas and electric can get headshot multipliers, so they're together a very, very strong elemental combination. But blast and electric is also very strong. It's just like, because you can have then two separate sources of status damage on the weapons, and you can get like a whole bunch of really, really good stuff on it. It's actually really solid. Yeah, I don't know if they would give status damage a mod if they were to release a new status effect with that. I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. They're crazy. DE is filled with feral maniacs, after all. But no, I would think it would probably be something else. Okay, gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, to sub to Turbo. Otherwise, it's tight. See you in a second. Enemies, where are you? Enemies, where are you? It really feels like the defense missions have been super slow here. I wonder if something be broken again. How about no? I think a Tau status mod, I think like status chance, getting a single mod for status chance is more likely than a single mod for like status duration, because at least Tau, you know, increased status chance is really, really good, but like that's controllable. On Citrine, I think I just run cast speed and strength shards on my Citrine, or equilibrium shards would also be a good choice as well. User first ability will cause enemies to spawn health orbs, so you can use equilibrium shards instead of putting equilibrium on your frame. But cast speed and strength is what I typically run on my build. Though I have seen some people do some really interesting things with what is it, the ability damage ones with toxin or corrosive, the ability damage one, and then doing the prismatic shell with like mecha set. You don't think there's enough mods you want on your Citrine to run equilibrium shards? Oh, there is a lot of mods I want to run on Citrine. High strength, high range, prismatic companion build. No, yeah, if anything, Citrine is very energy hungry, or very mod hungry. At least the build way I played her. Hey buddy, where are you? Yeah. Well, you're already dead, so it doesn't matter. Where are you? There you are. Goodbye, Rose. GG, squad. Nice and easy. An affinity booster. Gotta love how you can't even use your singular weapon. Yeah, it's a little bit of a choice. GG. Your hope Rose gets hit by a parked car. That's just rude. What the hell? What the hell? Hey, look, some more Aya. How many Aya do I got sitting on right now? Thanks for the carry. More than happy to. Always happy to play with people. What do I got in Prime Resurgence? Anything interesting for Aya? I only have 135? What the frig? What do I have 135? I mean, we haven't really had any Prime accesses that I've been interested in. So I haven't bought a lot of them lately. I'll keep holding on to them for now because I've got way too many Goss and Grendel's blue relics. I don't think I need any more for Goss and Grendel. That's the wrong terminal. Yeah, I think I've got enough Goss relics and Gauss. And I think I have enough Grendel relics, so I don't think I need to buy any. I think I'm fine. Something tells me. Keep them for next? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Although I might pick up some of these axes just to be safe. I'll just pick up like 10 of these axes here. Quick question. Doty, well, what's the question? Thoughts about the Coda Motivore with Doty? I mean, yeah, it does pretty well. Just like all other slam builds does well. Doty on that thing goes absolutely crazy. Throw on Weeping Wounds. Wee! Wee! Weepy Wounds! It does the funny. Gotta grab Rhino once Resurgence rolls over. He's one of the few vaulted primes you're missing. Oh, yeah, I mean, doesn't it roll over this weekend? This week? Not this weekend, sorry. I think it's this week, right? Yeah, one day. So Thursday. Thursday it rolls over. Alrighty. Kyle, what you got? A new Valkyr. You're missing Nidus? That's surprising. Stretch Flow, Mecha Pulse. Why Mecha Pulse? This is the only thing that I'm really wondering about here. Otherwise, especially your build looks good. You could use more strength, but yeah. Don't know, you're trying to keep the mecha set going? Okay, yeah. I mean, if you're trying to do like mecha things on her, like I feel you. If you want to do a non-mecha version, just replace this with more strength. Just more strength. Do go strength good. A Strun? Did we see the Strun? We did see that Strun. Speaking of Enervate, Zacti with an Enervate. Zacti's such a weird little weapon. You could look into like Blast Electric on this and then do Elementalist rather than doing Magnetic Rad. Keep in mind that this weapon is largely AoE, so you probably don't want to have Galvanized Shot on here. Multi-shot heat, weapon recoil. Yeah, I would probably not run this. You could go Blast Electric on here, so you'd like remove this and then switch this out and then do cold plus your Riven plus electric. And maybe go into like Elementalist, but if you want to do just big old AoEs, either way, this is not really doing anything here for you. Just as a heads up. Which actually you could put Blast on here by removing this. do a little swappies, and do blast on here as well. So then you would have blast gas radiation. Oh, elementals is so good. Yeah. You're so normal? I don't think you are. I think you're a weirdo. I think you're a bit of an odd duck. Not complaining, not judging, but you are a bit of an odd duck. And he's my bitch. Running into trouble usage. Ow. Ace, what you got? Citrine. Bloomberry? Yeah, a little blueberry-ish. Yeah. Ooh. How have I not seen this skin yet? And why is she so hunched over? She needs a posture check. How many soccer floofs? It's like 420-ish. Just a few. Tara, what's your horror look like? Ooh, that's nice. I think I might try to get a little bit of better color definition between the two reds. If these are two different reds, I actually don't know if they are two different reds, but this looks slightly different than the red over here, so I'm going to assume it is. Your Haro config. So I wouldn't run Intensify. You're typically never really going to be healing. Archon Intensify is just so inconsistent because health orbs exist. Like, it's just not a big fan of Archon Intensify just in general. I would always run Umbral, but it's sort of 6-1, half dozen another. Circumvent, you don't really need Circumvent unless you're doing it for the armor and shield strip and overguard strip, which I feel you. Tribunal, other players will trigger 100% of penance and thurbles when attacking chained enemies, yeah. Combat discipline, yeah, you could put on combat discipline and Avenger if you felt like it, and then you'd be activating Archon Intensify very reasonably there. Yeah, I don't know necessarily about this one here. And not 100% certain about this one here. Combat discipline Avenger is so crispy. Yeah, it's a good combination. Yo, Beef, how am I doing? I'm okay today. I'm just managing the best I can. It's been a bit of a rough couple of weeks for me, but we're doing our best. How have you been? Acceleration for the more fire rate on primers. Okay, cool. Huh? Yeah, I see it. I see the flow. I see what you're doing there. Oh, something from Foog? Ugh. Bleh. Cardi, what have you sent now? New Uriel Roth feral noises. Cardi. Seek help. Everything okay? Yeah, it's just mental illness stuff, that's all. Just ye old depression and ye old anxiety doing ye old depression and anxiety things. Nothing I could do about it. What? Oh, you, did you not know that Cyandonas don't show through look link on proto frames? Do I have a ladle build? I have a ladle build, but I do not have it on a video. Ladle. There you go. This is what I run on my ladle. Don't know if it's the best build, but it's the build I like. I run Cascade Flare just for more damage, but realistically you don't need Cascade Flare because I'm running both Galvanized Shot and Hornet Strike. I just put it there for more damage because more damage is more fun. Drink my water? I should drink my water, you're right. What evos? Reified Bane, Void's Guidance, and Survivor's Edge are the ones I run. Those are the ones I like. Ugly Fat Baby. Oh my lord, Ugly Fat Baby. You have sent me so many things. Finals had you out of commission, but you're temporarily back with Gemini skins. You don't really like any of them too much, but here's your attempt at fashioning. Cool, let's take a peek. Stop using Cyandanas for surprising amount of fashions lately. Conqueror Ephemera just makes no Cyandana look really nice. You know what's a really good Ephemera with that one is, or Cyandana with that one is actually the Conqueror one. I run at my Nyx. The Conqueror Cyandana. And then obviously the other one that looks really good with this, I've got the Dex Ephemera. But the Conqueror Ephemera looks really good with this one as well. He just kind of goes over and plays very well into the Cyandana as well. Both very solid combos. Your Excalibur. Ugly Fat Baby. Ooh, I like that. Real shame that these don't shade properly. But actually I really like that. It looks really cool. Leaning hard into sort of the samurai aesthetic with the Raijin and those armor plates as well. Hey, Rainy, how you doing today? Vort. Ooh, like that one too. With the purple cutting through, it actually looks really nice. I bet it looks nice with the Cyandana. Meg. Oh, she's so pretty. I love that. Using the two colors of blue. Like that. That looks really, really nice. I really, really love that. They need to fix the look link. I know, I've been asking for it for years. Ooh, that one looks really good too. With the red in the hair too. Bringing the red from the armor up. That looks really, really nice. Big fan of that. Nyx. Oh, you know what? I hate black and red, but it's my wife. So A+. Actually, I really like that. Looks really nice. I love. Oh, Hi, need some help with the Necros build. You want to make him very durable so you can solo survival without worrying about getting killed while using your third ability. The thing is, you don't want to use Korra because it's something inconvenient for the grind for extra loot. It's certainly good, but you're thinking of Necros for farming. Can you recommend something interesting for Necros? Yeah, type exclamation point Necros. This is how I play Necros. He is outrageously durable. If you're having survivability problems on him, you probably aren't using his augment for his fourth ability. His augment for his fourth ability is absolutely crazy good, and don't use Despoil because his third ability regenerates generates health orbs, so you just use Equilibrium instead, or purple shards. Despoil is a dead mod these days. It is super unnecessary. This Quincy looks really good. I really like that Quincy. Ah! Why are we yelling? Ooh, pretty Kaya too. Despoil is such a bait mod. I mean, it made sense 6 years ago. It just doesn't anymore because Equilibrium is just so much better than it used to be. No, it made sense back in the day. Because back in the day, Equilibrium was 60%, not 110%. Way back in the day, it made sense. Like 2018, 2019, 2020, it made sense. These days, Equilibrium just supersedes it completely. Oh, this looks good, Foog. Ooh, I really like this actually. This looks really nice. Actually, that purple in there looks really dang good. Hell yeah. What's your citrine look like? Ooh, you know what, Foog? I think I like this citrine better. Except for this crystal ephemera. I've never been a fan of it. But this citrine is absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Holy crap, that red color in there. Ooh. You low-key remember Equilibrium being meh? Yeah, because, you know, 10 years ago it was meh. Ooh, cool Necros. Main color is black, red, gold, and occasionally white. Sounds about right. Oh, the classic. Black and red. Blech. I just see a lot of black and red. I'm not throwing shade at anybody. If you enjoy that fashion, you enjoy that fashion. But like this looks really cool. I like high contrast colors. Really get it out. Back when you wouldn't pick up health orbs if your health was full, yeah, there was a lot of reasons why Equilibrium was not good in 2018. And it got significantly better. which we love to see. What? Fucking auto mod. You drug addict. Fucking auto mod. It's always on something. The only black and red is Varuna. Yeah, I mean, black and red looks really good in Warframe, don't get me wrong. I just think that there is many other things that look really good in this game. And if you like black and red, all the power to you. Ooh, I like that actually. That's kind of cool. Ooh. You know what I've been really liking lately is black and green and white. Black and green and white looks amazing. All right, I'm just going to a quick ad break and run to the washroom, and then we'll keep going here for a little bit longer. Sit tight, everybody. See you in a second. Yeah, I'm back. Murmur survival. We got anything interesting in our cred shop this week? Oh, look, it's done this again. And what we got? Anything interesting? Volatile variant? Deadly maneuvers is kind of fun. Clip delegation is always good. Singularity can be fun. Well, I do have some spare creds. What do I pick up from the fashiony things? I've been slowly catching back up on all these alt helmets that I've been slacking on for the last few years. The Volvin one is nice. The Limbo one's actually pretty cool too. It's a little bit weird though. Although I still don't have this Frost helmet. I kind of want that. Although this Rubico skin. We'll grab the Frost helmet for now. We'll grab the Frost one for the moment. You're quickly reaching the end of the Nightwave? Yeah, I'm so lazy on the Nightwave. If it wasn't for Cardi, I wouldn't be getting content out. Let me put it that way. Cardi has been fueling my shorts for the Nightwave this run. Cardi's been carrying the stream as usual. Okay, anybody want to join me for a Murmur Survival? Omnia Fissure, Steel Path, of course. Anybody want to join? Cool guy, you're down. Ace, is that you saying you want to join? Cool guy, can you remind me your in-game name? Do you think we'll ever get a code of Legion? Oh, that'd be super cool. Yeah, logging in. Okay, cool guy, what's your in-game name? And cool guy aced Commander Knight. Wolfwind, if we're going to be doing another run, we'll grab you for that. Doing some funny things in Final Fantasy 14. Rainy. Rainy. It's right there. I resubbed. For at least the month. I'm gonna try to catch up on the story for now. But I don't know if I'll be able to continue my sub for a while. But at least a little bit of time in the game for funsies. We're full up here at the moment, Zonekun, but if we do another run, you're more than welcome to join us. 8 quests away from Stormblood. I actually really like Stormblood. Specifically the reason why Stormblood, I really liked Stormblood was because I didn't have to wait for the post MSQ content because I started playing in Shadowbringers. So, but I do know that people weren't a big fan of Stormblood when it first came out because it was so slow. So slow. But I loved Stormblood. It was great. Well, specifically the post MSQ content was crazy good. And also I did like the story of Stormblood. It was very good. You actually trolled some friends who are into Final Fantasy 14. They've been trying to get you in to play for it for ages, but you don't want to play another MMO. You do, however, love returning to old Final Fantasy games. I mean, super excited for the brief moment where you saw you start up FF9 on Steam. Oh, that's hilarious. They actually do crossovers with the older Final Fantasies, Evan. Not saying as like an attempt to convince you to play it, but they do some things with other Final Fantasies. Like I think Yoshi P, yeah. I think that what was this one? I think it was Final Fantasy 9. This run of the raids was a homage to one of the older Final Fantasies. I just can't remember which one. Epitaph Receiver. Okay, Commander Knight. If I got any spares relics of those, I'll throw them on for you. You keep filling them in what you're referencing and explaining some of the deep cut lore of them. Oh, that's super cool. I mean, Evan, it's a ton of fun, but I might recommend waiting until the next X-Pack. The next expansion is going to be doing a whole redo of the combat system. Very desperately needed. The current combat system is stale. The new combat system is going to be much more engaging, it looks like. But it isn't vaulted. I mean, even with it being vaulted, I probably have some because I always have spare junk around. Excited for Beastmaster? Yeah, I kind of do want to check out Beastmaster. I'll probably just get caught up to the MSQ right now. Don't worry, Halo, I'm sending you back an invite. I'll probably just get caught up to MSQ right now, and then, like, maybe in a few months go back to it. Once we're closer to the expansion. So let's just wait a second here for Halo to get back in. I think I got you an invite back out here, Halo. There we go. You accept when you can? Yeah, no worries. It's all good. We can chill. Wait, where'd my Gemini emotes go? Oh, what the? Spin me right round, baby, right round. You got a little friend. You got a little tentacle monster. You're loving Dragoon? Did you see the, what the new combat system looks for Dragoon? Dragoon looks incredible. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Well, it says that you're loading in, so hopefully you'll be able to get in. There you are. This room here is good. Yeah, the new combat system for Final Fantasy XIV looks really, really good. Really, really good, actually. I'm very excited for that. Whenever stream Final Fantasy XIV, I used to stream it all the time. I kind of want to wait for the patch for the new expansion before I really start getting back into it. But yeah, I mean, for Variety Day, maybe when I have the sub active, we'll do a little bit over the next month or so. Whee! Is not the Phasmophobia update? Why? What was wrong with the Phasmophobia update? You're not running a dog? I mean, I saw your Dirigia above your head. Was it not your Dirigia? Where do you begin? Oh no. It's that bad, eh? Oh no. Is this worse than running nothing? I mean, Ace, do we need to like just get an alarm for whenever you're playing? With me being like, hey, Ace, you got your dog on? You just watch a YouTube video on it? Oh, it's that bad, eh? All right. We made and the hell to pay. Come get your violence. 500% crit chance for just existing. Isn't just Nick's hilarious? I too love 500% crit chance. You're right. It is great. Back to goofing around in 14. No worries. Hope you enjoy. Pans of everything. I mean, the pans was just so good. I tend to lean more towards. I mean, it just kind of depends. The pans was just super useful. You know, free viral spreading is just. You're never gonna say no to that. You're never gonna say no to free viral. 500%. I'm running Null Stars on here, and thus have Neutron Star, and thus have Hot Shot. Whee! 500% crit chance. Whee! Depending on the build, I'll swap out the companions, but like the Panzer is just the go-to. Like if I'm running Mecha Set, it's the Pharaoh Predicite. If I'm running Melee, it's the Dirigia. If I'm running, you know, certain frames, I'll run the Pharaoh Predicite as well. And then the Nautilus is just good for whenever I'm playing like a caster who does group AoE damage. So like Nezha, I'll always break out. Hey, could you like not? Thanks. No lauded hounds? See, yeah, that makes sense on Trinity because the big problem with the hounds is they're just made of paper. So having an answer to the hound survivability being, of course, Trinity just keeping them alive by brute force is very good. I wish that we had the speed up tools in here. Just makes Murmur just annoying sometimes. But I do love having a high radiation based weapon against enemies who don't like radiation. It is kind of good. Not gonna lie. Wow, that guy was gonna try to summon his big brother, but then immediately got deleted. Everyone got all their candies. Good, good. Subsuming Radial Blind onto Ash and using Radiant Finish Augment, then he looked up and Savage Silence's finisher bonus also scales with strength, so Shocker, the classic combo, is a classic for a reason. Yep. But it's a valid alternative, right? If you don't want to use Savage Silence for whatever reason. Sure, more Cedo, why not? We could always use more Cedo in our lives. You can't upkeep your hotshot because you don't got no dog. No stars. Sweet delicious no stars. Yes, yes. Need more duckies? Don't we always? Especially with the Borrow relay coming soon. Borrow. Sweet, delicious Borrow. Actually, Borrow should be back this weekend as well. Automod is on something today. That's some weird hitching there. I'm host, right? I am. Whee! I gotta find out if Twitch did something with their system for 2K streaming, because my bitrate is much lower than it should be. And I'm very confused. So I'm wondering if they did something. And I'm wondering if enhanced broadcast is no longer what I thought it was. Oh, you were invincible. How did you die? Why did you die, friend? You were invincible. Hey, you guys got candies over here? Nope. Can't tell if it's Twitch or your Wi-Fi bugging out? Yeah, that's always the question, ain't it? That do always be the question. Usually Twitch, yeah. Yeah, it's small indie company. What can we do, right? But it's raining hard? Oh, you know what? It might, yeah. If you've got like a weather impacted internet system, I know like a number of people who have systems that are like LOS based internet that can cause some pretty significant problems when the weather decides to act up. Malice? All right, who's dying to Malice today? Oh, it's me. I'm dying to Malice. Woo! 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 Look at those status effects, baby! I still got. Help! was the one dying to Valis this time. No. Wait, why isn't... What? Oh, okay. It was just the dog was dead. Okay. I was like, why is my Panzer not showing up? And it turns out that it just died and wasn't showing up in its little worm form in my thing underneath my name there. So I was very confused. I think I should try to get vertical streaming set up this weekend. Maybe I'll do that tonight. Try to get vertical streaming set up. But I gotta figure out how to do the... Yeah, we can get it figured out. We can get it figured out. Come get your violence. Vertical streaming, it's like TikTok's you know, like that, rather than like that. This is horizontal, vertical would be that. Where's vertical streaming going? YouTube and Twitch. Whee! Amaze. Does Twitch have vertical streaming? Yeah, it's in beta. And I was invited into the beta, and I just haven't done it yet. Hey, look, an epitaph farm receiver. Is that the part you needed? Remind me what part you needed for the epitaph, and I'll put on that blueprint. You can have both at the same time? Yeah. Yeah, you just send in different video feeds. Okay, I gotta run a quick ad break here, everybody. You know the deal. We gotta run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get pre-roll ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community to subscribe to Sherbo. Otherwise, it takes you. Bye. Bye. Amaze. I want a Rocky in my life. I want someone who's that supportive of my insanity. Hello, victims. I would like your overguard, please. Thank you. Beam. On a necromech demolisher using 709 during an EDA and nearly shat yourself. Every once in a while when it's like the surprise damage cap, you're like, what the hell? Where'd this come from? What the hell's going on over here? I mean, this is actually surprisingly a really good hallway to hang out in. So I don't blame you all for being in here. It's okay, I understand. As long as we all get our candies, I don't care. Hey, look at all these victims. Off they go. I was also debating doing something a little bit different, but I don't know how everyone feels about it, because like if I play games in my off time, I don't want to stream it because I'm usually just like vibing. But I was thinking maybe like doing a Discord stream for it and like do it for subs only and just have like a little private hangout stream on Discord. I was thinking that could be kind of neat. But the only problem is, like, then what about for the YouTube people who don't have Twitch subs? And I was like, do I feel like that? You'd be mute, but you'd watch? And us nerds on VC? Oh, you wouldn't be able to talk. It would just be, I am streaming on Discord and you can watch. I literally would not even be engaging. It would just be like, come hang out as I play video games. Well, I mean, you'd be able to like text, but you wouldn't be able to chat with me. Was kind of the idea. Maybe we'll think about doing that sometime. Maybe just like a once a week thing, just like, hey, I'm vibing. Hey, thank you so much for the 14 months, Tara. Super appreciate you. Because I think on Discord you can like set the channel to be Twitch subs only. You have to like do some Twitch integration thing. So, and I think you can do that with like video channels and voice channels. So I think that could be kind of a fun little extra nicety thing for those who support through the subs. Goodbye, nerds. Goodbye, nerds. Goodbye, nerds. I was thinking that might be a fun little thing for us to do. But yeah, I don't know. I'm always worried about like not being able to include everybody, but you know, I kind of want to make something a little bit special for the subs. So I'm still thinking that one over. Hey, you, die. You too, also die. Auto renews next week, so it'll just auto happen. Heck yeah. Get deleted. Get deleted. Get more deletes. Do we got all our candies? Yes. Yes. Very nice. More candy, more good. Yes, compressor prime barrel. Nice. Gold. So see you on Tuesday. Well, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Cardi. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate you. Gold. More candies. Oh. Ba, 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 ba. Oh, let me live, oh, let me die. It's always funny when you walk through a mag bubble and you don't realize there's a mag bubble there, so your shots just start going backwards at you, and you're like, oh my god, what have I done? Oh wait, where's Torment? Torment? You around here, bud? Interesting. When did that get fixed? Wait, when the hell did that get fixed? Nyx's Cybolts used to not remove armor from the acolytes. And then he would show, the stalker would be like, your Tenno powers are useless here. But I don't think any of you have armor strip. So I am 99% certain that was me doing that armor strip. For a while? No, not that long. Like the last month or two, maybe? When the hell did that get fixed? Huh? I'm not complaining, I'm just confused. Yeah, I'm gonna go into a solo run after this. Because Huh. Was that an undocumented fix? Or did I just miss that? Yeah, I'll take us into a quick solo run and see if it does it or not. Yeah, but the armor was being reduced when I was casting Cybolts, so it felt like it was Cybolts doing it. Like, when I cast Cybolts, the armor was reduced. That's why I'm like, huh? Because I noticed that before, and I was like, oh, maybe it's just Mag with Fracturing Crush, or, you know, the whole Thermal Sunder armor strip thing. But then when I was doing it on Torment there, it seemed to be reactive to me casting. So now I need to go investigate. And I want to see if there's a patch note history for that getting changed. Hey, Wari, how you doing? Melt. 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 Electric blast. Yes, I could use another electric blast, yes. Oh, by the way, we're gonna be playing Repo on Thursday with the friendos, and we're gonna be doing RuneScape on Friday with Brozyme and Ken. Which reminds me, I need to do the tutorial in that before Friday. A cosmetic update in Repo? Oh yeah, that happened this week too. I remember Sam saying about that. Invite you to that? Well, you'll certainly be invited to watch. I think we're doing RuneScape 3. That's about all the information I have. Cardi, are you trying to recruit more people into your feralness? All right, random extract nerds. Flee for your lives. Yeah, all right. I respect it. As long as you're happy. That's what matters. Hiya, ki. Whee. Can't deny that you're feral for your wife. No, I am not feral for my wife. I am respectful and loving. There's no feralness here. Thank you very much. Leon, for the first time, your pupils turn to hearts. Oh my lord. All of you. I've been single for 6 years and I still don't go that crazy. I'm so alone. That's the one that's pay to win and microtransaction heavy? Yeah, well, we'll play it for an afternoon. What the hell is this? Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. GG, get on my squad. JJ. What's that do on my arm? This one here? This is the chemical combinations of all the different antidepressants I've been on. So like lithium, Wellbutrin, Cipralex, quite a number of others. And so when my dad passed back in 2019, one of the things that my stepmom wanted to do for me was sort of give me something to remember him by. So I was like, I would like to get a tattoo because my dad was the guy who was the person who got me started on figuring out my mental health. So this was the tattoo that I ended up getting. And it's just all the different antidepressants I've been on over the years. And I love it. My artist did such a fantastic job with it. I was like, I kind of want to do like a honeycomb hexagonal thing with the sort of different, like, you know, lithium and all the different sort of chemicals in there. Yeah. Yeah, I like it. I like it. Look, it's not your fault Quincy's hot and they added a dating sim into the Space Ninja game. I mean, okay, you know what? That's fair. I'll give you that one. Ooh, can I get my title now? Yay, I can get my title. Yay! We're almost done with these fools. And then we can grab you, and then once the new Prime Access comes, we'll switch back to the other ones. You think you'd have a full sleeve of tats if you were, if you had tat for all your antidepressants? Yeah, there's a few there. The sexy song, true and real. Arthur is hottest. I mean, Eleanor's hottest, but you know, it's always beauties in the eye of the beholder and all that bullshit. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You like the blue one? I don't remember what one the blue one is. I've been on too many over the years. What's best for an EFV5 Jupiter? I assume you mean Riven there, Thresh? Crit chance, crit damage, status chance, multi-shot, somewhere in that area. The usual primary / secondary Rivens. Somewhere in that direction, just like usual. There's very few times where you want to like break out of that mold for Rivens. And it's usually very specific weapons or combinations. So if you're playing mainly, I mean, either direction, you'd be looking for, because it's got a good base crit chance, it's got a good base crit multiplier at a 2.3 to 3.5 because it's tenacious bond. So crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot, status chance, element, so you can save a mod slot, somewhere in that direction. Just generally speaking, Rivens are kind of looking for that, like unless it's a specific weapon. So like if it's a high status weapon, then you're looking for multi-shot, like multi-shot, status chance, an element, somewhere in that area. If you're looking for crit chance, it's crit chance, crit damage, multi-shot. If you're doing an acuity, crit chance, crit damage, element, or crit chance, crit damage, status chance, or something along those lines. So you're generally like, there's very few times where you're moving away from that. Even on melee, it's attack speed, crit chance, crit damage, status chance, stuff like that.
Burning Vikings cheered X100. Okay, I'm back Vsauce. What are we up to now?
What are we up to now? We're taking over the world. The same thing we do every day. Pinky. Moon other side. Man, I love Sleep Token. Really loved Kim for the Hex, but a bad end potential with the Kim turned you off from future implementations. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. I haven't really messed around with the Kim in a while. Just got a goated reroll while I was talking. This is see, if you watch Streamer Man, you just get good rolls. You only get good Riven rolls, and you only get golds if you watch Streamer Man. Terra, rude. Rude. Very rude. But I appreciate the biddies. Thank you, Taro. Super Killer, what you got? Was pulled away for a second. Tat's really cool. You wish you had something sentimental to tat, but you don't. But you wanted one, so you just got something you thought was cool. And that's the way you should always do it. Like, if it's something that looks cool for you, do it. And if it's something that's, like, meaningful, do it. Like, the 3 tattoos that I've got is this, and then I've got a pig skull on my shoulder with Raven. It's wearing sort of a Viking helmet. So 1 year after my ex and I split, I was in a really bad spot, and one of my friends ran a Christmas event called Pigmas, or Hanukkah, if you will, where it's like we take over a restaurant for the night, open bar, a whole pig, like every dish is pig based, and it's just like a fun event for us to get together and hang out. He hasn't been running it for the last few years, and the reason why he was running it was sort of for LGBT friends of his that didn't have family, could have somewhere to go and be excited about for the holidays. And also, he spent 90% of his life outside of the country for work. He was one of, last I heard, 5 scientists in the world who could do the job that he did. And his job was a special radiology for mining. So he just like, he made a buttload of money, but he could never spend it. So he was just like, well, I'm just going to throw a crazy $20,000 Christmas party every year. And that was the birth of Hogmas or Pigmas. And crazy bastard. Yeah, but I mean, the way he looked at it, he was like, this way I convince all my friends to come to me so I can force all of them to come to me in a single event so I can see them all. He was like, I actually save money by doing Christmas, by doing Pigmas. I save money by doing this. It was his mentality. I'm like, you know what? I appreciate that. Friends in some high and interesting places. I've got a bunch of crazy life stories, so yeah. I've had some weird experiences in my life. With like just weird interactions and with just random ass people. Plan on making your fam draw a star and they get those tattooed. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. But anyway, yeah, he hasn't done the Hognica or Pigmas in a long time. But it was really meaningful to me and got me out of a really bad spot. Dissipation. Ooh. Thank you, Burning. Appreciate you. So going to this Gara, more range, right? Because Shattered Lash scales really well off of range, so I'd say more range on here. If you want more duration, like you don't really need duration on Gara, so I would probably not run Multificiency. Swap this out for just melee damage to play into Shattered Lash, and otherwise all looks good. You could offload Equilibrium into Companion Shards as well, yeah, and get more range that way. That would be probably where I'd go for range. And like, you don't really need duration on her. Well, now a hype train's going, so I have to snooze that ad break. What's on your Shattered Lash? Thanks very much, Terra and Burning, for the biddies to get that hype train going. Appreciate you both. Add Astra to the stars through difficulty, so you gotta keep the vibe. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Yeah, like I wanted, this sleeve is all gonna be patchwork. So I'm thinking of getting, just because it's my childhood happy show, the avatar element symbols here. And then like this, I'm just gonna do a full sleeve art sleeve, but that's very far down the road. Don't have the helmet system yet? Well, don't worry about it. It's all good. I wasn't mentioning the helmet system at all for there. It was more of some things that you could do on the build there. Uncle Iroh pinup style? Oh, Lord, no. But that would be funny. Blood Rush, Weeping Wounds, Galvanized Steel, Organ Shatter. You need some base damage on here. Prime Pressure Point. And realistically speaking, I would drop this for it. Prime Pressure Point or regular Pressure Point. I wouldn't run Condition Overload because you're generally killing things way too far away from you anyway. Afflictions goes really well here, or Influence, and then you just switch around your elements depending on what. But I would highly recommend at least some base damage on here because you have no base damage yet. Blood Rush, or not Blood Rush, Prime Pressure Point is what I would personally use, but you can kind of go direction. The Lotus symbol, so I want to see if I can find it. Warframe Lotus artwork. I want to see if I can find this. It's not that one, but it's in a similar style, so I'll just pull it up here. It's similar style. Might actually be the same artist. But that, or something similar to this, I want to get tattooed on the back of my leg. I think it might be the same artist, but I don't know if it's the same artist or not. But it's very similar style, and I would love to get that tattooed on my leg. Like on the back of my calf. Something like that would be killer. Absolutely killer. In fact, that actually, I might want to do that specifically. Like, this would look really, really cool. And I've got a really good artist in mind who I think would be down to do it. Me to finish your Eleanor tattoo design? Nice. Yeah, I think it actually might be this person. Who is this? Debbie Sheen? Let me see if I can find... It was a purple lotus that was shown off in the 2019 TennoCon Community Art Showcase. Wow, this person's artwork is incredible. Holy smokes. Look at this. I think it might actually be this person. Look how freaking absolutely stellar artist. Holy crap. If y'all want in for the hype train, you can get yourself a cool little emote, help support the community, all that jazz. Twitch sub, gifted subs, biddies, sound alerts. Anyone got those Bezo bucks? Check your couch cushions for your Bezo bucks. We're just gonna scroll down because I want to see if I can find it. I want to see if this is the person I'm thinking of. Oh, look at that. It's beautiful. Jinx. Wow, this Revenant. Holy smokes. Man, this person is incredibly... Are they a part of WFCC? They gotta be. Reb's following them. Reb doesn't even follow me. Well, Reb hates me, so... I really think that this is the artist. So there's their Lotus, but what the one I'm looking for is like all purple. I think this is the artist because that's very similar style. Holy smokes. I mean, how far back in time are... Yes, it is them! This is the piece. This is the piece here. This is it. This is what I want in the back of my leg. It actually is them. Holy crap. Yeah. This is the piece here. Let's see if they have a better... Here it is. Yeah, this is the one. This is the one that I want tattooed. It actually is them. Holy crap. But yeah, this is when I saw this at TennoCon 2019 at the community showcase, the first thing I thought was, I want that on my body. Just drop dead gorgeous. Absolutely stellar artist. If I don't get that one, then I would want the other one. And I would be very happy to pay the person for the right to have that for a tattoo. I'm gonna follow them right now, actually. Flag is that? I don't know what flag that is. But yeah, this person's drop dead gorgeous work. Absolutely incredible. Yeah, maybe that other piece, actually. That other piece was really, really nice. Let me see if I can re-find it, too. Like, just frig. Here, let me drop this in the... Here, everybody go follow Debbie Sheen on Instagram. Alpha, if you want, you can send your Gorgon over and I can take a look at it. This person's incredibly talented. Holy crap. I don't know, actually, you know what? The more I think about it, the other one that I showed, the first one that I showed, not the one that I was originally thinking, I think would be a cooler art piece. Not WFCC from what you can see? That's a shame. I'm shocked. What's my in-game name? Yeah, it's same as the stream name. Tradition. It's in their description that they are? Good, they should be. Like, this piece here... I don't know if I would want this piece or the other piece, but both of them are really, really nice. Really, really, really well done. Try getting into digital art? Give it a try. You'll never know unless you give it a try, right? All right, thank you for the hype train there, Burning and Terra. Appreciate y'all. We do have to run a quick ad break here. Y'all know the deal. We got to run ads every once in a while so that new people don't get approval ads. If you don't like ads, you kind of like me and you want to support the community, Twitch up to Sherbo. Otherwise, it takes you. Bye. But yeah, I would in a heartbeat. Yeah, it says Warframe content creator. So yeah, I would assume they're WFCC then if they put that in their name. I would not even without a doubt. I would get that tattooed. Oof. Oof. Says no since you were in art school for the traditional art. I feel like you would make you even better for it then. We finished off with you. We'll keep taking a look at these here. But yeah, it's drop dead gorgeous. I'm actually shocked that I found them. I'm not surprised that it was the same artist. It was very reminiscent style wise. But I do have an artist in mind who I'd want to do that. But it's always the problem with getting an artist to do an artist's work. Sometimes they're not happy about doing that stuff. You wish it would be like it, but sadly no. That's fair. I feel you. Sometimes it's like I have that problem for soul frame content, so I totally understand what you mean. They're not on the list on the Warframe website. Oh, weird. Well, I mean, if they are a Warframe creator, great. And if they aren't, they aren't. They may have just also gone off of come off of the Warframe WFCC. Sometimes people choose to do that for various reasons. Like I know a few people who've done it over the years. Like by choice. Sent? Perfect. I'll take a look at it in a few seconds here. Once I get to it. I don't know if Sab was ever a part of WFCC or not. Melee exposure, viral, Galv Steel, Blood Rush, glad my Elementalist. I would say don't use Elementalist. You're just going to be killing something before status effects really do anything. Reach instead. Exalted weapons have 100% follow through, so you definitely want to be going Reach here. Otherwise, your build looks perfectly fine. Cool guy, Nadaruk. Multi-shot, crit chance, heat. What, you're running blast on here? Nice. Yeah, I'll take a look at it later on. So the only thing I would say on here is Galvanized Savvy, or Galvanized Aptitude, is multiplicative damage. So you might want to think about trying to fit that in here. My Assassination, yeah, on Blast, it's very strong. This is a very, very good ribbon. But just remember that Galvanized Savvy is multiplicative here, so like you might want to drop Galvanized Scope for it. This thing's already going to be doing big crits. Or maybe switch out Serration since you're running Deadhead for the multi-gun-co. Is the only thing I would really say here. Try to decide between the two. What's the difference here? Oh, you're running Thermite rounds. Yeah, so I would run this build, drop Thermite rounds, and put on Galvanized Savvy. That's what I would do here. It'll require a reform up, but it will improve your damage pretty massively. Ugly fat baby! Saren. You know, I hate black and red, but it does look damn good on Minerva. I think I would try to bring some more color into her skin, though. Her catsuit here. Bring a little bit more color into that, I think would do well. Frost Prime. Ace gave you the hiccups? Ace, why'd you do that? What the hell, man? Ooh, I love that. That looks really nice, actually. Man, I really wish that they would fix Look Link. How'd you give hiccups? Hiccups are contagious. Didn't you know that? Roth? I'm not a big fan of silver on here because his skin is that sort of silvery blue color. So I'm not a big fan of the silver here, but the rest of it does look really nice. I think you're just kind of losing the armor into the skin with that color palette, but that also could just be Look Link. As we know, Look Link is cursed. Ooh, very pretty. Very, very nice Wisp. Oh, Marie. Oh, Marie. Someone get a hold of their dog. Made it fade by dropping Vial for speed trigger? Yeah, that would do it too, yeah. And that should be fine. I mean, you know, if you want more fire rate, it's what, speed trigger is 72 compared to 90, so you're not losing a ton, but it would be nice. That looks really nice too. Man, I really wish that they would fix Look Link. Degath, oh, she's so pretty, man. This deluxe skin, like, I'm not the biggest fan of the helmet, but damn, this deluxe skin is drop dead gorgeous. I love this deluxe so much. It is super nice. Can someone put a leash on Cardi and just stop barking? I feel like if we put a leash on Cardi, Cardi would be happy about that, especially if it was Roth on the other end. I'm joking, Cardi. Joking. Gorgon. Crit damage, heat, minus ammo maximum. Can't joke if it's right? Okay, well, first off. You're not liking it? Do you run the Incarnate on here? For your Gorgon? Because this is a very solid build. You should be very happy with this build. Does the Gorgon Incarnate get multi-gun co? You do, yes? What evolutions are you running for your Gorgon? Not very good against armor and you don't run armor strip much? Yeah, then maybe try switching off of viral into corrosive. And do corrosive heat if you're having that problem. Try switching around the elements. Maybe you'll find something a little bit better for you. Oh, right. The other thing I wanted to test real quick was just gonna quickly pop into a quick survival here. Oh, hold on. Wiki. Nyx. Patch history. Okay. What's my next build? I've got it on the channel there for you. Give me a hot second. Here's the two builds that I run. I run the Null Stars build here as my go-to. Go back and look at the VOD. I mean, I'm just gonna pop in for a quick 5-minute survival. It's not in the patch notes, which is the surprising thing. So maybe it was just like something that was a bug and then it just got fixed and they didn't realize they fixed it. I mean, it is Warframe. Odder things have happened. I'm out of energy pads! How's that happen? Give me your universal fallouts. Man, this is frustrating. The moment that I need don't need the good room, it gives me the good room. But whenever I'm filming, no! 30 minutes of refreshing the mission. Whenever I need the good rooms for other things. 100 sub idea? What's the idea for the 100 sub idea? The problem is that nobody's biting for the 100 sub bombs. So I kind of feel like if we keep adding things to the 100 sub bombs, it's just going to be sitting there doing nothing. Play Occucore for a week? Oh god, no. Oh lord, no. I hate the Occucore. I think I would rather gouge my eyes out. Wolfman, thanks for the follow. Welcome in. What's wrong with the Octacore? Nothing. I just find it not for me. Play the Stug only? Sure. After June 10th. Haha, Stug and Cardin. Ha ha ha, Stug and Cardin. Don't you have another pistol ribbon? Yeah, I should do that. We didn't get a Verglass. Maybe we'll get a Stug. You're gonna be funny when the Stug and Cardin also sucks. I feel like because of the meme, they're gonna make it bonkers strong. Just in spite. That's where my money is. Play Saren for a week. We did that with our last 100 sub, or sorry, only 100 sub bomb. We did that. But what we're doing now is we've got a list of options for people to choose from if they get the 100 sub bomb, or if you get 1,000 gifted subs. So Aced is slowly working away at that. Oh yeah, I don't play her. I helmet over her 4th ability alpha. I find her 4th ability cripplingly boring. So I don't play with her 4th at all. Her 4th is her helmet slot for me. The Stug and Cardin is incredible, but using the Stug to activate it's worse. I mean, that is literally how I think it's gonna go. It's gonna be bonkers strong, but impossible to charge. Time to steal money from Jeff Bezos. Whee! Almost over a 1 because her 4 adds weapon damage. Yeah, but I mean, for her 1, it's just a nice rad spreader. And just like another thing for enemies to pay attention to rather than me. And they can actually do some surprisingly good damage over time if you grab an Eximus unit. Especially like a Blast Eximus or a Jade Light Eximus. Don't you run the Chaos Augment? I used to run the Chaos Augment. I removed it because it was causing more problems in missions for people. So when I'm playing solo, I run it, but I usually don't. Does Toxin apply to Incarnins? Does Araxias? Unless they've changed it? No. So I still use Chaos to prime for secondary irradiate and my crit chance, but I don't use the, or sorry, I don't use the Chaos Orb anymore. Augment. If you were to put a helmet on Korra, good on her 2, I would put it on her 3. Korra is one of those frames that you can technically have 5 abilities with, because you can put over Venari, and then Venari still exists if you helmet over it. Yeah, Venari still exists. She's just kind of a cat at that point, so you can't do the... Yeah, it's working now. Huh. Huh. All right. Don't know when that change happened, because that was happening like 3 weeks ago. All right. Huh. I have no idea when that happened. I don't even know the devs know what happened because it's not in any patch notes. Huh. I don't think they're aware. Warframe. So Psychic Bolts used to not no, it's not broken, it's fixed. Psychic Bolts used to not work on Acolytes as of like a few weeks back. but now it does. It used to scream, you have no power here, or whatever the hell he screams. But now it actually works. Huh. When did that change? Yeah, it had to be in the last few weeks. Huh. Weird. Yeah, psychic bolts used to not work on acolytes. Weird. I mean, I'm happy for that. I'm not gonna complain. I'll take it. But that's not how it worked a few weeks back. Weird. Very weird. Oh, Warframe. Oh, Warframe. Never change. Love that it now works on acolytes. Yeah, no, I'm super happy. Definitely not complaining. Just confused. There's no complaint to be had here. Mainly just sounds of confusion and yeah, just confusion. It's in the lore? True! The lore! Face, what you got? Alpha here. Did you send anything else? You sent a Nix. I mean, real people know that CC isn't dead. If you're going to level cap, CC can be very helpful. If you're going high endurance, like ETA, EDA, CC can actually be really useful. Yeah, so you're using Assimilate for the extra weapon damage bonus on here. Bam, bam. That's really high duration for a Nyx, but you must be doing it for the absorb stuff. Universal Fallout, Roar over the one. Yeah, I mean, this all looks good. If you're not using the one, the mind controlled, and Roar, putting Roar there makes a ton of sense. I totally get it. Stretch. What's dropping your range? Narrow-minded. I'd say you probably don't need narrow-minded if I'm being real. Like, just prime continuity should be good enough, and then having some more range for chaos, and then, like, everything else could be, like, a little bit nice. You hate recasting? Okay, I feel you. I feel you. I would say, because you got Universal Fallout, I would drop Transient Fortitude for Blind Rage. Get more strength into Roar. And then you can just regenerate energy with Universal Fallout. And you can use Archon Stretch on a companion to... use Archon Stretch, and a companion can activate it for free energy regeneration as well. What to replace Narrow-Minded with? More strength. More strength for Roar. Or like, maybe some more shields. Could do that. Or more strength. You'd have to Forma then, at that point, unfortunately. Also, since you don't have it on here, but you are using Universal Fallout, maybe Equilibrium, if you aren't using Equilibrium shards. The purple shards. You have blue Archon shards on her? For what? For shield and armor? I would drop those and maybe think of an Equilibrium shard, possibly. Right, your main survivability is through Psychic Bolts, stealing enemies' armor, shields, and Overguard. This is like your survivability kit. And even actually the Psy Bolts, oh, you already have it here, Pacifying Bolts. Yeah, maybe Equilibrium here, or maybe more Strength, one of the two. Yeah. One of those two. But the build looks good. Just some fine-tuning that I would personally do. But as always, whenever it comes to things I say, it's merely what I would do. It doesn't mean it's the right answer. It just means it's my answer. Ooh, I like that. You know what? I usually don't like black and red, but that does look nice. And here's the best purple in a bodysuit that you currently have. Oh, I like that too. The purple breaking up the black actually looks really nice. Although I think I would maybe change this tan color a little bit if that was me. Hamdall, my lord. Shigo. What does Amelie say? That looks cute. Why is her face so plastically doll-like? Why does her skin look like she's a doll? Shiego. Yeah, that's the one. Like Diego. No, it's Shigo. Like ego. That's the joke. Fucking Amelie. Ooh, that's really pretty. Why is she so doll-like? Why does she look like plastic? Weird. Burning. Your NOS-sponsored energy drink? Hell yeah. You think this is Look Link? Yeah, no, it's Look Link. I wish Look Link got fixed. I really wish Look Link. This looks really cool. I really like that. It looks nice. Draconius. What you got? Dual Torxica. Yep. Those are weapons. Those are weapons. Indeed, indeed. All right, you poor unfortunate souls. I am calling it here, but first we'll take a look at this Necros. Hey, this actually looks kind of similar to my Necros. One of my Necros skins, actually. The blue on Necros looks really, really good. I love it. All right, y'all. Okay, fine. We'll take a look at Fat Ugly Baby's Garuda first. Roar over the 3, Roar over the 2, Molt Reconstruct. Yeah, so it makes no sense to keep the 2. High range, high strength, Cunning Drift, Umbral Intensify. Yeah, that all looks good to me. Nothing to say on here. Nothing to say. All right, y'all. I am calling it here for me tonight. But before we go, Burning, thank you for the 100 biddies. Tara, thank you for the 14 months prime. Ace, thank you for the 5 gifted, and the gifted sub to Zenosfire, and your own tier 3 sub. Daylith, thank you for the new prime. Draco, thank you for the new prime. Apollo for the 138 biddies. ZZThex for the 3 months prime. Masha for the 12 months tier 1. Ultra Neon Okami for the 2 months prime. Hawk Tua for the 7 months prime. And that's it, y'all. That's be it. So we're gonna call it here. I'm gonna go drop you off with quite possibly the most questionable raid that I've ever done in my life, but we love the bungo, so let's go raid the bungo. All right, y'all, just remember, they're a complete degen, and I'm sorry for doing this to you. All right, everybody, take care, be safe, be good to each other, have yourselves a wonderful evening. Go say hi to bungo, spend the whole 60 seconds with them, make their day a little bit better, and we'll see all you tomorrow. We'll be doing more Warframe tomorrow, and then we'll be doing Repo on Thursday, and we'll be doing RuneScape 3 on Friday, and then Saturday, probably just back to Warframe. All right, everybody. See you tomorrow. Bye!